Introduction asterisk. Ji Wuyo, a student at Soochow University, originally planned to assert China's sovereignty over the Diaoyu Islands on September 18th due to the Diaoyu Islands incident. However, on the night of September 17th, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred on the islands, and the protagonist was transported to a new world. He later discovered that parts of Journey to the West were indeed real, and that the tale was a creation meticulously devised by the heavenly teacher over thousands of years. Ji Wuyo found himself inhabiting the body of the ninth incarnation of Tang Sanzang, tasked with cultivation while his body remained incomplete. He aimed to lead a mundane life, but would the Western Buddha allow him such peace? Moreover, the dormant Golden Cicada within him could awaken at any moment to consume his essence. Under immense pressure, would Ji Wuyo rise to the heavens? Let us all await his journey to ascend to divinity. Chapter 1. Arrival in a strange world. Where's this place? Why am I here? Whose soul did I just devour? Ji Wuyo, having experienced a fierce battle of souls, was consumed by questions as he distinctly remembered being on Diaoyu Island just moments before. As a student of Soochow University, Ji Wuyo had meticulously prepared for this expedition, crossing from Taiwan to the Diaoyu Islands with the intent to proclaim China's sovereignty on September 18, 2012. Upon arrival, he began searching for a place to unfurl his flag when he suddenly noticed a cave on the mountain emitting a strange light. Thinking to himself, he decided to investigate, contemplating the possibility of confronting any Japanese presence there. As he climbed to the cave's entrance, an invisible force suddenly yanked him inside. Before he could even scream, he was thrust into a deep, dark tunnel, racing forward with incredible speed, lightning flashing above him as if heralding the apocalypse. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck him, and Ji Wuyo thought to himself, "This is it. I haven't even unfurled the flag, and I'm already done for." Just as despair gripped him, he felt a warm glow emanating from something around his neck. It was a small cauldron. Fortuitously, he had purchased this cauldron, which he had initially mistaken for a mere souvenir during a summer trip to Xi'an with classmates. The vendor, seemingly oblivious to its true value, sold it to him for a mere few hundred yuan. Thus, this exquisite celestial artifact, the Baichao Liandan Ding, had come into Ji Wuyo's possession. As the cauldron emitted a brilliant light, his vision faded to black, and he suddenly found himself in a white expanse. A faint gray shadow emerged, attempting to bite him. In a reflexive action, he retaliated, inadvertently consuming the soul of a young monk. Subsequently, memories flooded his mind, revealing that this was a process of soul absorption, granting him fragments of the monk's knowledge and experiences. Why are there 9 suns in the sky? Curiously gazing at the celestial bodies, Ji Wuyo noted that they were arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the 9 palaces, casting a dimmer light than Earth, yet the world appeared similar under their combined glow. Gurgle. He felt an intense hunger and thought it wise to seek nourishment. Is it the sound of water? Following the sound, he arrived at the banks of a river. With no food in sight, I might as well drink my fill, he mused, bending down to gulp from the stream. Yuck! This water tastes worse than gasoline, he exclaimed, sputtering. Before he could finish his complaint, he shouted in disbelief, "How have I become a monk?" Gazing into the river, he was startled to see the youthful visage of a novice monk staring back at him, realizing that he had inhabited the body of the very soul he had just devoured. Oh well, it's better to be alive than dead, he consoled himself, noting the monk's rather handsome features, reminiscent of a character from Lu Xun's works. With the sun at its zenith, he deduced that the nearby villagers had yet to have their midday meal. Perhaps he could still beg for alms. Upon reaching a large stone tablet by the roadside, he examined the inscription closely. 800 flows of sand, 3,000 depths of feeble waters. Goose feathers cannot float, while reed flowers surely sink. As an admirer of calligraphy, Ji Wuyo recognized the 20 characters inscribed in seal script. Could it be? Have I truly traversed into the world of Journey to the West? But that is merely a fictional myth. What if Journey to the West is an actual chronicle of divine and demonic history, misappropriated by Wu Qingyan as a novel? Ji Wuyo was taken aback, for the stone tablet bore the words flowing sand river. Suddenly, waves surged violently, and from the depths arose a fearsome creature, a being with fiery red hair, bulging eyes reminiscent of Zhang Fei, a face of chaotic colors, and a voice like thunder, brandishing a dark staff. Startled by the sudden appearance of this monster, Ji Wuyo's heart raced. If he wasn't mistaken, this creature was undoubtedly Sha Sung. The sight of 8 skulls hanging from its neck sent shivers down his spine. What now? Panic set in for Ji Wuyo. Who is this monk? The creature demanded, storming onto the shore. I am Ji Wuyo stammered, nearly revealing, I am a monk from the Tang dynasty, journeying to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Realizing that he was speaking to Sha Sung, who had a penchant for devouring pilgrims, he quickly halted his words. Speak not, for capturing you is merely to replenish my energy, the creature declared, reaching out to seize Ji Wuyo. Despite its grotesque appearance, the monster's intentions were clear. Ji Wuyo felt a wave of terror wash over him, leading him to faint from fear. In his previous life, he had relished horror films, yet facing such a creature, a demon, no less, was enough to cause anyone to faint, akin to how the man who loved dragons would flee upon encountering a real one. In this moment of crisis, a flying sword suddenly appeared. With a resounding clash, the sword was deflected by the monster. Though the creature coveted Ji Wuyo's tender flesh, it realized it must prioritize its own safety, as the sword posed a significant threat. Who dares to conspire against me? The creature bellowed, brandishing its staff menacingly. You foul beast, cease your rampage. Before me, you dare to take a life? An old Taoist appeared, flanked by 2 younger Taoists, 1 male and 1 female. Who are you to meddle here? I have devoured many souls, from wandering woodcutters to passing fishermen. Do you wish to become mere dung in the bellies of fish and shrimp? The monster mocked. You vile creature. I, a humble Taoist, merely wish to save this young monk. You seem unrepentant. Thus, I shall rid the world of your menace today, the old Taoist declared, brandishing his sword in anger. Ha ha! The monster laughed as if it had heard the grandest jest. You think I fear a mere cultivator at the end of his tribulation? Even your ancestor, Zhang Tianshi, would treat me as a brother. Were it not for his reputation, I would not waste my breath on you. Enough of your bravado. Prepare to face my blade. The old Taoist, enraged by the monster's insults toward his master, lunged forward with his sword. The monster, with a glimmer of derision in its eyes, countered with a crescent-shaped blade from its sleeve. With a mighty crash, the 2 forces collided, sending both the monster and the old Taoist staggering back several paces. The old Taoist felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the creature's formidable strength. It could withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the tribulation stage. Thankfully, it was merely at the mid-transformation phase. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. While the powers of demon cultivators and Taoist practitioners were comparable, the former had an edge when their levels were equal. However, demon cultivators found it challenging to confront those of significantly higher cultivation levels. The circumstances that unfolded this time were attributed to the weapon wielded by the demon, which was no ordinary artifact, but a renowned celestial weapon from the heavenly court, the demon-subduing staff. Had it not been for Lu Yicheng's profound cultivation and the extraordinary cloud-piercing sword, he would have long been dispatched to the western paradise by the demon's swift strike. With a failed attempt to strike, the demon felt a sense of trepidation. This old man was surprisingly formidable. Having just suffered from the heart-piercing heavenly punishment, the demon pondered whether it could still engage in combat. With its power gradually waning due to the recent punishment, a misstep could lead to its downfall. The demon, unwilling to suffer immediate loss, opened its gaping maw and enveloped itself in a black mist, retreating into the Sand River. Chapter 2. Green Level Awakening Pill. Seeing the demon flee, Lu Yicheng let out a sigh of relief. Through that encounter, he realized the demon was on par with him in strength, possibly even superior. Following the adage that one should not pursue a desperate foe, he descended to the ground with his 2 disciples. The old Taoist approached Ji Wuyo, half supporting him, and from his gourd he retrieved a green pill, the size of a mung bean. This was the Green Level Awakening Pill, a high-quality elixir. In the 4 great continents, pills were categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. As the pill entered Ji Wuyo's mouth, it dissolved instantly, imparting a sweet essence that nourished his spirit. Before long, he began to stir awake, flailing like a drowning man, exclaiming, "Demon, demon, don't eat me." The old Taoist infused a trace of true energy into Ji Wuyo's spirit, allowing him to gradually regain his senses. Upon realizing that only the old Taoist was beside him and no demon was present, Ji Wuyo's heart finally settled. However, the previous events felt surreal, as if he had been trapped in a nightmare. Nervously, he slapped the old Taoist and asked, "Did that hurt?" Lu Yicheng, taken aback by Ji Wuyo's slap, felt his expression darken, though he refrained from expressing anger, remembering the instructions given by his senior brother. Otherwise, Ji Wuyo would be akin to an ant crushed without hesitation. The male disciple beside the old Taoist, unable to contain himself, grasped his sword, ready to strike Ji Wuyo, but refrained in the presence of his master. Ji Wuyo, noticing the old Taoist's grim demeanor, felt an unexpected joy. Ha! It's not a dream. I've been saved. Thank you, oh no, thank you, Buddha. The female disciple, Yu Qiu, also cannot hold back, pouting, "What an ungrateful wretch." "Who is ungrateful?" Ji Wuyo retorted defiantly. "You. Clearly, my master saved you. Yet you thank some deity, especially that bald old monk," she exclaimed, dramatically covering her mouth, fearful that the old monk might overhear her insult, fearing for her safety. "Master?" The thought struck Ji Wuyo. Indeed, to thrive in this foreign realm, a powerful master was essential. Yu Qiu, observing Ji Wuyo lost in thought, mistakenly believed he felt ashamed and guilty. Little did she know that Ji Wuyo was merely contemplating these matters. Suddenly, he bowed deeply and implored, "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I can do everything, laundry, cooking, massage. I assure you I will serve you well." Lu Yicheng released his true energy, lifting Ji Wuyo effortlessly. "I merely passed by and saved you. Your talents are mediocre and you are ill-suited for cultivation. You should seek a more worthy master." With that, he summoned his 2 disciples and soared into the sky on the Tai Chi wheel, warning them, "Speak not of today's events to anyone. If a single word escapes your lips, I shall know, and do not blame me if I flay your skin and grind your bones, sealing your soul within the soul-refining lamp to endure eternal torment." With that, he departed with his disciples. Above the Qilong mountain range, the Tai Chi wheel glided serenely, the old Taoist meditating with closed eyes, while the 2 young disciples stood guard, vigilant with their swords. Moments later, the old Taoist opened his eyes and sighed. "I thought I had escaped unscathed, but it seems I have sustained some internal injuries. My disciples, henceforth, when passing the Sand River, avoid it entirely. I have made an enemy of that demon. Unable to defeat me, it will surely take its frustrations out on you younger ones." The 2 disciples responded in unison. "We shall heed your instructions, Master." Curious, Yu Qiu inquired, "Master, why did you save him? I remember last time you refused to help a girl here, saying the demon was a designated target from the Western Paradise and must not be harmed." Wang Yangtao, standing to the left, shared her curiosity, eager to understand. Lu Yicheng replied, "Your uncle, Brother Zhang, indicated that this individual is crucial for the revival of our sect and must be protected through this calamity. Thus, I was dispatched to save him." It appeared that Lu Yicheng indulged his 2 disciples, revealing such confidential information. Yu Qiu asked, "Then why didn't you agree to accept him as a disciple?" Lu Yicheng stroked his beard. "I would have liked to take him on as a disciple, for he has cultivated through 9 lifetimes, possesses a remarkable physique, and extraordinary potential. However, intervening today was already a challenge. It was only because the celestial ancestor predicted today's chaotic fate that I was able to act. Otherwise, the deity from the Western Paradise would not have let it go so easily." Wang Yangtao expressed concern. "The Buddhist sect is all-powerful now. This matter is significant. Aren't you worried that the deity from the Western Paradise might figure it out?" Lu Yicheng gazed ahead, embodying a heroic spirit reminiscent of those who venture into perilous waters. "Even if they do discover it, I alone will bear the consequences. However, I doubt they will be able to ascertain it. Alas, had we not lost the 9 tripod cauldrons before the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, the old monk would not be so audacious, nor would the Jade Emperor dare seize our sect's elites as hostages. Poor Zhang Zuzu, had he not lost a soul and spirit, he would likely have ascended to the realm of the celestial immortals by now, rather than remaining a mere golden immortal." Yu Qiu asked, "The 9 tripod cauldrons? What divine artifact could rival the deity from the Western Paradise? That being has already perfected their cultivation across the 3,000 worlds." Lu Yicheng stood, offering a distant bow. "The 9 tripod cauldrons are a set of divine artifacts crafted by our 9 sages, each serving a distinct purpose. Originally, they were the treasures of our sect, but for reasons unknown, they have been lost. Otherwise, that old monk would not dare to conspire against our sect." When Yu Qiu sought to inquire further, Lu Yicheng raised his hand to halt her. "This matter is of great significance. You should not pursue it further. What I have shared with you must remain between us. Do not speak of it to anyone else, or I shall face dire consequences before your master." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiu and Wang Yangtao fell silent, recognizing that their master was an elder of the Nine Profound sect, and if even he was reticent, they had no choice but to remain mute. Ji Wuyo gazed at the three distant figures gradually fading from view, muttering to himself, "Why is it that others traverse to this world and are met with high-ranking masters eager to accept them as disciples, with elixirs and treasures aplenty? What is so remarkable about it? I refuse to believe that a mere undergraduate cannot carve out a name for himself here. At the very least, I could aim to become a top scholar and enjoy a life of leisure." With this thought, Ji Wuyo's worries dissipated, and he began to survey his surroundings, once more glancing at the inscription by the Sand River, shivering with fear as he recalled the memories in his mind, and hastily fled towards the direction of the small town. Introduction, Ji Wuyo, a student from Soochow University, intended to assert China's sovereignty over the Diaoyu Islands on September 18th, following the Diaoyu Islands incident. However, on the night of September 17th, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred on the islands, transporting him into a new world. He soon discovered that parts of Journey to the West were indeed true, and that the tale was a product of a grand scheme devised by the Celestial Master over millennia. Ji Wuyo found himself inhabiting the body of the ninth incarnation of Tang Sanzang, striving to cultivate despite his incomplete physical form. While he yearned for an ordinary life, would the Western Buddha allow him peace? Furthermore, the sealed essence of the Golden Cicada could awaken at any moment to consume him. With numerous pressures mounting, will Ji Wuyo stand tall against the heavens? We await together as he ascends to divinity step by step. Chapter 1. Arrival in a Strange World. Where am I? Why am I here? Whose soul did I just consume? Overwhelmed by questions after a fierce battle of souls, Ji Wuyo recalled the moment he was last on the Diaoyu Islands. As a student at Soochow University, Ji Wuyo had meticulously prepared to cross from Taiwan to the Diaoyu Islands, intending to declare China's sovereignty on September 18, 2012. Upon arrival, he began searching for a place to raise a flag, when suddenly he spotted a cave emitting a strange light on the mountain. He thought, "I shall investigate. If it's Japanese, I'll throw stones to deal with them." As he approached the cave, an unseen force pulled him inside before he could even peek in. Before he could scream, Ji Wuyo was yanked into a deep, dark tunnel, racing through it as flashes of lightning appeared overhead, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck towards him, and Ji Wuyo thought, "This is it. I haven't even raised a flag and I'm done for." Just as he contemplated his demise, he felt a sudden brightness at his neck. It was a small cauldron. Fortuitously, he had purchased it during a summer vacation in Xi'an, mistaking it for a mere imitation of a bronze artifact. The vendor, seemingly unaware of its true value, sold it for a few hundred yuan. Thus this exquisite celestial artifact, the cauldron of herbal refinement, ended up in Ji Wuyo's possession. The cauldron flashed brilliantly, and in an instant, he found himself in a white space, where a faint grayish figure emerged to attack him. In a confused struggle, he inadvertently consumed the soul of a young monk. Soon, memories flooded his mind, revealing that this was soul consumption, granting him some knowledge and memories of the young monk. Why are there 9 suns in the sky? Curiously observing the 9 suns arranged in a palatial formation, Ji Wuyo noted that they were dimmer than those on Earth, but under their collective illumination, the world resembled his former life. Gurgle, how hungry he felt. He needed to find something to eat, Ji Wuyo pondered. Wait, is that the sound of water? Following the sound, he arrived at a riverbank. With no food, he decided to drink his fill, leaning over to gulp the water. Yuck, this water tastes worse than gasoline, he exclaimed, choking on the river's unpalatable liquid. Before he could finish his complaint, Ji Wuyo cried out in despair, "Wait, have I turned into a monk?" Gazing into the water, he was confronted with the youthful visage of the monk. It turned out that his soul had transitioned into that of a young monk, having just consumed the latter's essence. Oh well, better to live than to die. Besides, that monk is rather handsome, Ji Wuyo consoled himself, akin to the character Q from Lu Xun's writings. As the sun reached its zenith, he assumed the nearby villagers had yet to have their lunch. Perhaps he could still beg for food, he thought, retracing his steps along the road. What is this? Upon encountering a large stone tablet by the roadside, he examined it closely. 800 flows of sand, 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers cannot float, reed flowers surely sink. As an admirer of calligraphy, Ji Wuyo recognized the 20 characters inscribed in seal script. Could it be? Have I crossed into the realm of Journey to the West? But that's merely a novel, a mythological tale. Could it be that Journey to the West is a historical account of deities and demons, inadvertently modified into a novel by Wu Qingyan? Ji Wuyo was astonished, for the 3 prominent characters etched upon the stone red flowing sand river. Suddenly, a torrent surged forth, and from the river emerged a creature, with fiery, curly red hair, lantern-like eyes, a grotesque visage of mismatched colors, and a voice that thundered like a tempest, wielding a dark staff. Startled by the appearance of such a beast, Ji Wuyo panicked, recognizing it as undoubtedly the Sand Monk. The 8 skulls hanging from its neck caused a chill to run down Ji Wuyo's spine. What to do? Panic surged within Ji Wuyo. Who is this monk? The creature rushed ashore in a whirlwind, demanding. I am, Ji Wuyo stammered, nearly revealing, I am a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, on a pilgrimage to the West to seek Buddhist scriptures. Realizing this was the Sand Monk, he quickly silenced himself. After all, the Sand Monk was known for devouring pilgrims. Never mind, you needn't speak. I merely intend to capture you for a meal to replenish my energy and avoid boredom. With that, the creature lunged towards Ji Wuyo with its massive hand. The monster, with a fierce countenance, was utterly terrifying, and Ji Wuyo, overwhelmed with fear, fainted instantly. In his past life, he enjoyed horror films, but facing such a being, no, a demon, would send anyone into a faint, much like the man who claimed to love dragons only to flee when a real one appeared. In the midst of this crisis, a flying sword came hurtling through the air. With a resounding clang, the sword was deflected by the creature. Though the monster lusted after Ji Wuyo's tender flesh, it had to prioritize its own safety, evidently recognizing the sword's threat and retreating. Who is it that dares to ambush me? The creature bellowed, brandishing its staff and cursing the skies. Wretched beast, cease your rampage. You dare to threaten lives in front of me? 3 figures appeared on the horizon, drawing closer to reveal themselves as 3 Taoist priests. On either side stood 2 youthful priests, a man and a woman, while the elder priest took the lead. Who are you to meddle here? This is but a monk's life at stake. I have consumed countless passers-by, woodcutters, fishermen, resting women. Do you wish to become mere refuse in the bellies of fish and shrimp? You vile creature, I sought to spare this young novice out of compassion, but it seems you remain unrepentant. Very well. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to rid the world of your evil, the elder priest declared, brandishing his sword in fury. Ha ha! The monster laughed as if hearing a joke. Do not presume, even if you're at the peak of tribulation, you are no match for me. Even your ancestor, Zhang Tianshi, would treat me as kin. Were it not for his reputation, I would not waste breath on you. I would strike you down directly. Do not boast. Prepare to face my blade. Enraged by the monster's insult to his master, the elder priest lunged forward, sword drawn. A flicker of derision crossed the monster's eyes as it unleashed a crescent-shaped strike towards the elder priest. With a thunderous clash, the sword met the creature's attack, sending both the elder priest and the monster staggering back several paces. The elder priest felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the creature's formidable strength. It could withstand a full-force strike from a tribulation-level practitioner. Fortunately, it was only a mid-transformation demon, or he would truly be in peril. While demon practitioners and Taoist cultivators are of equal rank, the former typically possesses slightly greater power. However, a demon practitioner finds it challenging to confront a significantly stronger Taoist cultivator. The occurrence of such a situation was due to the fact that the weapon wielded by the demon was no ordinary item. It was a renowned celestial artifact known as the Demon Subduing Staff. Had it not been for Lu Yicheng's profound cultivation and the cloud-piercing sword, which was also a top-tier magical treasure, he would have been swiftly dispatched to the otherworld by the demon strike. With a failed attack, the demon felt a pang of anxiety. This old man was surprisingly formidable. Having just endured the divine punishment from the heavenly realm, it would have been difficult to contend with him otherwise. The recent affliction would gradually diminish the demon's strength, and engaging in battle again could lead to an unfortunate turn of events. Not wishing to suffer a loss, the demon opened its gaping maw and, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, retreated into the sand river. Chapter 2. The Green Level Awakening Pill. Seeing the demon flee, Lu Yicheng sighed in relief. Through that brief encounter, he realized that the demon's strength was comparable to his own, if not superior. As the saying goes, one should not chase a desperate foe. Thus, he descended to the ground with his 2 disciples. The old Taoist approached Jiwuyo, supporting him as he retrieved a green pill the size of a soybean from his gourd. This was a green-level awakening pill, evident from its aura that it was of high quality. In the 4 continents, medicinal pills were classified into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with each level further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and top grades. As the pill entered Ji Wuyo's mouth, it dissolved instantly, imparting a sweet taste. His spirit was revitalized, and soon he began to stir. Ji Wuyo, flailing like a drowning person, shouted, "Demon, demon, please do not eat me." The old Taoist infused a thread of true energy into Ji Wuyo's spirit, allowing him to gradually regain consciousness. Once Ji Wuyo realized there was only the old Taoist beside him and no demon in sight, his heart settled. However, the surreal experience felt like a nightmare, and in a fit of nerves he slapped the old Taoist and asked, "Did that hurt?" Lu Yicheng, taken aback by Ji Wuyo's unexpected action, was momentarily caught off guard and received the slap. His expression darkened, but remembering the instruction from his senior, he refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, even 10 GYs could be crushed like ants. The male disciple at Lu Yicheng's side, unable to bear the sight, grasped his sword, ready to strike Ji Wuyo, but hesitated in the presence of his master. Seeing the old Taoist's stern expression, Ji Wuyo felt a surge of joy instead of fear. "Huh, it's not a dream. I've been saved. Thank you, oh no, thank Buddha." The female disciple, Yu Qiu, could no longer contain herself and pouted. "What an ungrateful wretch." "Who's being ungrateful?" Ji Wuyo retorted defiantly. "It's you. You clearly owe your rescue to my master. Yet you thank some deity instead, especially that bald donkey." As she said this, Yu Qiu exaggeratedly covered her mouth, fearful that the old monk might overhear her criticism and that she would not escape unscathed. "Master?" The words struck Ji Wuyo like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, to thrive in this foreign realm, one needs a powerful master. Yu Qiu, noticing Ji Wuyo's dazed expression, mistakenly thought he was remorseful. Little did she realize that Ji Wuyo was simply contemplating. He suddenly bowed deeply and implored, "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I can do everything: laundry, cooking, and massages. I will surely serve you well." Lu Yicheng released his true energy, lifting Ji Wuyo upright. "I merely happened to save you in passing. Your talents are mediocre. You are not suited for cultivation. You should seek a more suitable master." With that, he took his 2 disciples and ascended on the Tai Chi wheel, adding a stern warning: "Do not speak of today's events to anyone. If a single word escapes your lips, I shall know. Do not blame me for skinning you alive and imprisoning your soul in the soul-refining lamp to endure eternal torment." With that, he soared into the sky with his disciples. Above the Qilong mountain range, the Tai Chi wheel glided gracefully, with the old Taoist meditating with closed eyes, while the 2 young disciples, aged around 15 or 16, stood vigilantly beside him, hands resting on their sword hilts. After a short while, the old Taoist opened his eyes and sighed deeply. "I thought I had escaped unscathed, but it seems I have sustained some internal injuries. Disciples, from now on, steer clear of the Sand River. I have made an enemy of that demon, and it will surely seek vengeance on you young ones." The 2 disciples replied in unison, "We shall heed your command, Master." Yu Qiu curiously inquired, "Master, why did you save him? I recall the last time we were here, I asked you to rescue a little girl, and you said that demon was a designated target from the western heavens and must not be harmed." Wang Yantao, the disciple on the left, also looked at their master with curiosity, eager to understand the reasoning behind his actions. Lu Yicheng replied, "Your master's senior, Brother Zhang, informed me that this person is crucial to the revival of our sect and must be protected through this ordeal. Thus, I was dispatched to save him." It was evident that Lu Yicheng was quite indulgent towards his 2 disciples, even divulging such confidential information to them. Yu Qiu pressed on, "Then why did you not agree to accept him as a disciple?" Lu Yicheng stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "I would have liked to take him as my disciple, for he has cultivated for 9 lifetimes, possesses an excellent physique, and has rare potential, one that appears only once in several centuries. However, intervening today was already a considerable risk. The celestial ancestor foresaw the chaos of today's heavenly affairs, which allowed me to act. Otherwise, the Western deity would not have let this matter rest so easily." Wang Yantao expressed concern. "Now that Buddhism holds such power, this matter holds great significance. Are you not worried that the Western deity might truly uncover this? Liu Yicheng gazed ahead with a steely resolve, reminiscent of a valiant hero facing certain death. Even if he discovers it, I shall bear the burden alone. But I doubt he will be able to ascertain it. Alas, if it were not for the loss of a 9 tripod before the great cataclysm, the old one in the western heavens would not be so arrogant, nor would the Jade Emperor dare to seize our sect's elite as hostages. Poor Zhang, had he not lost a soul and a spirit, he would likely have reached the status of a celestial being by now, rather than remain a golden immortal. Yuchio asked, were the 9 tripods? Are they powerful enough to contend with the Western deity? After all, he has already perfected the 3,000 worlds and achieved sainthood. Liu Yicheng stood up and bowed towards the void. The 9 tripods are a set of divine artifacts forged by our 9 sages, each serving a different purpose. Originally, they were the treasures of our sect, but for reasons unknown, they have gone missing. Otherwise, the Buddha would not dare to scheme against our sect. Yuchio was about to inquire further when Liu Yicheng raised a hand to silence her. This matter is of great magnitude. You need not delve further into it. What I have shared should remain between us. If it reaches the ears of our sect leader, I shall not be able to bear the consequences. Hearing this, Yuchio and Wang Yangtao fell silent, understanding that even their master, a venerable elder of the 9 Mysteries sect, had imposed a taboo on the topic. Ji Wuyo gazed at the diminishing figures of the 3, musing to himself why others who traversed realms were so favored with high-ranking masters and abundant treasures. What's so remarkable? I refuse to believe that a mere undergraduate cannot carve out a name for himself here, at the very least achieving the status of a top scholar and indulging in a life of luxury. With this thought, Ji Wuyo felt a weight lift from his shoulders and began surveying his surroundings once more. As he glanced at the inscription by the Sand River, a shiver ran down his spine, and in a state of panic, he followed his memories and fled towards the nearby town. Chapter 3. A journey to the underworld in dreams as Ji Wui stumbled back towards the direction of his home. Dusk was fast approaching by the time he reached a small, desolate hill. Glancing at the sky, he resigned himself to spending the night outdoors. Fortunately, he discovered a dilapidated shrine dedicated to the mountain deity, providing him with a semblance of shelter from the elements. Gathering some dry twigs, he began to boil water sourced from a stream behind the shrine. As he gazed into the flickering flames, an overwhelming sense of loneliness and fear washed over him. How could there be monsters here? He wondered if his family would be heartbroken upon realizing his disappearance. Sighing, he reflected on the absurdity of his situation, transported to this realm without a soul to awaken him, and pondering whether the Diaoyu Islands had fallen into the hands of Japan. The anniversary of the September 18th incident must be upon them as well. Despite his usual resilience, Ji Wui found himself shaken but began to process the events of the day. This was preposterous, utterly incomprehensible. If this truly were a myth teeming with monsters, how would he navigate his future? He recalled that he currently inhabited the 9th incarnation of Tang Sanzang, with the spirit of Ling Chanzi residing within him. Would his soul vanish or be devoured after Tang Sanzang's journey to acquire scriptures, much like how he had absorbed Xuan's essence? The more he pondered, the more his trepidation grew, until a surge of defiance coursed through him. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall not succumb to death. Why should I be the one to sacrifice? I refuse to believe I am incapable of success. I have yet to meet my idol, Monkey King. Resolute, he declared. I cannot perish. I must grow stronger. Lost in thought, Ji Wui fell asleep before the water could boil, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. In a hazy slumber, he dreamt of transforming into a bird, soaring around the Diaoyu Islands. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as if he had been struck by something, causing him to plummet downward. With a startled gasp, he felt the wind rushing into his mouth, choking him, and instinctively shut his eyes. After what felt like an eternity of falling, he opened his eyes to find himself not plunging into the sea, but rather descending into an abyss, surrounded by dark, shadowy walls. By the time he regained consciousness, he had reached the bottom of the pit. Ah, the king of hell calls for you at the stroke of midnight. He mused, realizing that death was indeed imminent. It was then that he discerned his surroundings. Within this bottomless chasm, 2 figures clad in ancient official garb approached him. Do you think you are the messengers of death? Ji Wui, having encountered monsters during the day, felt emboldened and scrutinized the 2 ghostly officials. He stepped forward to inquire about their location, only to feel a chilling sensation around his neck as a bronze chain locked itself in place. One of the officials declared, Xi'an, your time on this earth has come to an end. The king of hell has dispatched us to take you away. Come with us. With a wave of his hand, a long tunnel appeared in the wall of the abyss. As the ghostly official tugged at the bronze chain, Ji Wui found himself floating along, compelled to follow. It turned out that this chain was a ghostly artifact known as the soul-binding chain, specifically designed to restrain the spirits of those whose time had expired. Once bound, the spirit would enter a state of stupor, mindlessly trailing behind the ghostly officials, should they encounter someone with a modicum of spiritual power who retained their wits. The other official possessed a ghostly instrument known as the soul hook, a crucial distinction, as it was not merely an artifact, but a supernatural tool. The treasures of the underworld are categorized into various forms: ghost instruments, ghost spirit instruments, ghost treasures, ghost spirit treasures, ghost supreme treasures, and ghost divine artifacts. The peep bone that ensnares those whose life force has waned clings to them, as if grasping a garment, forcibly shouldered by the ghostly enforcers. Should one encounter a being of even greater power, the king of hell may dispatch the ox head and horse face, or even the duality of the ghostly marshals, to claim souls and spirits. As he traversed the tunnel in a daze, Ji Wuyo gradually regained his senses and began to survey his surroundings. The sky here was shrouded in a dreary gray, with a feeble crimson sun hanging listlessly above. The clouds overhead took on grotesque, ghastly visages, at times weeping, at times contorted in agony, and at times shrieking. Each cloud bore a similar face, yet each expressed a different emotion, the one commonality being the absence of joy. Their features twisted in despair. Ahead, a long line of individuals shuffled forward in silence, their expressions vacant. Upon glancing at the entity guiding him, Ji Wuyo was taken aback. Was that not the legendary Oxhead? Had he truly perished? No, that could not be. He felt alive. Instinctively, he called out, "Brother, you have mistaken your man. I am not dead." "Silence in the realm of the dead," barked another ghostly enforcer. "Guozi Xi'an, if you do not cease your prattle, beware the soul-drawing whip that we shall unleash upon you." The speaker was Ma Mingluo, the golden partner of Oxhead. Despite the warning, Ji Wuyo remained obstinate, insisting, "I am not Guozi Xi'an. I am Ji Wuyo, and I am not dead. I must return. You have apprehended the wrong person." With a flourish akin to magic, Ma Mingluo unleashed the soul-drawing whip upon him. The pain was not limited to his back. A searing ache coursed through his mind, perhaps due to his current state as a mere spirit. He writhed in agony, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. Ma Mingluo contemplated another strike, when suddenly, a speck of dust appeared in Ji Wuyo's mind, gradually expanding, enveloped in golden light, thereby rendering the whip ineffective. It was the Baichao refining cauldron. The cauldron resonated with the sounds of dragon roars, causing Ma Mingluo to leap back in alarm and summon a smaller spirit to notify the black and white impermanence. For this situation surpassed his capacity to manage. Recalling the ruckus caused by Sun Wukong in the underworld over 4 centuries ago, Ma Mingluo grimaced, pondering which deity was now toying with the lesser spirits. It was best to avoid provoking this matter and to preserve his own safety. Cautiously, Oxhead and Horseface observed the cauldron, anxious for the arrival of the impermanence. Should any unforeseen developments arise, they would be ill-prepared. Just as they contemplated dispatching another spirit to report to the impermanence, a gust of chill wind surged, and the black and white impermanence appeared before them. Their arrival shrouded in mystery. White impermanence bellowed, "Who dares to flaunt their powers in this place?" The dragon's roar echoed as a small crimson dragon emerged from the cauldron, swelling in size until it resembled a colossal serpent, only to transform into a young girl clad in a red dress, albeit with a pair of dragon horns adorning her head. Longkue, upon recognizing the black and white impermanence, felt a surge of joy, for she had been sealed within the Baichao refining cauldron for eons, longing for familiar faces. "Sweetly," she exclaimed, "Uncle Xie, it is I, Longkue. You once held me in your arms when I was with my father." Upon closer inspection, the white impermanence was filled with joy, for it was revealed that Longkue was the daughter of the fire god Zhu Rong. Both the black and white impermanence had previously served under the fire god and, naturally, recognized her. Clearing his throat, the black impermanence discreetly intervened to prevent the white impermanence from acknowledging the former princess of the fire god in front of the gathered spirits. The white impermanence, realizing the potential blunder born of his excitement, hastily dismissed the assembly of ghosts, stating, "This case is intricate. I shall personally investigate." With that, he and the black impermanence took Ji Wuyo and Longkue away. The cauldron of herbal alchemy was also absorbed into Ji Wuyo's body by Longkue. Chapter 4. I am Master Yun. Upon arriving at the impermanence mansion, the black and white impermanence began a conversation with Longkue. It was revealed that Longkue was indeed the daughter of the fire god Zhu Rong, who had perished in the conflicts against Gong Gong while assisting her father. Gong Gong, a disciple of the water god Xianming, was an advisor to the northern emperor Zhuangxiu. Following Huangdi Xuanyuan's victory over Qiyu, he was honored as the central heavenly emperor. Xuanyuan's empress, Leizu, bore two sons, one named Xianshao and the other, Chang'e. Upon Xuanyuan's ascension to the divine realm, he bestowed the throne upon Chang'e's son, Zhuangxiu. When Zhuangxiu passed away, the throne was to be inherited by his son, Qiongchan. However, Gao Xi'an, a grandson of Xuanqi, believed Qiongchan to be too young for the position and sought to establish himself as the emperor. This led to a rebellion, vehemently opposed by Gong Gong, the minister of the late Zhuangxiu and a servant to the holy son Qiongchan. Consequently, Gao Xi'an, who would later be known as Emperor Ku, instigated a revolt, deploying the fire god Zhu Rong to defeat the water god Gong Gong at the heavenly pillar, Mount Buzhou. Surrounded and in despair, Gong Gong, witnessing that his adversaries were loyalists of the former Emperor Zhuangxiu, was consumed by rage and met his demise by crashing into Mount Buzhou rather than face capture and humiliation. The tale later morphed into a narrative of contention for the throne between Gong Gong and Zhuangxiu, though it was, in truth, a struggle for supremacy between Gong Gong, Qiongchan, and Emperor Ku. The collapse of Mount Buzhou destabilized heaven and earth, plunging all existence into chaos. The neutral deity Hutunyang, also known as Nuwa, was compelled to intervene. She sacrificed her cherished pet, the ancient Ao turtle, to prop up the heavens and the earth, using its shell to mend the sky with 5-colored stones. Thus, stability was restored, and humanity was saved. As Nuwa had rescued all of humankind, she became revered in later generations as the creator of mankind. Longkue fell into the vast cosmos alongside the crumbling Mount Buzhou, and her physical form was thereby destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered the cauldron of herbal alchemy, buried deep within the mountain, and took refuge within it. Otherwise, her spirit would have surely been scattered by the cosmic winds. Black Impermanence Fan Wujiao and White Impermanence Xie Bian, once commanders under the fire god, had yielded to the Jade Emperor after assisting him in securing the throne. In recent years, they had found little joy, their essences fragmented, relegated to the underworld as minor soul collectors, performing menial tasks while their merits were attributed to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who adorned himself with the accomplishments of the lower echelons. Uncle Fan, Uncle Xie, can Longkue take him away? As their conversation progressed, Longkue broached the subject at hand. The Black and White Impermanence exchanged glances, their expressions laden with difficulty. Black Impermanence replied, "My lady, it is not that we are unwilling to release this individual, but his name is inscribed in the death ledger, and the King of Hell has decreed he must perish at the 3rd watch. We dare not allow him to live beyond the 4th watch. Moreover, this realm now belongs to the Jade Emperor." With that, he fixed his gaze upon the princess, conveying a sense of authority. As if to suggest that she must assess the situation, she was no longer merely a princess, and her whims could not dictate reality, his eyes reflecting a hint of irreverence. Longkue was acutely aware that this was not the time for her to act impulsively, especially since her cultivation fell short compared to the others. Therefore, she decided to appeal to the goodwill of the two uncles, saying, "I implore you, for my father's sake, to grant him a reprieve." Bai Wuchang, ever mindful of past favors, quickly played the diplomat. The princess has mentioned that they hail from the fragmented realms of Huaxia State. This individual is named Gya, not Guizishuan. There must be some intrigue afoot. It seems that fate has ordained it thus. We shall extract the soul and Dao fruit of Ling Chanzi, then find a drowned ghost for Ling Chanzi to inhabit, allowing for a rebirth. Should we face scrutiny, we can simply attribute it to divine will. Surely, King Yin would not pursue us over a mere specter like Guizishuan. At worst, we might face a temporary suspension, after which we could resume our duties in another court. Heian, not wishing to sever the bonds of brotherhood forged over many years, acquiesced with a sigh, saying, "Very well. But princess, once we assist you in this matter, we shall have no further ties." His tone indicated that they were severing any connection with the fire god's gratitude and distancing themselves from the previous dynasty and the princess, clearly delineating boundaries for self-preservation. Longkue expressed her gratitude to Fanzhua, bowing deeply. Her sole intention had been to save Gya. She had never contemplated relying on the likes of the Wuchang brothers. For one must live with pride. How cold! Gya awoke in the dead of night, shivering. The shrine of the mountain god was bathed in moonlight. The wood on the ground extinguished, surrounded by towering mountains that rendered the night particularly damp and frigid. He rubbed his hands together and chafed his shoulders, feeling a slight warmth return. "Damn it, another nightmare," he muttered. Why does it feel so real? Why hasn't Dawn arrived yet? Gya furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he had fallen victim to misfortune. With the mountain god present, he thought, perhaps a prayer could dispel his woes. Gya respectfully knelt and bowed before the mountain deity. Renkyu had indeed spoken the truth. Gya was a rather ungrateful wretch. For it was Long Kuei who had saved him, yet here he was, paying homage to the mountain god. Gazing at the moonlight outside the mountain gate, Gya pondered how to pass the night, wishing for the comfort of an internet CAF. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattled the door. Startled, he quickly concealed himself beneath the offering table of the mountain god, burying his head in his arms, whispering prayers. Amitba, Namo Guanyin, Infinite Life Buddha. May the Supreme Lord bless me. Amen. He recited every incantation he could recall, overwhelmed by fear, even breaking into song with the national anthem. It was remarkable how Gya's memory allowed him to sing through the night until dawn, performing an array of songs without repeating a single one. If Lu Yicheng were aware of Gya's formidable memory and endurance, would he reconsider taking him as a disciple? Fortunately, Gya's physical form was that of a child, so he had not strayed far from his hometown. After 5 days, he finally arrived at his doorstep. Xi'an is truly a fool, Gya scoffed, a wealthy heir who neglects his privileges to become a monk. As he gazed upon the Guo residence, he hesitated to inquire if it was indeed his home, for it exuded an extravagant opulence. The entrance was paved with blue stone slabs, and on either side of the steps stood stone mounts for dismounting from horses. At the entrance, 2 stone-carved drum stones are flanked by majestic lions, one of which cradles a cub. The grand red door is adorned with the images of 2 guardian deities, and above the doorway hangs a horizontal plaque inscribed with the characters Guofu. On either side of the door stand household servants, each grasping a sturdy cudgel, exuding an air of fierce intimidation. Approaching them recklessly would surely invite a severe beating. Ji Wuyo lingered hesitantly before the Guo residence, contemplating whether to inquire within. At that moment, a young maid, dressed in the garb of a youthful maiden, gently tapped Ji Wuyo on the shoulder and said, "Young Master Chuyan?" Turning around, Ji Wuyo was met with the delightful surprise of the maiden's recognition. "It truly is young Master Chuyan. Little Qing has seen you," she exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Guozishuan, known by the courtesy name Chuyun, reflects the ancient custom of addressing individuals by their courtesy names in a show of respect, reserved for those of lower status or close familial ties. Chuyun, emerging clouds, the lofty peak. Could this be the fateful intertwining of Buddhism and Taoism? How wonderful! Young Master Chuyun, you have finally returned. The old matriarch has missed you dearly. With a vegetable basket in her left hand and Ji Wuyo's left hand clasped in her right, she led him down a narrow alleyway. Little Qing was breathtakingly beautiful. Were she on earth, she would surely rank among the top contenders in a national beauty pageant. For a fleeting moment, Ji Wuyo's mind went blank, allowing Little Qing to guide him down the alley without resistance. As they walked, he struggled to recall who she was. But despite his efforts, her identity eluded him. This was no fault of Ji Wuyo, for during Guozishuan's lifetime, he had seldom paid attention to those in his household. After encountering an elderly monk, Guozishuan had devoted himself entirely to the practice of vegetarianism and Buddhist rituals, becoming familiar with very few individuals in his estate. 3 years ago, he had embarked on a solitary journey, leaving only a note stating his intention to travel far and seek enlightenment, declaring that the mundane world would no longer concern him, and expressing a hope to repay his parents' kindness in the future. Chapter 5. A message from Jilung Mountain. Winding through the alley, Little Qing and Ji Wuyo arrived at a dilapidated tile-roofed house. Ji Wuyo weakly inquired, "Is this my home?" His face was a tableau of astonishment and confusion, as his memories, those of Guozishuan, painted a picture of the opulent Guo residence he had just seen. "Indeed, young master, the old matriarch is inside. She has longed for you. Quickly, come in and see her. Her spirits will surely lift upon seeing you. And her illness may even improve," Little Qing urged, suddenly recalling something important. "Since I have arrived, I shall make myself at ease." Ji Wuyo thought as he followed Little Qing inside. The room was simply furnished and sparsely decorated, yet impeccably tidy, revealing the owner's penchant for cleanliness despite residing in such a chaotic alley within a crumbling abode. The sight of a weary middle-aged woman on the bed stirred a wave of nostalgia within Ji Wuyo's heart, causing him profound sorrow. "Mother! Oh, dear mother!" He grasped Guo's matriarch's hand. Upon hearing the voice that had haunted her dreams, Guo Sanyang stirred awake. Though her eyelids felt heavy, she made an effort to open her eyes. "Xianu?" she murmured, touching Ji Wuyo's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Am I not dreaming again?" Seeing her, Ji Wuyo felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, and, joining her in tears, exclaimed, "No, no, it is not a dream. Xi'an has returned and will never leave you again." Embracing her, he buried his head in her arms, weeping profusely. Guosanyang, stricken with illness due to her son's absence, felt a significant alleviation of her affliction now that Ji Wuyo had returned. With a nimble motion, she sat upright, firmly grasping Ji Wuyo's hand, inquiring after his well-being. Observing the joyful exchange between Ji Wuyo and Guosanyang, Xiaoqing took it upon herself to prepare a meal in the kitchen. When noon arrived, she summoned Ji Wuyo and Guosanyang to dine. Although the dishes were simple, Xiaoqing had prepared them with exquisite flavors and aromas. Ji Wuyo, having not tasted such delightful fare in several days, devoured the meal ravenously, prompting Guosanyang to shake her head in sorrow, reflecting on the hardships this child had endured outside. "Xiaoqing, come join us for dinner," Ji Wuyo called out, noticing her standing awkwardly by the door after serving them. "I'm not hungry, sir. You and the lady should eat first," Xiaoqing replied timidly. During Guosanyang's illness, Xiaoqing had tended to her with great care, and she had come to regard her as a daughter, hence inviting her to dine with them. "Thank you, madam." "Thank you, sir," Xiaoqing said as she took a pair of chopsticks and sat beside Guosanyang. "Do not call me sir so formally. It feels distant. I am 16 this year, and you are 15. If you don't mind, you may call me brother from now on." Initially, Ji Wuyo had entertained some improper thoughts about Xiaoqing's beauty, but witnessing her meticulous care for his mother, knowing he could never return to Earth, dissipated those notions, leading him to wish to adopt Xiaoqing as a sister. Staring at her bowl of rice, Xiaoqing remained silent. In truth, she harbored deep affections for Ji Wuyo, Guozixuan. Otherwise, she would not have cared for Guosanyang so attentively when she was cast out of the Guo residence, particularly when Guosanyang had lost everything at that time. Noticing Xiaoqing's silence, Ji Wuyo assumed she was reluctant and asked, "Xiaoqing, do you not wish to?" With a determined bite of her lip, she replied, "I wish to." Upon saying this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, which she valiantly fought to suppress, not wanting Guosanyang or Ji Wuyo to notice. "Stop overthinking. You silly girl. Why would the young master have eyes for you? You are merely a servant, and besides, he has an engaged fiancée, rumored to be a beauty beyond compare. The young master acknowledging you as a sister is already a great honor. You should be content with that." Xiaoqing's thoughts swirled chaotically in turmoil. In contrast to Ji Wuyo's ravenous eating, Xiaoqing exhibited a refined elegance, embodying the grace of a well-bred lady as she delicately nibbled at her food with poise. Although she was but a maid, her admiration for Ji Wuyo since childhood had fueled her pursuit of beauty, mastering various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As they finished their meal, Ji Wuyo quickly noted that Xiaoqing had only consumed vegetarian dishes and, with a kind gesture, offered her a rib with ample meat. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she hastily concealed her emotions, exclaiming, "I'm full, madam, sir. There are many clothes that need washing at the Guo residence, so I must attend to that." With that, she dashed out the door. The most excruciating experiences in life can be encapsulated in three instances. First, yearning for something unattainable. Second, acquiring something only to discover it falls short of one's expectations. And third, realizing the value of what one has lost too late to cherish it. Ji Wuyo remained oblivious to the unusual behavior of Xiaoqing, while Guosanyang noticed but refrained from mentioning it, believing that Ji Wuyo, bound by a betrothal, should not lead the Guo family into disrepute. Under Ji Wuyo's deliberate inquiry, he pieced together fragments of memories. Currently, Ji Wuyo finds himself in the Hanyang County of the Tang Kingdom, ruled by Emperor Li Mintian. As for whether the continent of the Tang Kingdom is known as Dongxing Xinzhou, Ji Wuyo remains unaware, as Guosanyang is also in the dark, only knowing that this land is home to countless nations, each subordinate to a few powerful states. "Xi'an, you must hurry. Young Master Zishi and the celestial elder of the Xingyan sect are conspiring to hire the Chongqing gang to assassinate you." Xiaoqing burst in, drenched in sweat. Is there no law left? In broad daylight, how dare the underworld act so brazenly? Ji Wuyo's memories informed him that here, strength reigns supreme, martial prowess is revered. And as Chairman Mao once said, those who lag behind are destined to suffer. It turns out that Guozishi is the cousin of Guozixuan. Guozixuan's mother, Guosanyang, hails from humble beginnings, which diminishes his status. However, as the only son of Guohuairan, he was expected to inherit the family fortune. Upon Guohuairan's passing, he intended to bequeath his wealth to Guozixuan, but after Guozixuan embarked on a journey to seek enlightenment, Guo Huairan transferred the inheritance to the son of his second brother. Nonetheless, the meticulous Guo Huairan ensured that the peach orchard in the Jilong mountain range was reserved in his will for the possibly returning Guo Zixuan. Initially, Guo Zixi had no desire to contest the desolate land with Guo Zixuan, but his friendship with Yin Tianhang of the Xingyun sect a few months prior altered his perspective, leading him to seize the deed to the Jilong mountain range's peach orchard from Guo Sanyang and expel her from the Guo residence. The orchard's lush growth is attributed to the underlying spirit stone mine, a conclusion drawn by Yin Tianhang based on the terrain. Were it not for the mine, Yin Tianhang would have little interest in engaging with someone from a third-rate family like Guo Zixi. The return of Guo Zixuan poses a significant threat to them. Should he gain control of the mine and ally with other cultivation sects, the Xingyun sect would find itself in dire straits. Consequently, they schemed to finance the Chongqing gang to eliminate Guo Zixuan, an arrangement that Xiaoqing inadvertently overheard upon her return to the estate. Guo Sanyang nearly fainted upon learning this news. Ji Wuyo, aware that the Chongqing gang would soon arrive, hurriedly assisted Guo Sanyang as they fled. Xiaoqing followed closely, handing Ji Wuyo a fragrant pouch, saying, "Chuyun, take this. It may be of use on your journey. My father is still at home, and I cannot accompany you. You must escape to Xiangyi County. There, your fiancé, he can surely aid you." Ji Wuyo expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiaoqing. "Thank you, Xiaoqing. I will not say more. Your kindness will forever reside in my heart. If there is a future, I shall repay both you and Uncle Fan well." Ji Wuyo, dismissing any romantic notions, understood from countless dramas that such sentiments could jeopardize their escape. As Ji Wuyo and Guo Sanyang escaped from Hanyang City, the tumult of voices behind them signaled the approach of pursuers from the Chongqing gang. Realizing the imminent danger, Ji Wuyo, in a moment of panic, veered into the mountain forest outside the city, quickly arriving at a precipice. Gazing into the abyss below, he sighed deeply, lamenting the heavens for their cruelty. With the Chongqing gang closing in, he grasped Guo Sanyang's hand tightly and asked, "Mother, are you afraid?" At that moment, Sanyang felt no fear, understanding her son's intent. She replied, "I fear nothing, for you are by my side." As the crowd drew nearer, Ji Wuyo proclaimed loudly, "By your hands, Ji Wuyo meets his fate today. Should the opportunity arise, I shall avenge the Xingyun sect and the Chongqing gang." With that, he and Guo Sanyang leapt from the cliff. Chapter 6, renamed as Wutian as the sun set, 9 suns painted the horizon in breathtaking hues, igniting half the sky in vibrant flames of red. Some say that the sun's most brilliant moments occur just before it sinks beneath the horizon. What of humanity? Are we not the same? Ji Wuyo lay unconscious for nearly 3 hours, his body half submerged in water, the fragrant blossoms and birdsong of the valley seemingly indifferent to his plight, enveloping him in silence. Awakening groggily, he disregarded his injuries and searched along the riverbank for Guo Sanyang, but she was nowhere to be found, not even a single shoe. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Ji Wuyo cried out to the heavens, "Oh, heaven, your vision is lacking. The virtuous do not live long, while calamities linger for millennia." He recalled how, during his time on earth, he had read analyses suggesting that Tang Sanzang's parents perished upon his ordination. Perhaps this was the Buddha's intent, to allow his beloved disciple to focus solely on cultivation, detached from worldly affairs. In simpler terms, he felt he was cursed with the fate of his parents. Ji Wuyo harbored resentment towards both himself and the Buddha, swearing an oath to the heavens, "From this moment forth, I shall no longer bear the name Ji Wuyo, nor Zixuan, nor shall I carry the surname Guo. I shall be known as Wutian, and one day I will slay the heavens and extinguish the Buddha. Should I fail to fulfill this vow, let me not attain sanctity, and may heaven and earth conspire against me." Understanding that to contend with the heavens and the Buddha required a path of cultivation, he made a grand vow. One of the paths to achieving enlightenment is to vow to eliminate the 3 corpses. Echoing the grand aspiration of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, "Only when all beings are liberated shall I attain Bodhi. Until hell is empty, I vow not to become a Buddha." As the sun rose, painting the sky in radiant crimson, dispelling the remnants of the starry night, a dragon king named Jibu resided beneath the Jibu River. Recently returned from a pilgrimage to the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, he was alarmed to hear someone proclaiming a grand ambition to slay the heavens and extinguish the Buddha on his land. Fearing the consequences should the Jade Emperor and Buddha learn of this, he summoned his treasured thunder pearl and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Ji Wuyo. Sensing imminent danger, the medicinal cauldron at Ji Wuyo's neck illuminated, forming a protective barrier of true energy around him. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Ji Wuyo could fully comprehend the situation, the lightning struck the barrier. With a resounding crash, the protective shield visibly weakened. The Dragon King, astonished that Ji Wuyo could withstand the lightning, unleashed another bolt. This time, Ji Wuyo reacted, inwardly cursing. Is this treacherous heaven truly so precise in striking the wicked? With a deafening roar, the barrier shattered like glass, yet it managed to deflect the second attack. In the cauldron of the 100 herbs, Long Kuei found herself in a state of utter despair. The rare spiritual essence on earth, which she had painstakingly absorbed, had been completely depleted. This time, she could not protect Ji Wuyo. Anxiously, Long Kuei yearned to call Ji Wuyo into the cauldron's space for safety. Yet Ji Wuyo had yet to awaken the soul connection with the artifact, rendering him deaf to her cries. Long Kuei was trapped, unable to escape unless Ji Wuyo fainted and momentarily lost his restraint over her. The Dragon King of Jibulong was enraged. This mere mortal had thwarted his attacks twice. Channeling his true energy, he unleashed a myriad of lightning bolts aimed at Ji Wuyo. As the onslaught descended, Ji Wuyo felt the weight of his insignificance. Thoughts of vanquishing the heavens and obliterating the Buddha seemed laughable. In that brief moment, he nearly lost his resolve, but he steadfastly declared, "Come forth. Even if I am cast into the depths of hell, I shall not yield." To the Buddha, he uttered a curse that might provoke a response. What concern is it of mine? This is merely the Dragon King's own bid for glory. The thunderous cacophony of lightning strikes reverberated around him, yet Ji Wuyo stood resolute, shielded by an unseen protector. This guardian was Hong Tai-long, the only sage untrapped by the tribulations of the divine punishment, who, upon witnessing Ji Wuyo's defiance against the heavens and the Buddha, felt compelled to intervene. The descendants of Gong Gong are becoming increasingly audacious, usurping authority and oppressing mortals. Hong Tai-long quipped as he absorbed the lightning. The Dragon King of Jibulong, sensing Hong Tai-long's formidable presence, contemplated retreating in his dragon form. As he attempted to flee, Hong Tai-long extended his hand, exclaiming, "Humph! A mere insect dares to flaunt its powers before me." Die, oblivious to his own draconic heritage. He conjured a colossal hand from the sky, capturing the fleeing Dragon King as easily as grasping a loach, rendering him unable to escape despite his struggles. "Spare me," Jibulong croaked, his throat constricted and unable to articulate further, only managing to emit desperate sounds. "Please, esteemed senior, spare my life," he implored, realizing that time was running out for him to plead. Hong Tai-long paid him no heed, turning instead to Ji Wuyo and saying, "Young man, you please me greatly. I would like to treat you to some roasted dragon meat. Would you care for a taste?" Ji Wuyo's disdain for the Buddha endeared him to Hong Tai-long, who was a descendant of the ancient nine-clawed red dragon, with his ancestor being the former heavenly emperor's general, Zhu Rong. The tribulations of the divine punishment saw the Buddha employing deceit to assist the Jade Emperor in usurping the heavenly emperor's position, thus elevating Buddhism to supremacy. Hong Tai-long, a remnant of the fallen dynasty, had endured relentless pursuits from the forces of the Western Buddha and the Jade Emperor for countless years, but had evaded them time and again, bolstered by the protection of one of the 9 tripod cauldrons, achieving the status of a sage. "I wish to strip you of your flesh and consume you," Ji Wuyo seethed. "You shall face divine retribution," lamented the Dragon King of Jibulong. In a flash, a white light erupted from the Dragon King's head, teleporting him several miles away. It turned out that recognizing his inevitable defeat, he had self-destructed his cultivation and used the last vestiges of his essence to escape. "Humph! When I decree that you shall remain, you shall remain." With that, a miniature Dragon King materialized in my hand. This was the essence of the Jibulong King, having teleported to escape. Ji Wuyo, with his mortal eyes, could perceive no change, only sensing as if Hong Tai-long had conjured a magic trick, suddenly producing the essence of the Jibulong King. In truth, Hong Tai-long had teleported back and forth, first to seize the Jibulong King and then return. Not even Ji Wuyo, nor those of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, could discern the transformation. This saves me the effort of extracting your essence, while I chewed on the essence of the Jibulong King. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo, in terror, pleaded, "Senior, spare my life. I have elders above and children below waiting for my return. Please do not consume me." Ji Wuyo regarded Hong Tai-long as a man-eating monster. "Consume you? What do you take me for? A mere mortal body holds no allure. It lacks spiritual enhancement and carries a fishy odor. However, this dragon meat has been a long-neglected delicacy. Would you care to join me?" Hong Tai-long gestured towards the 100 Zhonglong corpse of the Jibulong King on the ground. "Oh, dragon meat. In my past life, it would have been regarded as a rare national treasure, or rather, an international protected species. Consuming it would surely be immensely nourishing." Ji Wuyo hesitantly expressed his desire to partake, uncertain if Hong Tailong truly intended to share. Chapter 7. The reversal of the heavenly sun through catastrophe. The demise of the Jibulong king was indeed tragic, his essence devoured by Hong Tailong for sustenance, while his corporeal form was roasted for consumption. Hong Tailong employed magic to shrink the Dragon King down to the size of a cobra, skewering it upon a sword and placing it over the fire. As the aroma of the roasting dragon meat wafted through the air, Ji Wuyo's mouth watered uncontrollably. Engaging in conversation while grilling the dragon meat, Ji Wuyo recognized Hong Tailong as an affable dragon, his assessment of the being. Countless celestial beings who had suffered losses at the hands of Hong Tailong would surely question Ji Wuyo's judgment, wondering which of his eyes perceived Hong Tailong as approachable. At last, the dragon meat was ready. Hong Tailong tore off a piece the size of a fingertip and handed it to Ji Wuyo. How stingy, he thought. Though he accepted it joyfully, for this was dragon meat, a delicacy unattainable in his previous life. Wow, I am eating dragon meat. If only I could return and brag about this to my dorm mates. The taste was exquisite, the aroma lingering, but the minuscule portion left him wanting more. Senior, I wish to have more, Ji Wuyo implored. Hong Tailong extended the sword, presenting it as an invitation to tear off more for himself. Elated, Ji Wuyo seized a section of the dragon's body and devoured it with fervor, soon finishing it entirely. Humph, you foolish creature. Consuming so much dragon meat is beyond what your mortal body can withstand, Hong Tailong scoffed. Such ingratitude. Dragon meat is inherently nourishing. Yet you dare to consume so much of the concentrated essence. If you perish, it serves you right. Suddenly, Ji Wuyo felt as though a furnace had been ignited within him, flames roaring hotter by the moment. In an instant, his garments were engulfed, steam rising from his head. The energy within him surged forth uncontrollably, muscles tensed, veins protruding, his bare body glowing a crimson hue. Gritting his teeth, Ji Wuyo could no longer endure the heat, and he howled towards the heavens. Humph. If one cannot endure such minor suffering, how can they aspire to vanquish the heavens and extinguish the Buddhas, ultimately leading to their own demise? Upon hearing Hong Tailong's scornful remarks, Ji Wuyo settled down into a meditative posture, gritting his teeth to suppress any sound. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his eyes weeping crimson, yet he resolutely reminded himself to endure. Vengeance remained unfulfilled, and he could not succumb to death. A quarter of an hour felt as protracted as a lifetime, as Ji Wuyo's vision began to blur and the brilliance in his eyes dimmed. Just as his veins threatened to burst, Hong Tailong made his move. Hong Tailong pressed his hand upon Ji Wuyo's crown, channeling his vital energy into him. Once inside, the energy acted as a refrigerant, rapidly lowering the temperature of Ji Wuyo's internal energies, guiding them to break through the extraordinary meridians and the governor and conception vessels. Flowing back to the Dantian, the energy within Ji Wuyo's Dantian swirled like a tempest, converging from all directions to the eye of the storm. Ji Wuyo distinctly sensed the energy summoned by Hong Tailong accumulating in ever greater quantities, first condensing into a liquid, then into a porridge-like substance, and finally, with a resounding explosion, solidifying into a Dan. Is this what they call the Dan formation stage? Ji Wuyo was elated. Heaven, noticing the successful formation of a Dan, manifested extraordinary phenomena. Celestial music wafted through the air, and floral petals rained down. As Hong Tailong gradually calmed the energy within Ji Wuyo, he intended to withdraw his hand, only to feel an unexpected pull, causing a significant loss of his own vital energy. You wretched rodent, how dare you? Hong Tailong seethed with rage, yanking his hand back. Though it was but a fleeting moment, hundreds of years of his cultivation had dissipated. Unaware of the reason behind Hong Tailong's fury, Ji Wuyo was struck with terror, fearing the capricious Hong Tailong might take his life. Ah, it matters not. Just a few hundred years of cultivation. Who could have foreseen this? You are indeed the son of destiny. With the emergence of the son of destiny, could it be that you, Tathagata, are on the verge of transcending the realm of saints, even going so far as to cultivate your disciple through the son of destiny? Hong Tailong mused inwardly. Turning to Ji Wuyo, Hong Tailong stated, this place is no longer safe. The Tathagata will soon send someone to investigate. With that, he vanished in an instant. Ji Wuyo gazed at the suddenly vanished Hong Tailong, filled with envy, longing for the day when he too might possess such powers. In a moment, Ji Wuyo was overcome with desolation, uncertain of where to go next. Guosanyang was gone, and he had no idea where Xiangyi County lay. Looking up at the sky, Ji Wuyo sighed. He had lost his home, and wandering anywhere felt futile. Perhaps it was best to adapt to whatever fate brought. When one reaches a point where nothing can be relied upon, they often find their strength. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Wuyo's spirit grew resilient. And as he gazed at the setting sun, he strode purposefully out of the valley. As the last rays of sunlight faded on the distant horizon, Ji Wuyo emerged from the valley's mouth. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he noted that this environment bore no resemblance to the dilapidated earth. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the stars twinkled playfully like mischievous children, encircling the lovely moon as if begging for tales. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, Wu Tian, Ji Wuyo, relinquished all unpleasant memories to the past. Yesterday's sorrow was a tattered garment. Today's disdain for the purple python was but a fleeting thought. Amidst the chaos, one rises while another falls, ultimately realizing that one has woven garments for another. Before the arrival of the individual, their voice could be heard. In the void appeared a stout monk accompanied by a slender Taoist priest, the very words being sung by the latter. They traversed the ethereal expanse, covering several miles in the blink of an eye, as if the distance had been compressed. "Oh, my dear friend Huiji, it is indeed you," the Taoist exclaimed with laughter. "Namo Amitba, may I inquire where this esteemed disciple has been cultivating?" The monk Huiji, aware that monks in the mortal realm generally held a lower status than he, referred to Wu Tian as his junior. "I have not received the precepts. And having found the worldly delicacies and charming beauties far more alluring, I have long returned to secular life," Wu Tian remarked, playfully chastising the monk Huiji. The slender Taoist, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and chuckled. "Why not come to Qingyin Temple? There, one may indulge in food without restraint, far more liberating than being a monk." Namo Amitba. Huiji, unable to rebut the slender Taoist, simply recited the Buddha's name. "Pray tell, did you just emerge from the valley?" The slender Taoist, sensing Huiji's disinterest in banter, turned to Wu Tian and asked. "You're the one who's a dead pig," Wu Tian thought to himself, yet did not dare to oppose the celestial being, replying, "Indeed, may I ask the name of this venerable immortal and the purpose of your inquiry?" "I am called Zhen Shirin, a humble Taoist who observes precepts, currently cultivating at Qingyin Temple on Qingyin Peak. My master and your master share a deep friendship, and as our paths align, I have come to accompany him on this journey. Might you be aware of any occurrences in this valley?" The slender Taoist introduced himself. "How dare they take advantage of me, calling me a dead pig? Humph, I find you quite bothersome," Wu Tian thought, rolling his eyes and responding honestly. "I recently witnessed a most unsightly individual slay a foolish dragon." "What manner of person was this?" Huiji interjected. The individual had a face as green as a frog, eyes large as bells, with two protrusions atop their head, and long, slender hands that swiftly grasped the foolish dragon, crushing it as one would a loach, Wu Tian described. Gesturing to the rudimentary dragon armor, dragon scale shorts, and dragon sinew belt he wore. Chapter 8. The feasting brings turmoil. The precept-keeping Taoist displayed evident trepidation, saying, "Huiji, we are certainly no match for that individual. With a mere flick of a finger, they could extinguish a dragon. Such power even surpasses that of our masters. We should return and report this truthfully to your master." Huiji nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Observing the two steadfast friends in dismay, Ji Wuyo felt a secret delight. "Little benefactor, this is a storage bag I once used, filled with garments from my secular days. Please wear the clothing within and refrain from donning that dragon armor. The armor is not an ordinary item. It is a primary material for forging exquisite magical treasures. Wealth should not be flaunted, lest it attract the attention of powerful beings. Putting your life in jeopardy," Huiji instructed, handing Wu Tian a cloth bag. Wu Tian accepted the storage bag, following Huiji's guidance to drop blood onto it, and, upon concentrating, discovered it was indeed spacious, with two chests piled in one corner, containing garments. Wu Tian reveled in his newfound attire, but when he sought to express his gratitude to Huiji, he realized that both Huiji and the precept-keeping Taoist had already departed. As Wu Tian donned the clothing and traversed mountains and valleys, he arrived at Yongxing Town in the Great Ming Kingdom by midday. "Strike me fiercely. How dare you come to my grandfather Li's house for a free meal? You're clearly fed up with life." A few ruffians began to pummel an old man, kicking him onto the street. With a furrowed brow, Wu Tian stepped forward and admonished. What crime has he committed to deserve such treatment? The man who claimed to be Li approached and said, "Mind your own business. Boy, this does not concern you. He has been deceitfully feasting at my Xiangmenlu, and today, I shall not let him escape unscathed." Observing the old man being struck, Wu Tian felt a pang of compassion and asked, "How much has he consumed at your establishment?" 20 taels of silver. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and replied, "I will pay for him. Just cease the violence." With that, Xiaoqing handed him a pouch containing 23 taels. After settling the payment, the self-proclaimedly signaled for his lackeys to retreat. Wu Tian hurried to assist the elderly man. Are you all right, old sir? I'm fine, honestly. A good beating would suffice without needing to pay, the old man replied, seizing Wu Tian's hand for a moment of inspection. By the heavens, you are quite formidable. How can an old man such as I justify living off the generosity of others? Noticing Wu Tian's disbelief, the old man magically produced a purse containing over 100 taels of silver. Wu Tian was astonished to discover that the old man possessed a storage pouch, seemingly wealthier than himself. What a surprise! Fortunately, the old man returned 20 taels to Wu Tian. Otherwise, Wu Tian would have been thoroughly vexed. In their conversation, Wu Tian learned that the old man's name was Zhou Batu, who suffered from a severe case of intermittent masochism. It turned out that Zhou was a wandering cultivator who had come to Yongxing town, having heard that the Jiushuan sect was recruiting disciples. With no particular destination in mind, Wu Tian also wished to learn the ways of cultivation, as he felt that his considerable strength was of little practical use at his current stage of development. Thus, the two decided to travel together. Upon arriving at the Jiushuan sect's registration area, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, standing in a lengthy queue. The entrance examination was overseen by Elder Lu Yigui of the Martial Hall. Each applicant was required to pay 30 taels of silver for the test. Lacking sufficient funds, Wu Tian borrowed 8 taels from Zhou, reserving 1 for future meals. The crowd was divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of those aged 7 to 16, which included Wu Tian. The second group comprised older applicants like Zhou, and the final group was made up of the wealthy sons and daughters from affluent families. The test itself was straightforward. Participants merely needed to place their hands on a testing stone to make it glow. However, due to the sheer number of applicants, it took nearly 2 hours to complete, and out of several thousand participants, only around 300 passed. Upon being selected, Wu Tian was overjoyed and eagerly proclaimed to everyone he met, "We are now brothers in the same sect. Please guide me in the future." However, his exuberance was met with some disdain. When he spoke to a young nobleman, the latter retorted dismissively, "Who are you to call me brother? This is merely the entry phase. I am already designated as an inner disciple under Elder Ning of the Dan Hall, belonging to the Yang generation. Many here will be assigned as outer disciples of the Fu generation, and even those accepted as inner disciples will be of the 13th generation. So you shall have to address me as your senior uncle when we meet." This young man was Tang Xiaoming, a member of one of the 3 prominent families in Yongxing town, the Tang family. Originally, this test was merely a preliminary examination. Those who passed were permitted to become outer disciples, gaining access to cultivation elixirs and manuals. However, the majority of their time would be spent on menial tasks, leaving little opportunity for actual cultivation. Nevertheless, affluent families sought ways to infiltrate this realm, for in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, only those with strength within their lineage can thrive unceasingly. The re-examination is scheduled for tomorrow, which will also involve the testing stone. This stone is significantly more expensive, rumored to be worth over 10,000 spirit stones. It possesses the ability to accurately assess the quality of the test taker's spiritual roots and cultivation level. The preliminary test merely determines the existence of spiritual roots, while the re-examination necessitates immense energy support and consumes a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, the sect requires fresh blood for its development, and this expenditure is manageable for them. It is said that spiritual roots are classified into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Should one emit a red light upon testing, it indicates a red grade, signifying extremely poor quality. The violet grade, conversely, is the most esteemed, with such prodigies only encountered by top-tier sections. Wu Tian, disheartened by the disparagement from Tang Xiaoming, lost the inclination to greet others. He approached Zhou Batu, waiting silently for the sect's notification. Elder Lu Yigui from the Martial Hall addressed the 300 individuals. "Congratulations on passing the entrance test. The re-examination will be held at the Jiushuan sect tomorrow. If anyone has personal matters to attend to, please resolve them today. We shall gather here tomorrow to proceed to the Jiushuan sect." With that, he disbanded the group. With merely a couple of silver coins to his name and nowhere to go, Wu Tian followed Zhou Bada aimlessly to pass the time. During dinner, Zhou Bada brought Wu Tian to Xiangman Lu, the finest tavern in town. The doorman remarked, "Zhou Badu, are you here to eat for free again?" It appeared that Zhou Badu had been blacklisted from this establishment. Waving his coin pouch, Zhou Bada declared, "I have plenty of money. Bring forth the dishes. Whatever delicacies you have." He insisted on paying up front before dining. The attendant, unwilling to relent, reminded him of a previous incident where Zhou Badu had dined without settling the bill, nearly costing him his wages for the month. Why do they pay before eating? Zhou Badu pointed to the surrounding patrons. Because they are esteemed guests, and you are merely this. The attendant gestured dismissively. Wu Tian, feeling the pangs of hunger, urged. Just give it to him. It matters not whether it's served early or late. Coming from Earth, he found such matters trivial. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught his attention. It was none other than Tang Xiaoming and his entourage, evidently hosting a banquet. The words came from one of Tang Xiaoming's sycophants. Tang Xiaoming fanned himself and scoffed. Is it merely a few dozen silver coins? You bicker as if you were destitute. To share the same sect as you is a disgrace to me. Attendant, I shall cover their meals. The attendant bowed deeply, showing excessive subservience. Wu Tian had initially intended to forego the meal, but unable to resist Zhou Batu's persuasion. He sat down to eat. In Zhou Batu's words, if there's free food, one should partake. Why not enjoy it when someone is willing to be the fool? Wealth dictates authority, and soon the dishes arrived. After several rounds of wine, Tang Xiaoming's sycophant, Li Tianyi, approached with a drink, saying, Tang Xiaoming invites you to dine. You ought to offer him a toast. This is a form of self-torture, as the food served is tasteless. When confronted by those eager to provoke, Wu Tian's anger ignites. To hell with you. He splashes his drink onto Li Tianyi, drenching him. In Chapter 9, the severed pulse becomes waste. Li Tianyi did not anticipate that despite being outnumbered, Wu Tian would dare to act. Soaked in liquor, he attempted to retaliate, but Wu Tian was swifter, kicking him to the ground. Who is Wu Tian? Though lacking the skills of the core formation stage, he possesses the strength of that level, rendering Li Tianyi unable to rise. Even a dog respects its master. Witnessing Wu Tian topple Li Tianyi, Tang Xiaoming's expression darkened, and he growled, Everyone, attack. Disable that brat. I will bear the consequences. At Tang Xiaoming's command, many who sought to impress him rushed to confront Wu Tian, hoping to gain favor when Tang Xiaoming became a registered disciple of the medicine hall elder. Ningyidu. Such people, always eager to ingratiate themselves, are never in short supply. Wu Tian is not inherently impulsive. His temperament and intellect are still influenced by the remnants of his predecessor's thoughts. And the recent blows he has endured have left him like a balloon ready to burst under pressure, with Li Tianyi serving as the final straw. Tang Xiaoming is at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Zhang Kai and Li Jie are at the early stage, with the remaining 10 being at the refinement or spirit movement stages. Li Tianyi is at the late stage of spirit movement. Had it not been for Wu Tian's ambush, it would have been impossible to defeat him with a single kick. Although Wu Tian, at the early stage of core formation, possesses the potential to contend against such a number, he lacks the knowledge of techniques and the ability to harness spiritual energy, relying solely on his formidable physique to confront Tang Xiaoming. Zhou Batu, witnessing Wu Tian being besieged, brandished a bench and charged in, but others had anticipated his assistance and positioned 2 late-stage spirit movement fighters to intercept him. Zhou Badu had just succeeded in foundation establishment and was unfamiliar with his techniques, barely managing to hold off the 2 late-stage fighters. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and his adversaries, unaware that Wu Tian's greatest strength lies in close combat, endured considerable punishment. Had he not carried the high-grade healing elixir, blood spirit pill, they would have long succumbed to Wu Tian's might. Wu Tian's powerful physique, combined with his knowledge of Jeet Kune Do learned on Earth, soon granted him the upper hand. Such violence is truly detestable. Sister Lung, who do you think will win? Asked a young girl, likely between 11 and 13, observing the commotion from above. Beside her stood a stunning beauty, around 18, clad in a vibrant green dress, with fingers as delicate as spring onions and lips as red as cherries. Her figure tall and graceful like a willow. Truly, she embodies the poetic line, rich in expression and profound in essence, graceful and genuine, with skin as fine as silk and flesh evenly balanced. This beauty is Lung Yingying, the eldest daughter of the Lung family, one of the 3 prominent families in Yongxing Town. Shaking her head, she remarked, if Wu Tian can only rely on these skills, he is destined to fail. Lung Yingying perceives the situation clearly. Although Wu Tian initially gained the upper hand, Tang Xiaoming and his companions are not fools. Upon recognizing Wu Tian's prowess in close combat, they hastily retreated from the tavern. Tang Xiaoming exclaimed, Wu Tian, if you have the guts, come out and fight. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, and reason had been cast aside. Wu Tian, upon hearing Tang Xiaoming's taunts, arrogantly replied, what is there to fear? As Tang and his companions unleashed their true fury, they brandished their magical artifacts, summoning them to soar into the air, employing techniques such as Wind Blade, Fire Spirit, and Earth Spirit to assault Wu Tian. How shameless, they thought. They hovered in the sky, while I remain grounded. They can strike me, yet I cannot retaliate. Despite Wu Tian's frustration, he found himself at a disadvantage. Re-entering the tavern after exiting was akin to an impossible feat. As the wind blade and fire spirit techniques approached, Wu Tian instinctively channeled his internal energy, manifesting a protective energy barrier around him with a thunderous boom. Witnessing the aura of combat emanating like armor, the onlookers were astonished. Wu Tian, merely 16, exhibited cultivation prowess at the core formation stage. Tang Xiaoming's jealousy ignited further. He had always been hailed as a prodigy within his family, ranking second among the young talents of Yongxing Town, surpassed only by the relentless cultivator Yu Feichen. Having recently expended numerous rare herbs to advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had garnered attention from the elders of the Jiushuan sect, earning a spot as a named disciple, a source of immense pride for him. Yet today, this impoverished boy, Wu Tian, dared to eclipse him. Consumed by envy, Tang Xiaoming bellowed, "Focus your efforts, everyone. Let us together incapacitate him. The spirit-enhancing pills we expend today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." The spirit-enhancing pill, a crimson-grade elixir, was utilized by cultivators below the core formation stage to replenish their combat energy. In the mundane world, one such pill was worth 10 taels of gold, while in the realm of cultivation, it equated to a low-grade spirit stone. The exchange rate favored gold in bulk purchases, but spirit stones were often scarce. With Tang Xiaoming's command, the group intensified their assault on Wu Tian. Lacking martial skills and without elixirs to restore his combat energy, Wu Tian's barrier gradually waned under the relentless barrage. Much like a tank in a game, he was slowly worn down until the barrier ultimately crumbled into dust. With a resounding crash, the wind blade technique felled Wu Tian, leaving him gravely injured. Tang Xiaoming, placing his foot upon Wu Tian, grinned maliciously and remarked, "You certainly can fight, but you still fall into my grasp." Humiliated beneath another's foot, Wu Tian seethed, "If you have the guts, engage me in a fair duel. What skill is there in overwhelming me with numbers? I possess wealth and followers." Tang Xiaoming arrogantly retorted, "What will you do against a group?" With a glint of cold determination in his eagle-like eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, declaring, "This is the fate of those who oppose me." Wu Tian's anguished cries echoed throughout Yongxing Town as Tang Xiaoming severed his Ren and Du meridians. The human body is governed by 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 primary channels, with the Ren and Du meridians playing pivotal roles. The Ren meridian governs the Yin channels, while the Du meridian oversees the Yang channels. The Ren and Du meridians are initially open upon a person's birth, gradually closing as one matures. Practitioners of the mystical arts endeavor to reopen and expand these vital pathways. During their cultivation, inhaling vital energy allows it to flow through the Ren meridian into the mind, enhancing spiritual awareness, while exhaling channels energy through the Du meridian into the Dantian, accumulating power and fortifying the physique. The seamless connection of these 2 meridians constitutes the cycle of Ren and Du, marking the true commencement of a practitioner's journey into the realm of cultivation. The Ren and Du meridians are essential for the flow of vital energy. Thus, when Tang Xiaoming severed Wu Tian's meridians, it effectively crippled his cultivation. Wu Tian let out a cry of anguish, acutely aware of the loss of support from his Ren and Du meridians, as the nascent golden elixir within him began to fade. With a triumphant laugh, Tang Xiaoming cast Wu Tian aside and departed, leaving Wu Tian motionless, tears streaming silently down his face. A man may shed tears, but only when sorrow truly strikes. With his entire cultivation obliterated and his meridians severed, the path to recovery would be more arduous than ascending to the heavens. How could he possibly avenge himself? The thought plunged Wu Tian into profound despair. Chapter 10. Not abandon. The rupture of the Ren and Du meridians can only be remedied by a rare, high-grade cleansing elixir. The cleansing elixir, classified as a yellow-grade potion, possesses the power to fundamentally transform one's physique, repair damaged meridians, and enhance various physical capabilities. To restore Wu Tian, only a supreme cleansing elixir would suffice. Low-grade cleansing elixirs are commonly available in various sects for external disciples, primarily serving to strengthen their bodies for menial tasks. Medium-grade elixirs are rare, reserved for inner disciples, aimed at altering their constitutions and boosting their spiritual roots to accelerate their cultivation speed. High-grade elixirs are produced sparingly, perhaps a dozen each year, designated for the disciples of the sect leaders and elders, primarily to mend the injuries sustained during prolonged cultivation. Supreme cleansing elixirs are exceedingly rare. It may take Elder Ningyi Du of the Jiuxian sect decades to produce, but a single vial. For one like Wu Tian, who has yet to officially enter the fold, acquiring such a precious elixir is as improbable as snow in June. Zhou Badu helped Wu Tian rise, and together they departed in solitude, leaving behind spectators to ponder and comment. Once a prodigy, Wu Tian's impulsive actions had led to his fleeting downfall. Cold and resolute, Ying clenched her fists, her resolve to grow stronger solidifying as she watched Wu Tian leave. She silently vowed that strength dictates all. Only with formidable power could she alter her family's decisions and avoid being wed to the third son of the Tang family. She refused to be treated as an object, subject to the whims of others. The following day, everyone arrived early at the registration site from the previous day. Wu Tian and Zhou Badu joined the throng, many whispering behind Wu Tian's back, casting glances filled with intrigue and speculation. A youth with a prominent front tooth spoke with great enthusiasm, reveling in the attention garnered from his gossip. It is said that the third young master of the Tang family wielded his fingers like a sword, deftly striking at the meridians of that boy, Wu Tian. With a mere flick, he disrupted Wu Tian's run and do meridians. Then, flipping Wu Tian over, he struck once more, severing his governing vessel. One of Wu Tian's companions, feeling overshadowed by the captivating tale, interjected with displeasure, "Zhao Dia, do refrain from fabricating tales if you have not witnessed them firsthand. The matter of Tang since severing Wu Tian's meridians is far simpler. He merely grasped Wu Tian's wrist and, with a surge of energy, broke his meridians." Zhao Dia, feeling exposed by Zhao Daxin's remark, retorted angrily, "Zhao Daxin, do not think that our shared village ties make me hesitant to confront you. Just wait, I shall have you weeping your way home. When will that be?" Zhao Daxin countered. "Why not demonstrate our skills here?" Zhao Dia, glancing disdainfully at the stronger Zhao Daxin, declared, "A gentleman does not stoop to quarrel with a rogue." Laughter erupted among the crowd, who had found ample material for conversation, in stark contrast to the quieter presence of Wu Tian and Zhou Batu, who remained isolated, shunned by their peers. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoming, clad in his customary white silk robe, basked in the attention and chatter of the onlookers, elegantly fanning himself, embodying the image of a dashing young master, drawing countless infatuated admirers. Ignoring the sycophantic glances from the crowd, he approached Lung Yingying, inquiring, "Yingying, how are your preparations coming along?" Lung Yingying replied coolly, "All is prepared, thank you for your concern," before turning away to seek out a girl from the Yu family. Observing Tang Xiaoming's embarrassment, Wu Tian and Zhou Batu exchanged hearty laughter. Tang Xiaoming, stung by rejection and incensed by Wu Tian's amusement, dared not unleash his wrath in the territory of the Jiushuan sect. As he passed Wu Tian, he muttered softly, "How was yesterday's experience? Shall I break your tendons and ligaments anew?" Wu Tian, infuriated, felt an impulse to retaliate, but was firmly restrained by Zhou Batu. At that moment, Elder Lu Igua, responsible for recruiting new disciples, arrived. The crowd promptly organized themselves respectfully. "Is everyone assembled?" Lu Igua inquired with commanding authority. Reporting to Master Uncle, all are present. However, one individual suffered an unfortunate incident yesterday, resulting in the loss of their cultivation. "Shall we still accept this person?" asked the attendant in charge of roll call. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Wu Tian's heart tightened with apprehension, fearing that Lu Igua would dismiss him. His yearning to join the Jiushuan sect had intensified. Only within its embrace could he hope to restore his run and do meridians. Yes, since he has already passed the first round of assessment. He is a disciple of the Jiushuan sect. In life, he is of the sect, and in death, he shall be its spirit, Lu Igua proclaimed, recognizing the opportunity to promote the sect and win hearts. Additionally, he understood that the attendant had accepted money from Tang Xiaoming. To avoid such corruption and ensure fresh blood for the sect, even a cripple like Wu Tian must be accepted, especially since the outer disciples do not require high levels of cultivation for menial tasks. Wu Tian felt deeply moved, vowing in his heart that the sect would be his home, and he would defend its honor to his last breath. Lu Igua, observing Wu Tian, lamented inwardly, "What a young talent, wasted thus." Before casting a cold glance at Tang Xiaoming and continuing, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, we shall now proceed to Linen County." Lu Igua, after speaking, extended his hand and tapped on his storage pouch, causing a radiant light to emerge as three exquisite magical artifacts materialized before him. These artifacts were peculiarly fashioned as miniature vessels, each no larger than a clenched fist. Lu Igua intoned an incantation before bellowing, "Set sail, set sail, set sail." With his commanding voice, the tiny boats unfurled their sails, expanding to a length of 3 zhang. None present had ever witnessed such a miraculous artifact, and a buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd. Those from the 3 prominent families, including Tang Xiaoming, had seen such wonders before, and had Lu Igua not been present, Tang Xiaoming would have eagerly showcased his own extensive knowledge. Noticing the curiosity of the onlookers, Louis Gouet smiled gently and explained, "This is a mid-grade flying artifact known as the winged boat, capable of speeds rivaling those of nascent soul practitioners. It is crafted entirely from purple nether iron, which can withstand assaults from early-stage out-of-body practitioners." The crowd gasped in awe at the impressive defense and swiftness of the vessel. If one were to possess such a boat, navigating the realms of cultivation would be effortless, impervious to the attacks of out-of-body experts. Truly an indispensable tool for both home and travel. Wu Tian mused inwardly. The crowd erupted into discussions filled with admiration. Louis Gouet seemed to anticipate their thoughts and continued. "However, these flying vessels are quite rare, valued at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing the price, some individuals looked despondent, as if they had lost a precious defensive treasure. Others lamented the financial limitations of their families, wishing they could persuade their elders to procure one. While some silently vowed to achieve greatness, aspiring to own one for themselves, with their followers commanding a fleet behind them. Wu Tian belonged to this latter category, and curiously inquired, "Elder, how many winged boats does our sect possess?" The young Taoist attendant felt a sense of amusement, realizing that this question might provoke Elder Lu's ire, thus relieving him of the burden of dealing with Tang Xiaoming. "Wu Tian, are you a fool or merely inexperienced?" he thought. Such an inquiry is bound to irritate the elder. Given that 10 gold coins equate to 1 low-grade spirit stone, 1 mid-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone corresponds to 100 mid-grade spirit stones, the value of a single winged boat amounts to an astonishing 1 billion taels of gold. Although the Nine Xi'an sect is one of the 6 major cultivation sects of the Great Ming Kingdom, it does not possess the vast resources of the legendary top-tier sects. Where every direct disciple is afforded a winged boat, it is likely they own only a handful. Indeed, Louis Gouet hesitated before responding. "Well, our sect possesses 5 winged boats. 2 remain within the sect, while 3 have been dispatched to retrieve disciples from various regions." Upon observing Louis Gouet's sudden change in demeanor, Wu Tian realized he had asked an imprudent question and hurriedly complied with the directives of the 9 Xi'an disciples to board the winged boat. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous tasks of the 9 Xi'an sect. Fortunately, the lad did not inquire about the purpose of the other 2 boats retained within the sect, for Louis Gouet would have been at a loss for an explanation. One is in the hands of the sect leader, while the other is damaged and awaiting repairs. Louis Gouet silently wiped the sweat from his brow as he watched Wu Tian dash into the winged boat, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. The group was divided into 3 batches as they boarded the flying artifact. Inside the winged boat, spatial arrays ensured that even with 100 individuals aboard, there was no sense of overcrowding. Everyone gathered at the front, eager to observe how Louis Gouet would navigate the vessel. Louis Gouet retrieved 5 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. Indeed, these mid-grade spirit stones radiated energy, instantly filling the entire cabin with spiritual essence. The essence of spirituality is colorless and tasteless, yet those aboard the vessel can keenly perceive its invigorating qualities, which imbue a sense of comfort and strength. Some individuals even discreetly harness the spiritual energy that permeates the atmosphere. Louis Gouet adeptly placed several spirit stones into the recess at the bow of the ship, performing a hand gesture and incantation. The sound resonated like an aircraft on Earth, and with a whoosh, the winged vessel ascended. 5 mid-grade spirit stones, valued at 5,000 taels of gold, were thus expended, a testament to the grandeur of the esteemed sect. The members felt a swell of pride for being part of such a prestigious organization, momentarily forgetting their earlier disdain upon hearing that the sect possessed only 5 winged vessels. Louis Gouet felt a pang of regret. 3 vessels would consume a staggering 15,000 taels of gold. How much could be saved if they were to travel by horse? However, witnessing the adoration on everyone's faces, Louis Gouet felt it was worth the expense. The speed of the winged vessel indeed rivaled that of cultivators in the Yuanying stage, reaching Linan County in less than an hour. The distance from Yongxing Town to Linan County spanned 2 major counties, comparable in size to Tibet within the Great Ming Kingdom. The Jiuxian sect is situated atop Tianzhu Peak in the minor Tianzhu mountain range of the Misty Forest Mountains. Surrounding Tianzhu Peak are 72 smaller summits, all under the jurisdiction of the Jiuxian sect. The length of the Misty Forest Mountains remains unmeasured, yet within Linan County alone, there are 6 major tributaries rich in spiritual energy, drawing numerous powerful sects into fierce competition. After countless years of conflict, only 6 major sects emerged victorious: the Xiaoyao sect, Blood Shadow Gate, Qingyun Temple, Jiuxian sect, Xuanqi sect, and the Colorful Gate. As the winged vessel soared over Linan City, Throngs of onlookers gazed in admiration. Observing the envy in the crowd below, the passengers felt an overwhelming sense of pride, standing tall and gazing ahead. Finally, the vessel arrived at Tianzhu Peak. Ning Yishi, the sect leader of the Jiuxian sect, had arrived early along with several elders to await their arrival. Welcome to the Jiuxian sect. Ning Yishi greeted the descending crowd with a benevolent smile. The gathering did not pay close attention to his words, instead curiously surveying their surroundings. Indeed, it was a grand sect. Tianzhu Peak is said to soar thousands of meters high, and the sheer magnitude of the mountaintop, capable of accommodating a grand hall and numerous living quarters, was evident. The air was fragrant with flowers and melodious with birdsong, while a mystical mist enveloped their feet. Noticing the crowd's lack of immediate reaction, Ning Yishi remained unfazed, a proud expression gracing his countenance. The abundant spiritual energy invigorated them all as they inhaled deeply, their nostrils flaring in response to the rich essence. Only Wu Tian, whose Ren and Du meridians were severed and thus unable to cultivate, felt a sudden wave of despondency. His earlier excitement upon seeing Tianzhu Peak dissipating entirely. Wu Tian did not participate in the afternoon's spirit root re-examination, as it was overseen by Elder Ning Yudu of the Pill Hall. Elder Ning Yudu stated that with Wu Tian's meridians severed, even if he were a purple spirit root, he could not be treated without a top-tier cleansing elixir. It was deemed more prudent for him to serve as an outer disciple managing the herb garden until a superior cleansing elixir became available for consideration and a return to the martial hall. Others concurred with this assessment, believing that the rarity of purple spirit roots rendered it improbable for Wu Tian to possess one. Thus, testing would be futile and a waste of spirit stones. Fortunately, Wu Tian and Tang Xiaoming are contemporaneous disciples, both belonging to the Yang generation. Otherwise, upon encountering Tang Xiaoming, Wu Tian would have to address him as Shishu and pay his respects, which would be utterly humiliating. On the third day after entering the sect, in the medicinal herb garden, Wu Tian sat idly on a small stone mound after completing his chores, gazing at the goldfish in the water. Muttering to himself, the golden scales are not mere pond dwellers. They leap over the heavenly gates and transform into dragons. If even goldfish strive for their ideals, why cannot I, Wu Tian? Shaking off his despondency, he lifted his gaze to the clouds and proclaimed, "The heavens may be high, but I, Wu Tian, shall soar just as high." He retrieved the small cauldron he had tucked against his chest and softly spoke. "Oh, little cauldron, if you can withstand lightning strikes, it signifies you are no ordinary object. If you heed my command, grow larger for me to behold." To his delight, the cauldron indeed enlarged slightly in his palm. Overjoyed, Wu Tian exclaimed, "It can grow larger?" After uttering this, the cauldron expanded even more, becoming heavier in his grasp. Enthusiastically, he cast the cauldron onto the ground, shouting, "Larger! Larger! Even larger!" At his boisterous command, the cauldron instantaneously swelled to the size of a gas stove. Wu Tian then added, "Smaller, smaller, even smaller, once more smaller." The cauldron obediently shrank back to the size of a fingertip. Wu Tian reveled in the playful transformations, alternating between large and small. However, while Wu Tian was in high spirits, the dragon inside the cauldron felt quite vexed. "Damn Wu Tian, is there nothing beyond enlarging and shrinking? How about letting me out to breathe some fresh spiritual energy?" "What are you doing, Wu Tian? I can hear you shouting larger and smaller from afar. Are you practicing dice?" I recognize that voice. It must be Zhou Batu, for he is the only one free enough to visit Wu Tian, as everyone else is preoccupied with their cultivation. Having just entered the sect, and with an abundance of spiritual energy, everyone aspires to surpass one another and secure a top position in the upcoming disciples competition a year later, thus winning the favor of the sect. Wu Tian quickly concealed the cauldron and took out his dice, grinning. "Indeed, Brother Zhou, care for a game?" One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain cautious of others. Wu Tian was aware that the cauldron was an extraordinary object and dared not reveal it, particularly since Zhou Badu was his only friend. If Zhou Badu were to witness it and betray him, losing a true friend would be far more painful than parting with the cauldron. "I won't play. I always lose to you. And I'm left with nothing but my undergarments." Zhou Badu feigned grievance, yet he still engaged in the game with Wu Tian. In truth, he purposely let Wu Tian win, for as an outer disciple, Wu Tian's daily earnings were not greater than his own. Though Zhou Badu's situation was neither here nor there, he could still consider himself an inner disciple, could he not? Having not seen each other for 3 days, Wu Tian and Zhou Badu had much to discuss, and as they chatted, night fell. It is indeed said that close friends have much to converse about. From Zhou Badu, Wu Tian learned about the current situation of this year's new disciples. It turned out that the Jiuxian sect was not only recruiting in Yongxing town of Xi'an County, but also in several counties within its sphere of influence. The self-important Tang Xiaoming barely managed to secure a position among the top 30 new disciples. The 20 counties of the Great Ming Kingdom were divided among 6 major sects, serving as the source for selecting disciples. Other sects are prohibited from recruiting in territories that do not belong to them, as this would incite sect wars. While cultivation sects should not easily interfere in the political affairs of the mundane world, they are permitted to recruit disciples within secular nations. Chapter 12. Alchemy at Flame Peak. After sending Zhou Batu on his way, Wu Tian retrieved the small cauldron to further study its mysteries. He observed the ancient bronze vessel, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns that formed a flawless geometric design, unaware that these were indeed formation diagrams. Wu Tian recalled hearing from his senior brother in the medicinal garden that only those who reached the core formation stage could refine elixirs. For it was only at that level that one could harness the initial essence of true fire. True fire, a fundamental element in the alchemical process, was said to possess further layers of essence, yet such phenomena remained unseen in the realm of cultivation. Even those below the core formation stage could engage in alchemy, utilizing formations to gather earth fire, crafting false flames for their concoctions. The flame peak of the Jiuxian sect housed dedicated alchemical chambers for low-level disciples, but access was restricted to inner disciples, with outer disciples required to pay a fee of 50 taels of silver. Reflecting on this, Wu Tian's expression darkened. Tang Xiaoming, mark my words, there will come a day when you will beg for mercy beneath my feet. Upon joining the sect, Wu Tian realized how humiliating it was to be defeated by several Foundation establishment disciples. This incident had spread, and nearly every sect member knew of the prodigious fool who, at merely 16, had reached the core formation stage, yet found himself bested. Consequently, he walked with his head hung low. This ancient cauldron was undoubtedly no ordinary item. Perhaps it was a supreme alchemical treasure, Wu Tian mused. Had he known that he possessed the esteemed Baichao alchemy cauldron, one of the pinnacle artifacts within the cultivation world, he might have been taken aback. The hierarchy of treasures ranged from magical tools to divine artifacts, and the Baichao alchemy cauldron was classified as a top-tier celestial instrument, verging on a spiritual treasure, yet Wu Tian remained oblivious to its true value, rendering it a gem shrouded in dust. Wu Tian's most fervent desire upon entering the Jiuxian sect was to acquire a supreme cleansing elixir swiftly. Thus, he had bribed a senior brother with the 50 taels borrowed from Zhou Batu to uncover the formula for the cleansing elixir. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Flame Peak and procure some medicinal herbs from the garden, he resolved, before retiring for the night. At the crack of dawn, Wu Tian had meticulously prepared the medicinal garden and stealthily harvested several herbs necessary for the cleansing elixir. The demand for the elixir was substantial, and while the herbs were not of the highest quality, oversight remained stringent. Fortunately, being a disciple of the medicinal garden himself and having intoxicated the supervising brother earlier in the day, he successfully extracted the herbs. Upon reaching Flame Peak, Wu Tian found a queue forming outside the alchemical chamber, comprised mostly of disciples from the Dan Hall eager to practice their craft. Look, assert that the so-called prodigious fool, exclaimed one Dan Hall disciple, as if discovering new territory. The crowd turned to Wu Tian, murmuring among themselves. The tedium of waiting dissipated with his unexpected presence, igniting a flurry of excitement and speculation. What is that fool doing here? Someone questioned. Perhaps he had an upset stomach last night, and is here to concoct some burnt rice to remedy his woes, another responded. This fool intends to refine elixirs? Is he not embarrassed enough already to show his face in the Dan Hall? A figure clad in white, regardless of the chill of winter or the warmth of summer, silently holds a folding fan, embodying the enigmatic Tang Xiaoming. One individual, eager to curry favor, remarks, Brother Tang, your defeated foe has arrived. Shall we witness a demonstration of how a Foundation establishment cultivator vanquishes one at the core formation stage? Tang Xiaoming, with an air of disdain, glances at his interlocutor and retorts, this worthless individual is beneath my notice. Ignoring the whispers and rumors, Wu Tian patiently cues. A fragrant breeze wafts through, heralding the arrival of Lung Yingying and her newly acquainted senior sister, Zhu Yuyan, accompanied by the Na Vi Yuding, who previously proclaimed Wu Tian's inevitable victory at Xiangman Tower. Lung Yingying and Yuding, averse to conflict, have opted to join the Alchemy Hall, where they are disciples of Elder Ning Yidu, with Zhu Yuyan being a direct disciple. Upon the arrival of the true beauties of the Alchemy Hall, discussions cease, as the men boldly steal glances, while the women cast envious glares, muttering disdainfully about vixens. Having been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Lung Yingying and her companions find themselves in line just behind Wu Tian. Spotting Wu Tian ahead, Yuding cheerfully inquires, "Brother Wu Tian, are you here to practice alchemy as well? What do you intend to concoct?" Wu Tian merely smiles in silence, unwilling to disclose his intention to refine the precious washing marrow pill, aware that the materials required are prohibitively expensive for outer disciples and would reveal his dubious origins. Additionally, as a yellow-grade pill, even seasoned seniors might struggle to produce it, turning any admission into a source of ridicule. Silence envelopes the scene until a fellow behind Wu Tian, a man with an unsightly appearance, turns and asks, "Junior brother, may I swap places with you?" Wu Tian harbors a particular disdain for those who aspire to rise beyond their station, thus he ignores the request. Undeterred, the man produces 100 taels silver note, discreetly slipping it into Wu Tian's hand while whispering, "How about now?" Realizing the potential for profit and a position closer to the front, Wu Tian consents to the exchange. Hey, how dare you cut in line?" Wu Tian calls out as the man brazenly pushes ahead. The offender pays no heed and moves directly to the front, while the surrounding crowd remains silent. Curiosity piqued, Wu Tian inquires of the man behind him, "Senior brother, who is that individual, and why does he bypass the queue?" The unsightly man replies, "Junior brother, you are unaware. That individual is the foremost genius of our alchemy hall. Within mere days of entering, he managed to concoct top-grade orange-level pills, thus earning the privilege of priority access to the alchemy chamber whenever he visits the Fire Peak." "Oh," Wu Tian exclaims in sudden understanding. "So he is the rumored third-ranked newcomer, Huobuchuan?" Indeed, it is he, a cultivator at the early core formation stage, whose prowess in both cultivation and alchemy is formidable. It is said that, given time, his alchemical achievements will surpass those of Elder Ning, elevating him to the rank of blue-level alchemist. After a brief wait, the tardy steward of the alchemy chamber finally unlocks the door, and the crowd streams in. When Wu Tian approaches, he addresses the steward, "I am an outer disciple of the herb garden, seeking permission to enter the alchemy chamber today. Have you brought the silver?" The steward, Lu Ming, inquires with a nonchalant demeanor. He brought forth 50 taels of silver, though in truth it was 60. Observing that Wu Tian was quite sensible, the steward granted him a good room, handing him a token, saying, "This is on the 3rd floor, room 7. Please refine your elixirs diligently, and I wish you success." Chapter 13. The refinement of the cleansing elixir. The lower one delves into the alchemy chambers, the higher the quality of the concoctions. This is common knowledge. The 3rd level is indeed the lowest underground. Wu Tian hastened to the underground 3rd level, room 7. The room was merely 10 feet wide, containing a cauldron of a magical grade for alchemy. After confirming that the room was devoid of surveillance devices, Wu Tian retrieved a small cauldron, murmuring, "Grow larger, larger still." The cauldron expanded to the size of an ordinary alchemical vessel before he ceased his entreaties. He poured all the materials for the cleansing elixir into the Baichao alchemical cauldron, saying, "O small cauldron, we share the same origins, hailing from the same earth. If you can comprehend my words, I implore you to produce the cleansing elixir." Placing the cauldron atop the earthen fire, he allowed the flames to freely refine the ingredients. Alchemy is not as simple as one might believe. It requires the master to exert their consciousness to control the flames, breaking down the materials, eliminating impurities, and merging the essences to instigate chemical and physical transformations, culminating in the formation of a pill. Wu Tian found himself in a predicament, as he lacked the cultivation to separate his consciousness and engage with the cauldron in such a manner. Moreover, as this was a yellow-grade elixir, even with the utmost effort, he could at best manage to produce a yellow-grade superior elixir, not the finest. "Having you as a master is indeed the unluckiest fate for me, Long Kuei. It seems that the spirit energy I painstakingly gathered is about to be depleted," Long Kuei pouted. Despite her complaints, she divided her consciousness, meticulously controlling the Baichao alchemical cauldron for the refinement process. Fortunately, it was a top-tier celestial artifact. Otherwise, Long Kuei, in her ethereal form, would surely lack the spirit energy required to produce the cleansing elixir. Half an hour later, with a resounding boom, the lid of the cauldron flew open, and a fragrant aroma of elixir filled the entire alchemy chamber. Could it be that it was successfully refined? Wu Tian rejoiced, seizing the Baichao alchemical cauldron to ascertain whether the cleansing elixir had been produced. "Ah, it's so hot," he exclaimed, followed by a loud clang as the excited Wu Tian, burned by the heat, hastily tossed the scalding Baichao cauldron aside. The elixirs tumbled to the ground, totaling 6. Inside the cauldron's space, the weakened Long Kuei was jostled, her head spinning, as she muttered angrily, "You heartless Wu Tian." Wu Tian merely blew a cooling breath onto his hands before eagerly inspecting the elixirs. Wow, they are indeed elixirs. I have actually refined yellow-grade elixirs. If others knew of my achievement, they would proclaim me the foremost genius of the alchemy hall. And even Huobuchuan would have to step aside. Ha ha. Wu Tian laughed triumphantly. However, after his moment of elation, Wu Tian regained his composure. This matter must remain undisclosed to his sect, for they would inquire how he had produced yellow-grade elixirs, potentially revealing the existence of the small cauldron. With this in mind, he placed the small cauldron into a cooling pool, allowing it to cool before shrinking it and keeping it close to his person. Fortunately, the sect had fortified the alchemy chamber against external influences with soundproofing formations. Once the fragrant aroma dissipated, Wu Tian finally opened the alchemy chamber door and stepped out. Upon arriving at the residence of Steward L, I presented the token to unlock the alchemy chamber and discreetly slipped a silver note of 10 taels into his hand. Steward L accepted it with a nod, then retrieved a fragrant stick from his storage bag, stating, "This is the tranquil heart incense, a gift for you. May it elevate your cultivation." Just as he recalled that Wu Tian was unable to cultivate and was about to express his apologies, Wu Tian had already taken the incense, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle L." The tranquil heart incense, devoid of rank, is cherished by those below the nascent soul stage, serving as an indispensable remedy for practitioners, primarily aiding in resisting potential inner demons during breakthrough moments. It is available at the cultivation trading market for 1 tael of silver per stick. Receiving the tranquil heart incense, Wu Tian exited the alchemy building. Outside, a crowd had gathered, exchanging discussions about their concocted elixirs, some boasting, others seeking wisdom, while a few attempted to remain composed, yet were called upon. Upon Wu Tian's emergence, those who had previously spoken of him remarked, "Here comes the talentless wastrel." I wonder if he managed to refine any burnt residue, provoking laughter from numerous onlookers. An observant individual pointed out Wu Tian's burnt hand, exclaiming, "Look, he must have had an explosion. His hand is scorched." Subsequently, they feigned sympathy, adding, "If you cannot refine elixirs, you ought not to attempt it. It must be painful to injure yourself." Amidst the crowd, Yu Tingting bounced over to Wu Tian, inquiring cheerfully, "Brother Wu Tian, did you succeed in refining the elixir? What was it?" Wu Tian, extending his injured hand and feigning agony, replied, "Alas, I was unsuccessful." She encouraged him, saying, "You should strive harder. With more practice, you'll improve. I remember my first attempt at alchemy ended in an explosion, and I was scolded by my master." After exchanging a few trivial remarks, Wu Tian departed under the gaze of the crowd. In his chamber within the herb garden, Wu Tian retrieved the cleansing marrow pill, observing its golden hue, with 3 faint elixir halos shimmering upon its surface. Is this truly the legendary supreme elixir? It seems remarkably easy to concoct, far less challenging than the rumors suggest. Wu Tian mused to himself. Assuming a meditative posture, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill, which melted instantly upon contact. A surge of immense energy coursed through Wu Tian's meridians, forging his entire being. The Ren and Du meridians gradually healed, with a soft crack as they connected, becoming unbreakable. This sound was minuscule, only perceptible during deep meditation. Yet, the transformation continued, as the colossal energy honed Wu Tian's muscles and bones, ultimately flowing through the Ren and Du meridians into his dantian, where it expelled the residual essence of the depleted golden core through his skin's pores. Fortunately, as he had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, the golden core could be refined again. Otherwise, even the most potent cleansing marrow pill would be rendered useless. This metamorphosis was agonizing, yet Wu Tian found joy within the pain. The sensation of his muscles being forged was more intense than performing 1,000 push-ups, and the ache in his bones surpassed that of a rheumatic patient in winter. The cleansing of his dantian felt more excruciating than the agony of a stomach ailment. Have I truly broken through? Wu Tian pondered, sensing that he had reached the initial stage of fasting cultivation. This stage parallels the innate mastery in martial arts, with the added benefit of requiring little sustenance throughout life, as one can slightly absorb and utilize a trace of the world's spiritual energy, albeit only slightly enhancing physical vitality compared to ordinary individuals. Ugh, what a foul odor. Wu Tian discovered that his entire body was filthy and reeking, evidently having expelled a considerable amount of harmful substances. Indeed, the supreme cleansing elixir lived up to its reputation. He hurried to the bathhouse he had established to cleanse himself. Chapter 14. Spirit Movement Stage. First grade. Upon emerging from his bath, Wu Tian felt utterly rejuvenated. The sensation of possessing cultivation was truly delightful. How should he explain the restoration of his run and do meridians? In martial tales, protagonists often leap from cliffs to encounter fortuitous events. Yes, he would claim to have ventured into the mountains to forage for herbs and consumed a peculiar fruit that restored his cultivation. Humming a tune, Wu Tian made his way to the martial arts hall. He sought to obtain permission to enter the scripture vault. The rules of the Jiushuan sect dictated that disciples possessing cultivation at the initial stage of abstaining from grains could gain access to the scripture vault. Is Master Li Chuanzhong present? What business do you have with me? Li Chuanzhong descended from the upper floor. Salutations, Master. I am Wu Tian, the 12th generation disciple of the medicine garden, newly initiated. I wish to apply for permission to enter the scripture vault. Very well, extend your hand. Wu Tian extended his right hand. Li Chuanzhong grasped Wu Tian's hand with his thumb, index, and middle fingers, akin to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner taking a pulse, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into Wu Tian's palm. Instinctively, Wu Tian attempted to withdraw his hand in resistance. Yet it felt as if it were firmly anchored in Li Chuanzhong's grasp. Ah, quite good. Young Tian, you have indeed entered the initial stage of abstaining from grains. Now, present your token to me. Wu Tian respectfully handed over his token. Li Chuanzhong accepted it, placing it upon a small formation on the table, inserting 3 inferior spirit stones, and then resting his hand atop it. After a moment, he instructed Wu Tian, young Tian, infuse a thread of spiritual energy and consciousness into it. Following his guidance, Wu Tian infused his spiritual energy and consciousness. Li Chuanzhong, sensing Wu Tian's input, directed his energy to guide the spiritual energy and consciousness into the center of the token, inscribing a recognition formation upon it. Done. You may now enter the Crimson Level Scripture Building. Is it merely the Crimson Level? Young man, you are rather ungrateful. Having just embarked on the path of cultivation, you are already aiming too high. First, master the Crimson Level techniques, and then infuse spiritual energy into the token to unlock access to the second layer, granting you permission to enter the Orange Level Techniques building. Realizing he had inadvertently offended the hall's steward, Wu Tian hastily apologized. Master, I understand my error. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Child, you are still young. With diligent effort, you shall become a formidable powerhouse of this era, Li Chuanzhong encouraged. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now as I have matters to attend to. Wu Tian bowed once more before departing. As spring transitioned into summer and summer into autumn, half a year passed before Wu Tian noticed his hair had grown long. He was neither strikingly handsome nor unattractively plain, but rather a young man with a captivating charm. No longer the impulsive little monk he once was. Splash! Wu Tian emerged from the water, brushing his long hair back, and wiped the excess water from his face, exclaiming, "How refreshing and pleasant." It turned out that having just broken through to the spirit movement stage, his body felt sore, dirty, and odorous, prompting him to take a bath in the river of the medicine garden, indulging in a leisurely swim. Lung Yingying and Yu Tingting came to visit Wu Tian and happened to witness this scene. Lung Yingying let out a gasp, quickly covering her eyes, while Yu Tingting boldly gazed at Wu Tian and remarked, "Brother Wu Tian, how utterly shameless you are, bathing in broad daylight." Wu Tian, unperturbed, replied, "I am a man. What is there to fear? On earth, women roam about in scanty attire. Some even daringly strip bare for fame, proclaiming it as a bold challenge or a form of art." However, considering this is still a relatively conservative place, he hurriedly dried his underwear and changed his clothes. "What are we doing today?" Wu Tian inquired with a smile. Over the past 6 months, he had accomplished many things, such as secretly mixing the exquisite cleansing elixir into the water to deceive Zhou Batu, Lung Yingying, and Yu Tingting into drinking it. This rendered them as foul as he once was, particularly Lung Yingying, who, upon noticing impurities seeping from her pores, was greatly alarmed. It was only later during their cultivation that they realized their progress had accelerated significantly after that incident. Zhou Batu appeared considerably younger and formed a close friendship with Wu Tian. Yingying and her friends often visited the medicinal garden to spend time with Wu Tian, becoming intimate companions. All you do is play, Lung Yingying remarked to Wu Tian, lacking the aura of an ice beauty. Only Wu Tian enjoyed such treatment. Others, like Tang Xiaoming, received mere perfunctory favors. Oh, Yu Tingting corrected her, Brother Wu Tian does more than just play. Look, he has reached the initial stage of spirit movement. It was then that Lung Yingying noticed Wu Tian's cultivation had indeed advanced to the initial stage of spirit movement. Yu Tingting and Lung Yingying, whose cultivation level surpassed Wu Tian's, could discern this with a mere flicker of their spiritual awareness. Wow! Just broken through to the initial stage of spirit movement this morning. That's why I had to wash off the peculiar odor in the river, Wu Tian humorously explained. Brother Wu Tian, how impressive. Achieving the initial stage of spirit movement in just 6 months. Yu Tingting clapped her hands, her childish enthusiasm evident. Junior brother, have you unlocked access to the orange-level scripture pavilion? Lung Yingying, a few months older than Wu Tian, asked. Not yet, he replied, retrieving a crimson token. After channeling his energy into it, he discovered a door within the token's space. He attempted to push it open, but initially failed. After exerting more strength, he finally managed to open the door just before his energy was depleted, causing the token to instantaneously change to orange. Haha. Brother Wu Tian is now at the spirit movement stage 2. From now on, you can accompany us to the orange-level scripture pavilion to study. Yu Tingting exclaimed joyfully. Wu Tian had long desired to explore the orange-level scripture pavilion and learn about the techniques for manipulating magical artifacts. The Jiuquan sect's scripture pavilion was divided into 9 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and the realms of heaven and earth, each containing 5 halls dedicated to the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only those who reached the spirit movement stage could utilize magical artifacts. Those in the valley-breaking stage, akin to innate martial artists, possessed high internal energy but could not wield artifacts. Mastery of such artifacts required not only spiritual energy, but also formidable spiritual awareness. Besides wishing to possess his own magical artifact, Wu Tian also aimed to study how to control the 100 Herbs Alchemy Cauldron. Over the past few months, he had discovered that successful alchemical processes occurred only at the beginning of the month. Otherwise, consuming elixirs daily might elevate one's cultivation beyond the foundation establishment stage. If Long Kuei were to overhear this, she would surely faint, her legs cramping as she exclaimed, "There's no need to torment dragons like this. Shall we visit the orange-level sutra pavilion?" Wu Tian inquired. Absolutely yes, Yu Tingting replied with excitement. Observing Wu Tian's diligent nature, Lung Yingying also smiled and nodded in agreement. Accompanying beautiful women is undoubtedly a splendid affair, yet it also requires one to withstand the scrutiny of eager gazes. Along the way, many pointed and whispered, speculating on what kind of enchantment had bewitched Lung Yingying, who would stoop to favoring such a seemingly foolish genius as Wu Tian. Numerous male cultivators, witnessing the goddess in the company of Wu Tian, lamented with cries of despair. In this day and age, even cabbage has fallen to the swine. Unbeknownst to them, they were far inferior to the swine they lamented. Previously, Wu Tian had been indifferent to such discussions, but now, with his newfound cultivation, he found himself greatly perturbed by them. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "What I have lost, I shall reclaim. Tang Xiaoming, on the day of the grand competition, I will personally defeat you." Chapter 15. The Alchemy Hall Prodigy. Upon arriving at the orange-level sutra pavilion, Yu Tingting and Lung Yingying proceeded to the wood hall, which housed the wood-based techniques, while Wu Tian chose to venture into the fire hall. Wu Tian extended his hand and, with a mere thought, retrieved a token from his storage pouch. Inputting his spiritual energy, a beam of orange light shot forth, and with a creaking sound, the door to the fire hall swung open, allowing him to enter. Each chamber within was fortified with powerful spatial formations, creating ample space inside. Numerous racks lined the room, filled with jade slips containing various techniques and skills, meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Wu Tian made a rough estimation and concluded there were at least tens of thousands, most of which were of vibrant green. The jade slips were used by practitioners in the realm of cultivation to document techniques, skills, and letters, akin to a mortal's diary, albeit single-use, allowing for only one entry which could not be altered thereafter. To utilize them, one merely needed to immerse their consciousness into the jade slip, instantly implanting the contents into their cerebral cortex, every word indelibly engraved in memory. Of course, these jade slips were safeguarded by theft prevention mechanisms. One could only access their contents after retrieving them from the caretaker. To Wu Tian's surprise, the orange-level fire hall was quite crowded today, predominantly filled with fellow cultivators in the spirit movement stage, with very few women present. Approaching a vacant shelf, Wu Tian picked up a jade slip and immersed his consciousness within. It contained only a brief introduction to the technique, as the true content remained sealed. This was a foundational fire technique. The fire control technique, an orange-level skill, would expedite the absorption of fire attribute spiritual energy during cultivation, significantly enhancing precision in controlling ground fire while alchemizing, thereby reducing the likelihood of failure. Excellent, this is precisely what I need. Wu Tian recognized that foundational techniques were what he lacked most. Absent any techniques, excluding the consumption of medicinal pills for cultivation, his progress remained relatively sluggish. Having selected his technique, Wu Tian then ventured to the skill Jade Slips section, where he chose the skill of Fury of Wind and Thunder, drawn in by its impressive title. As a beginner in the spirit movement stage, he was permitted to select up to 3 texts, and naturally, the last one would be a tome on artifact refinement. Hence, Wu Tian selected 3 manuals: Fire Control Technique, Fury of Wind and Thunder, and Artifact Refinement. Entrusting the matter to the steward to lift the restrictions, Wu Tian swiftly etched the contents of the 3 tomes into his memory. Cold Ying and the girl Yu Tingting had yet to emerge, and Wu Tian, in a state of utter boredom, sat on the lawn of the scripture pavilion, idly chewing on a blade of grass while he awaited their return. Wu Tian, something's wrong. A fight has broken out. Cold Sister is being bullied by 2 members of the martial hall. You must help her, Yu Tingting exclaimed as she rushed out. Who is it? Take me to her. Wu Tian rose abruptly, his expression darkening. It's when she from the martial hall. She saw Cold Sister discover a group attack skill and coveted it for herself, leading to the altercation. The rules of the scripture pavilion state that once a skill is chosen, it requires 3 days to reorganize and reset the restrictions before it can be placed back into the pavilion. 3 days is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. Yet when she instigated trouble because her dual cultivation partner, Yi Zhen, has been keeping a close watch on Cold Ying, which irked her, resulting in this competition. According to the regulations of the Xi'an sect, disciples are permitted to engage in combat for competition, as long as it does not result in death or debilitating injuries. When she struck first, prompting Cold Ying to retaliate. When she found herself at a disadvantage, she called for Yi Zhen to join in the assault against Cold Ying. Although Yu Tingting possesses decent cultivation, her combat skills are nearly non-existent, rendering her unable to assist Cold Ying, hence her desperate plea for help. As Wu Tian listened to Yu Tingting's account, he hurried towards the wood hall. By the time he arrived, the skirmish had concluded, and he overheard Yi Zhen uttering a fierce threat. Huabuchuan, don't think that because you are the top genius of the alchemy hall, no one can challenge you. I'll have my elder brother settle this upon his return from seclusion. With that, he helped Wenxi to her feet and exited the orange-level wood hall. Yi Zhen's elder brother, Yi Cheng, is the foremost disciple on the entrance ranking list, a prodigy of the martial hall. Huabuchuan replied nonchalantly, Tell your elder brother to not disappoint me during the competition. I eagerly anticipate the true ranking of the entrance disciples. The entrance disciple ranking list is merely an estimation, with notable disparities in actual strength. For instance, Wu Tian's prowess has never been accurately assessed, perhaps due to the title of a talented yet inept individual that he bears, as he is yet to break into the top 500 of the list. After Yi Zhen departed, Wu Tian approached Cold Ying. Are you unharmed? He inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. Fortunately, I encountered senior brother Hua. Otherwise, I might have suffered injury at the hands of Yi Zhen and his group. I didn't expect junior sister one to be so ruthless. Cold Ying gazed affectionately at Huabuchuan. Generally, she bore an icy demeanor towards others, displaying such tenderness only towards Wu Tian, but now, her gentleness towards Huabuchuan was palpable, prompting Wu Tian to scrutinize Huabuchuan closely. Huabuchuan was clad in a robe as white as snow, wielding a bronze longsword in his right hand. His long hair flowed gracefully with the breeze, and his pair of deep gray eyes, complemented by slightly thick brows, exuded a rebellious charm and an air of regal authority. His well-defined nose and fair complexion, paired with a voice that resonated with both boldness and gentleness, painted the picture of a captivatingly handsome man, the kind to drive any woman to madness. Wu Tian mused as he observed Huabuchuan. Turning his gaze back to Cold Ying, he noticed her fixated on Huabuchuan, a wave of bitterness swelling in his heart. It is often said that love requires no reason. However, this is not entirely accurate. When Huabuchuan, with his profound cultivation, triumphed over Yi Zhen and others, a surge of emotions stirred within Lung Ying, and she found herself enamored with the handsome and charismatic senior brother. Huabuchuan, a quintessential tale of hero rescuing a damsel in distress. With a radiant smile, Lung Ying addressed Wu Tian. This is our esteemed senior brother Huabuchuan from the Pill Hall, an orange-tier alchemist. You should engage with him often. Hua is currently in the early stages of core formation, and learning from him will expedite your progress. Engage with him. I am merely a yellow-tier alchemist. Wu Tian muttered to himself, acknowledging his own inadequacies, as he succeeded only once a month. Despite the discomfort within, he believed a man should maintain his composure, extending his hand. Huabuchuan, perplexed by Wu Tian's gesture, looked to Lung Ying for clarity. This is a custom from Wu Tian's hometown, known as a handshake, symbolizing friendship and greeting. She explained with a smile, demonstrating the action. Hua Buchuan reciprocated, saying, "Greetings, I am Hua Buchuan, Yingying's senior brother. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The familiarity with which Hua addressed Lung Yingying ignited a flicker of ire within Wu Tian. How dare he call her so affectionately? Wu Tian tightened his grip, but Hua, anticipating Wu Tian's resistance, applied pressure, causing Wu Tian to wince in pain and withdraw his hand hastily. "Wu Tian, are you all right?" Lung Yingying inquired, concerned. Nothing at all," Wu Tian replied, concealing the truth of his injury, for he would not admit to being hurt by Hua Buchuan. Such a revelation would surely wound his pride. Chapter 16. The transmission of the wood heart technique. "I am glad all is well," Hua Buchuan remarked nonchalantly, then turned to Lung Yingying, junior sister. "I recently acquired knowledge of an orange tear pill, the spirit storage pill, from the Orange Tear Wood System Hall. I intend to gather herbs at Tianzhu Valley for its refinement. Might you accompany me?" "What is the spirit storage pill?" asked Yu Tingting, her curiosity piqued. "It is an orange tear pill that can swiftly enhance one's cultivation, yielding significant effects for those below the core formation stage, and even slightly benefiting those at that level," Hua Buchuan elaborated. "Wow, Brother Buchuan, how impressive. I want one too. I also wish to elevate my cultivation," Yu Tingting exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. "Such treachery," Wu Tian thought, observing her enthusiasm. "Rest assured, I shall reserve a portion for you," Hua Buchuan replied, a hint of tenderness in his voice. He knew well that the primary ingredient for the spirit storage pill, the spirit storage fruit, was not easily obtained. Were it not for his status as the pill hall's top talent and facing a bottleneck in the early stages of core formation, Elder Ningyi Du would not have been so generous as to part with 20 spirit storage fruits. "Wu Tian, would you like to join us?" Lung Yingying asked, her face flushed with shyness and anticipation. "I'm too timid." "You wish to go but toss the decision to me, hoping I will say I will go, prompting you to agree as well. I shall not oblige. I have heard that there are Tier 3 beasts roaming the back mountain, and my cultivation is only at the initial stage of spirit movement. I shall refrain from joining and instead return to my training," Wu Tian replied, relishing the thought of her disappointment. "Let us see how you manage to go." Cold Yingying, indeed, blushed with indecision, her pearly teeth gently biting her lip before she managed to utter, "Then, junior brother, you may return first. I shall assist senior brother in gathering medicinal herbs and also practice alchemy with some of the plants. Please be cautious. There are many wild beasts in that area," Wu Tian replied helplessly before turning to leave. "If you were a tear in my eye, to prevent losing you, I shall never weep again." Upon returning to the herbal garden's cottage, Wu Tian deftly set up a soundproof formation and a concealment array before taking out a small cauldron to study. He sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, following the method of 10,000 treasures refinement, continuously infusing strands of spiritual energy into the cauldron along with his consciousness. A quarter of an hour passed without a response. Half an hour, still nothing. 3/4 of an hour, no reaction. Wu Tian persisted in pouring spiritual energy into the cauldron until he felt like a sponge utterly wrung dry. Yet he still endeavored to squeeze out a final drop of moisture. At that moment, the cauldron glowed brilliantly. He quickly bit his tongue, forcing a drop of essence blood to spray onto the cauldron. Finally, the communion of minds was achieved, and Wu Tian exhaled in relief. After a brief respite, he consumed a spirit-replenishing pill to restore his expended energy, then immersed his consciousness into the cauldron. A low hum resonated within Wu Tian's mind, akin to the disconcerting sound of a blade scraping against a wall. Gritting his teeth, he persisted until his consciousness enveloped the cauldron. "Is this the space of the cauldron?" Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings. He realized he had entered the cauldron's realm. It was a valley formed by towering mountains, with a waterfall cascading down the right mountain wall, creating a small pool below, its overflowing waters flowing into a distant forest via a meandering stream. This place was abundant with fruits, fragrant flowers, and melodious birds. And it even boasted its own sky, bright as day and rich in spiritual energy. "Child, you have finally arrived." A gentle voice of an elderly man echoed from the sky. "Who are you? What is this place?" Wu Tian inquired, gazing upwards at the figure above. "This is the space of the 100 Herbs Alchemy Cauldron, and I am the master of the 9 Cauldrons sect, Shenong." "Shenong? The one who tasted all herbs?" Wu Tian exclaimed with delight, having finally encountered the legendary ancestor of humanity. "Indeed, it is I. Child, do not interrupt. Allow me to finish speaking, or it may be too late. After so many years, the remnants of my divine consciousness are dissipating too rapidly to endure much longer," Shenong cautioned. Shennong revealed to Wu Tian that he was the leader of the Nine Cauldrons sect, the sovereign of the 9 provinces, revered by the world as the human emperor. He had 4 disciples, Xinyuan, Zhang Lianshan, Nuwa, and Qiyu. Wu Tian then learned that Shennong's eldest disciple, Xinyuan, was the Yellow Emperor, the progenitor of human civilization. The second disciple, Zhang Lianshan, was the Flame Emperor. The third disciple, Nuwa, was the goddess Nuwa, and the fourth disciple, Qiyu, was the sovereign of Dongyi and Jiuli. Shennong, through his understanding of the heavenly principles, created the 5 elements technique, which encompasses the 5 disciplines of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The water heart technique was bestowed upon the benevolent Yellow Emperor, Xinyuan. The fire heart technique was given to the righteous Flame Emperor, Zhang Lianshan. The earth heart technique was conferred upon the non-contentious goddess, Nuwa, and the metal heart technique was granted to the formidable Qiyu, the lord of Jiuli. The master of the water heart technique and the practitioners not only possess profound cultivation, but also exude an aura that subtly attracts sages from all directions, akin to a modern expression of a domineering presence. The master of the fire heart technique specializes in offense, with practitioners exhibiting formidable strength and aggressive prowess. The earth technique focuses on defense, with its practitioners forming an impenetrable shield of spiritual energy, ensuring the utmost protection. The master of the metal heart technique embodies a commanding presence. Practitioners, in addition to their deep cultivation, emanate an aura of authority, reflecting the qualities of a sovereign. The master of the wood heart technique emphasizes rejuvenation, endowing practitioners with exceptional vitality alongside their advanced skills. Shennong was aware that as he shattered the starry skies and embarked on the divine path, the 9 provinces would descend into endless strife. This turmoil was fueled by the affection of his third disciple, Nuwa, for the Yellow Emperor Xinyuan, and the fourth disciple, Qiyu, who harbored deep feelings for Nuwa. Given Qiyu's temperament, he would not willingly accept a subordinate position to Xinyuan. Although his second disciple, Zhang Lianshan, harbored no ambition for supremacy, Xuanyuan's determination to restore the 9 provinces would inevitably lead to conflict. Anticipating the devastation that would ensue, Shennong buried the 9 cauldrons, his treasured artifacts, across the major continents to suppress the chaos and preserve the integrity of the 9 provinces amidst the looming war. Among these, his most cherished, the cauldron of herbal alchemy, was concealed in Mount Buzhou, accompanied by a lingering thought to pass on the final wood technique to a worthy successor who would acquire the cauldron as a closed-door disciple. Upon hearing of the formidable 5 elements technique, Wu Tian rejoiced and promptly knelt in reverence before the ethereal Shennong, as the latter had proclaimed him the destined individual. Shennong sighed, recognizing the inevitability of destruction that would follow the emergence of the cauldrons, and imparted the secrets of the herbal alchemy technique and the wood heart technique to Wu Tian. Child, he said, the wood heart technique and the alchemical method are interdependent, akin to fish and water. Their harmonious cultivation will undoubtedly accelerate your progress. Remember this well. Wu Tian acknowledged with devotion. I am grateful, master, he replied earnestly. Shennong accepted Wu Tian's homage with a gentle smile, adding, though I cannot be by your side to guide you, you must diligently cultivate and study, lest my reputation be tarnished. I shall adhere to your teachings, master, Wu Tian vowed, though his expression revealed hesitation, as if he wished to voice something but felt reticent. Shennong, with sharp insight, inquired, what troubles you? Speak freely. Master, Wu Tian began. While the wood heart technique is indeed powerful and facilitates rapid growth, should I encounter an opponent of equal standing without a unique skill, I would surely face defeat. Losing to an adversary is trivial, but I fear it may reflect poorly on your esteemed reputation. Please, grant me another extraordinary technique. Ah, clever boy, even calculating your master. Shennong mused, recognizing Wu Tian's wisdom, which far surpassed that of his senior siblings. Thus, he instructed, extend your head. Wu Tian complied, leaning forward. Shennong flicked his finger, sending a glimmering light into the back of Wu Tian's mind. This is your master's renowned technique, the 9 techniques of the firmament, encompassing the principles of division, combat, strife, and formation, 9 methods in all. If you master them, they shall transcend boundaries, leaving neither immortal nor mortal unscathed. Chapter 17. Advancement of the wood heart technique. Seeing Shennong's willingness to impart knowledge, Wu Tian could not resist taking advantage of the moment, grinning mischievously, Master, might there be any miraculous elixirs or magical treasures you could bestow upon your disciple? Opportunities are rare. One should seize them without hesitation. In my previous life, when characters sought mentorship, they would present elixirs, magical artifacts, and even beautiful maidens as offerings. My requests are modest, merely a few elixirs and artifacts. As for the maidens, I shall contend for them myself later. The thought amused Wu Tian, albeit in a rather lascivious manner. Xi'an, unable to contain his exasperation, mused aloud whether he was recruiting a disciple or merely entertaining a demanding lord. With a swift motion of his finger, he conjured a staff from thin air and struck Wu Tian on the head, admonishing, "You scoundrel! It has barely been a while since you became my disciple, and already you seek only benefits." Rubbing his sore head, Wu Tian feigned innocence, saying, "Alas, as a disciple, I am powerless. Within me resides the spirit of a saintly disciple, who could awaken at any moment and take my life. I beseech you, Master, save me." "Is that truly the case?" Xi'an inquired, and with a swift gesture, he summoned Wu Tian to his side. Placing his hand upon Wu Tian's head, his consciousness delved deep, revealing a monk seated in meditation within Wu Tian's mind, none other than Jin Shanzi, the second disciple of the Tathagata. Enraged at the audacity of this parasitic presence, Xi'an declared, "Wretched creature, perish." With fingers intertwined, he extended his index fingers, unleashing a force akin to a sword directed at Jin Shanzi, a technique known as the Ling of the Nine Celestial Techniques. Just as the attack was poised to obliterate Jin Shanzi, an 11-petal lotus platform materialized above him, intercepting the strike. Xi'an was taken aback. This 11-petal lotus was a premier post-heavenly spiritual treasure, a pre-heavenly artifact, far beyond the reach of his fading divine consciousness. Scratching his head in rare perplexity, he remarked, "It seems I can be of no assistance. That individual is exceedingly generous to bestow such a remarkable treasure for your protection. Had you arrived 5 centuries earlier, my remaining consciousness could have vanquished him." Wu Tian's heart soared at the prospect of Xi'an aiding him in dispelling Jin Shanzi, only to be plunged into despair by the latter's words. Observing Wu Tian's despondency, Xi'an comforted him. "My disciple, I possess another method. You may venture to the ancient pool of 10,000 shadows to gather the black lotus seed. Refining it into an elixir can rid you of the spirit's attachment." However, before he could elaborate further, Xi'an's remnant consciousness dissipated due to energy depletion. "What? Why did you leave? You haven't explained how to refine it into an elixir." Wu Tian cursed in frustration. Confirming that Xi'an had indeed vanished, he began to wander the confines of the cauldron's space. "This is my domain. I shall reign supreme." Wu Tian hummed a tune as he approached the riverbank. "Master, master." A friendly voice called from within his mind. "Who are you, and why do you call me master? Where are you?" "I cannot see you," Wu Tian exclaimed, surprised as he had thought himself alone in the space. "I am Long Kuei, taken in by the human emperor, who instructed me to recognize you as my master. I reside in another realm within the cauldron. With a thought, you can summon me to your side." With a mere flicker of thought, Long Kuei indeed appeared before Wu Tian. "I pay my respects to you, master," she bowed gracefully. Long Kuei, a youthful beauty of 18, possessed lustrous black hair cascading to her waist, adorned in a vibrant crimson dress. Full of vivacity and charm, she exuded an enchanting aura. Were it not for the 2 dragon horns gracing her head, she would surely be deemed a paragon of beauty among mortals. After a moment of astonishment, Wu Tian inquired, "You are the Long Kuei?" "Indeed, master," she affirmed. "What abilities do you possess?" asked Wu Tian. In response, Long Kuei stated, "Originally, I was a Tai golden immortal. However, during my battle against Gonggong, I lost my true form and subsequently encountered the cosmic gale, which caused my cultivation to regress to the early stage of the golden core. Fortunately, I found the Baichao alchemy cauldron, which allows me to refine medicinal pills, and with the guidance of the human emperor, I am now capable of concocting pills of blue grade and below." "Can you refine the spirit accumulation pill?" Wu Tian inquired eagerly. "Even the modest orange grade pills pose no challenge for me. However, having been confined within the cauldron for an extended period, my internal spiritual energy is quite limited. Otherwise, I could easily produce a batch in a single day," Long Kuei replied with pride. "Splendid. From now on, you shall focus on your cultivation to replenish your spiritual energy, while I will gather the herbs necessary for you to refine your pills," Wu Tian declared, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It became clear that the cauldron was divided into 3 distinct spaces, one for alchemy, another serving as a storeroom for herbs and pills, where Long Kuei had been placed, making it difficult for her to access spiritual energy for cultivation, and the third, where Wu Tian and his companions resided, abundant in spiritual energy, allowing for the cultivation of medicinal herbs and the nurturing of exotic beasts. After ensuring Long Kuei's well-being, Wu Tian disregarded her protests against being treated as mere labor and exited the Baichao alchemy cauldron. Once outside and having dispelled the formation, He realized that an entire day had passed, and night had fallen. Climbing onto the rooftop and lying back, Wu Tian gazed at the luminous moon, lost in thought. The moon was nearing fullness here. He wondered if it was the same on Earth. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and he pondered whether his parents were distressed by his disappearance. He also contemplated the well-being of Xiaoqing and the whereabouts of Guosanyang. He felt uncertain about the fate of the cold and aloof girl, who was likely enjoying herself with Wabuchuan. A wave of melancholy washed over Wu Tian, enveloping him in a profound sense of solitude. The joys and sorrows of life are transient, devoid of permanence. Only the powerful can possess that which endures. In an instant, Wu Tian grasped this truth, descending into a state of inexplicable enlightenment. Sitting upright, he crossed his legs and formed a seal, commencing the operation of the wood heart technique. The natural spiritual energy flowed to him without wind, which he absorbed into his body. The dense spiritual force pressed against his meridians, akin to a multitude of ants biting. As the swirling energy rampaged within him, a moment's carelessness could sever his meridians, rendering him a cripple, navigating the complexities of yin and yang. He recited the wood heart technique in his mind, cautiously guiding the spiritual energy through the run and do meridians, splitting it into two paths to cleanse his veins and bones. With each acupoint he traversed, an indescribable pain surged within him, compelling him to stifle a roar. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Muttering to himself, Wu Tian declared, "I refuse to live as an ordinary person or a useless being. I aspire to be a formidable force, standing above countless others." Gritting his teeth, Wu Tian finally completed a cycle. The refined energy from the Ren and Du meridians flowed into his dantian, nourishing his body, gradually restoring the pallor of his complexion to a healthy hue. As he continued his practice, the pain he experienced was noticeably less severe than the first time. Time slipped away, and as dawn broke, Wu Tian concluded his session. "The first layer of the wood heart technique is not difficult to master," he whispered. He pondered, would Shinnong reprimand me if he knew? Given the intensity of my practice, it would be remarkable if I did not lose myself to madness. Fortunately, my unintentional surge in comprehension allowed me to navigate through the pain without losing my true essence. Chapter 18. The Unfathomable enters the martial hall upon hearing the voice of Zhou Batu. The name Wu Tian was uttered with a charm only he could conjure. "What wind has blown Zhou Shixiang to my presence?" Wu Tian, having comprehended the first layer of the Wooden Heart Sutra, had elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of spirit movement and was in high spirits as he jested with Zhou Batu. "What brings you here?" "It is merely a matter you mentioned 6 months ago regarding inadvertently consuming a certain mountain fruit that restored your meridians. The sect leader sent someone to look for it, but to no avail. He has instructed me to summon you for questioning." Upon hearing that the sect leader sought him for a conversation, Wu Tian leaped from the rooftop and accompanied Zhou Batu to the main peak, Tianju Peak. "Wu Tian, please wait here while I report inside," Zhou Batu said, leading Wu Tian to the entrance of a grand hall. This hall, oriented northward and facing south, was adorned with blue bricks and patterned tiles. Its flying eaves and beast-shaped ridge elegantly crafted. The beams were intricately carved, the columns painted in vermilion, and the stone drum bases and steps exquisitely laid with square bricks and precious stones. Above the main entrance was embedded a massive square plaque of Han white jade, inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, 9 mysterious gates. The surrounding forest cast dappled shadows, and faintly, one could discern the patrolling presence of the mountain's guardian spirit beasts, loyal flying wing howlers. This creature, with the head of a dog, the body of a leopard, and the tail of a tiger, bore 2 wings akin to an eagle's, capable of swift galloping like a steed and soaring like a bird. It was a 4th-tier spirit beast, formidable enough to challenge cultivators at the late stage of core formation, due to the unwavering loyalty of the flying wing howlers. Once they recognized their master, they remained forever devoted and fiercely protective. Consequently, every cultivation sect trains these beasts as guardians of their mountains. Zhou Batu soon emerged, stating, "The sect leader has summoned you." Wu Tian nodded and strode confidently into the hall. The interior of the hall was arranged akin to a royal court, with the sect leader, Ning Yishi, seated prominently at the center, flanked by esteemed elders and stewards. "Disciples, pay your respects to the sect leader," Wu Tian proclaimed, clenching his fist in salute. "Wu Tian, you have arrived," Ning Yishi declared with authority. "Indeed, sect leader, I am here at your summons. What are your instructions?" Wu Tian feigned ignorance, inquiring. "Last time, you mentioned that you inadvertently consumed an extraordinary fruit, which allowed your Ren and Du meridians to be restored. Do you know where this fruit grows?" "Respectfully, sect leader, I confess my fault. I failed to clarify that this fruit was not born from a tree, but rather found on the road. I surmise it may have been a spiritual fruit dropped by a passing adept. Ah, I see. Since it was your first offense, I shall not pursue the matter further. I have another inquiry for you. Now that you have reached the spirit movement stage, you may join the inner disciples of the martial hall, alchemy hall, or artifact hall. Which will you choose? Ning Yishi inquired. After contemplation, Wu Tian considered that joining the alchemy hall would allow him to see Lung Yingying daily. However, given that she currently favored Huabuchuan, witnessing them together would undoubtedly cause him discomfort. With his Baichao alchemy cauldron capable of refining blue-tier pills, and with Ning Yidu, the only one in the alchemy hall capable of such, there was little to learn there, especially considering his past grievances with his named disciple, Tang Xiaoming. As for the artifact hall, he had no skills in crafting artifacts, leading him to conclude that the martial hall was his only option. I choose the martial hall. Wu Tian bowed respectfully. Elder Louis Gouet of the martial hall chuckled, stroking his beard. Ah, a promising disciple indeed. The martial hall is the sanctuary of the strong. Those who aspire to power invariably seek our hall. Ning Yidu, relying on the influence of his brother Ning Yishi, the sect leader, regarded Lu Yigui with disdain, sneering. Were it not for the elixirs provided by our Dan Hall, would you be able to cultivate at such a rapid pace? I believe that the strongest in this world are most in need of elixirs, for it is through them that one's cultivation can ascend. Elder Jiang Xiqian of the Qi Hall wished to assert the significance of his own hall, but upon witnessing the contention between the two, he refrained from engaging in the dispute. Ning Yishi cleared his throat, silencing their argument with authority. There is no need for further debate. Since Wu Tian has chosen the martial hall, we shall respect his decision. Wu Tian, return to the medicinal garden, pack your belongings, and move to the martial hall. You may leave now. Yes, sect leader, Wu Tian replied, inwardly grumbling. For such a trivial matter, I had to come all this way. He could have simply instructed Zhou Badu to convey it. After Wu Tian exited, the left protector elder beside Ning Yishi chuckled softly. Wu Tian is not to be underestimated. I suspect he is deceiving us. How could a rare spirit fruit capable of unblocking one's meridians be so carelessly discarded by a master? Sect leader, should we have Black Feather investigate his background? Black Feather is the intelligence agency of the Nine Xi'an sect, filled with numerous skilled practitioners. Akin to the infamous Jinyi of the Ming dynasty, feared throughout the cultivation community for their dark operations, rumored to consist of cultivators above the out-of-body stage. No need for that, Ning Yishi replied confidently. He may have come upon that spirit fruit by mere chance. I perceive him to possess a gentle demeanor. Yet he is not lacking in decisiveness and boldness. This young man is destined for greatness. I do not believe he is an envoy from another sect. Otherwise, no one would be foolish enough to have their cultivation crippled first before attempting to unblock their meridians with a rare spirit fruit. Should he make any moves, I will be aware and will personally ensure his downfall. Ning Yishi spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon Wu Tian's emergence, Zhou Batu approached anxiously. How did it go? He feared that the sect leader's inquiry might lead to trouble, particularly regarding the rare spirit fruit that could connect severed meridians. Noticing Zhou Batu's concern, Wu Tian abandoned his desire to tease him and replied earnestly, the sect leader has acknowledged my progress in cultivation and intends to accept me as an inner disciple. Zhou Batu was elated to hear of Wu Tian's acceptance into the inner circle, swiftly summoning his flying sword to escort Wu Tian back to the medicinal garden. Brother, it seems you are doing quite well for yourself, acquiring a fine steed. Wu Tian jested. What do you mean by steed? Zhou Batu inquired. The sword beneath your feet, it's quite swift. Wu Tian explained. Ah, you refer to my Qixiao sword. Indeed, it is a fine piece, a mid-grade magical artifact, Zhou Batu boasted. Where did you acquire it? Might I procure one for myself? You would be better off selling me instead, Zhou Batu retorted. After the explanation, Wu Tian learned that the Qixiao sword was valued at a mid-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins, indicating that Zhou Batu had indeed tightened his belt to afford it. With Zhou Batu's assistance, Wu Tian quickly relocated to the martial hall. As a disciple of the martial hall, and having reached the spirit motion stage, Wu Tian was granted a weapon of his own, albeit a worn and inferior magical artifact. However, Wu Tian was quite content, for he now had a means of transportation for his journeys, alleviating the arduous task of climbing mountains. Henceforth, he would be seen leisurely riding his broken sword atop Taohua Peak, singing an unknown melody. In Taohua Town resides the Peach Blossom Fairy. In the alley lives a little rogue named Wu Tian. Touch your head to know your next life. Touch your back to discern fortune. Touch your hand to know your fate. Touch your face. Wu Tian brother, what song are you singing? The melody is unique yet delightful. Yu Tingting and Lung Yingying happened to overhear this and flew to Wu Tian's side, inquiring, "Ah, that is not suitable for children." Wu Tian coughed lightly, saying, "Cough, cough. You mustn't imitate it." "Humph, Wu Tian brother, I'm not a child anymore." Yu Tingting stood on her tiptoes to gesture the height difference between her and Wu Tian. Lung Yingying, maintaining her serious demeanor, remarked, "Junior brother, it has been some time since we last met, yet you seem increasingly lethargic, still finding time to frolic. Has your master not informed you that the grand competition is but a month away?" In the span of 5 months, his contemporaries had already progressed to the foundation establishment stage, with the top 5 even entering the core formation stage, while he remained stagnant at the late stage of spiritual movement. This slow progress was not due to Wu Tian's lack of effort, but rather the formidable challenge of breaking through the Mushin formula, where each significant tier posed a barrier as resilient as a fortress. Nevertheless, at the same level, Wu Tian possessed a greater reservoir of spiritual energy than his peers, showcasing the strength of the Mushin formula, which devoted a substantial portion of its energy to fortifying the physical body. Seeing that a breakthrough was not forthcoming, Wu Tian diligently practiced the 9 techniques of the firmament and alchemy during these days. He had already mastered the weapon technique of the 9 techniques, allowing him to contend with mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners using his late-stage spiritual movement cultivation. Under Long Kuei's tutelage, he had just learned to refine orange-tier elixirs, hence his jovial singing of whimsical verses. However, these were Wu Tian's secrets, which he chose not to disclose. "Sister, you are right. I shall return to my cultivation," he said, turning to depart. Chapter 19. Testing Zhou Bada. Wu Tian brother, Yu Tingting called out, wishing to engage him in conversation and play. But Wu Tian had already flown away as if escaping. "Wu Tian brother is so annoying. It feels like he has been avoiding us lately," Yu Tingting pouted. Lung Yingying also sensed Wu Tian's tendency to evade them, though the reason eluded her. She gently patted Yu Tingting's head, saying, "Tingting, dear, the grand competition is approaching, and everyone is busy preparing for it. Do not trouble your Wu Tian brother. Let him focus on his cultivation, all right?" Upon returning to his small abode, Wu Tian habitually set up a soundproof array and a concealment array. Although these were merely elementary formations and of limited effectiveness against advanced practitioners, they would trigger a restriction should anyone intrude, alerting Wu Tian immediately. This way, he could ensure the safety of his precious alchemical cauldron. For possessing such a remarkable celestial artifact could inadvertently invite calamity. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. Having confirmed the formations were properly arranged, Wu Tian retrieved the Baichao alchemical cauldron, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he entered the space within the cauldron. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Long Kuei sang a tune learned from Wu Tian while bathing in the small pond within the valley. As 2 ears subtly twitched, sensing the presence of another, Long Kuei swiftly submerged into the water with a startled ah. Wu Tian, chuckling apologetically, remarked, my mistake. I inadvertently transported myself here. I hope I did not disturb your bathing. How many times has it been now? Even if you have yet to master the spatial coordinates within the cauldron, you ought to at least notify me with your divine sense before entering." Little lecher," Long Kuei protested, crossing her arms defiantly. After 5 months of companionship, Long Kuei discovered that Wu Tian was quite easy to get along with. She no longer referred to him as her master, and sometimes boldly called him Little Lecher. Indeed, it was an oversight. He simply forgot. While he verbally acknowledged this, his true thoughts remained a mystery, perhaps known only to him. Once Long Kuei emerged from the water and donned her garments, Wu Tian inquired, "How has the cultivation of the spirit-gathering medicinal herbs progressed?" "They have all grown well, except for the spirit-gathering fruit. Without it, I cannot refine the spirit-gathering elixir," Long Kuei replied, standing barefoot before Wu Tian, her hands running through her long hair, squeezing out the excess moisture. It turned out that within the valley of the cauldron lay a plot of land rich in spiritual energy and unique soil, conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. Remarkably, herbs that typically take a year to mature could be ready in just about a month in this environment. Upon discovering this, Wu Tian sought to acquire seeds for the herbs needed to concoct the spirit-gathering elixir, enlisting Long Kuei's help to cultivate them in the valley. "Looks like I'll have to inquire with Zhou Batu about the spirit-gathering fruit," Wu Tian mused. "Long Kuei, how is your cultivation progressing now?" In response to the master, Long Kuei has recovered to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. "I can refine 10 furnaces of the spirit-gathering elixir each day, with each furnace yielding 10 elixirs. Wow, we are destined for wealth." Zhou Bada mentioned that a mid-grade spirit-gathering elixir is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones, while the top-grade elixir is priceless. rumored to fetch 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with greed, saliva almost escaping his lips. Master, master. Long Kuei waved her hand, snapping him back to reality. Feeling somewhat ungracious, Wu Tian awkwardly replied, well, you should rest well for now. In a few days, when I procure the spirit-gathering fruit, you can assist me in refining the spirit-gathering elixirs. With that, he retreated outside the cauldron without further ado. Once outside, Wu Tian chastised himself with a self-inflicted slap to the face, reflecting, is this how I behave over a mere fortune? How can I be a proper master? Long Kuei, who had once been a princess, would surely consider him a rustic fool upon witnessing such behavior. Yet, the wealth was indeed substantial, and he could hardly contain his excitement. He could not wait to ask Zhou Bada where to acquire the spirit-gathering fruit. As he gleefully traversed the bamboo grove, humming a tune like a newly wealthy man who had just won 5 million, he arrived at Zhou Bada's abode. Old Zhou, Wu Tian called out exuberantly. Privately, he refrained from addressing Zhou Bada as his senior brother, affectionately referring to him as Old Zhou. You little rascal, what are you shouting about in the middle of the day? Thankfully, I am not cultivating. Otherwise, your ruckus would have driven me to madness. Zhou Bada's voice rang out from within, laced with annoyance yet tinged with amusement, revealing his fondness for Wu Tian's visits. Without the usual levity, Wu Tian remarked, it's your own fault for not setting up a soundproof barrier. He continued, so, how much silver do you wish to borrow today? Zhou Bada appeared to know Wu Tian quite well. Discussing finances can strain our friendship. I have other matters to discuss with you, Wu Tian replied. Oh, has the sun risen in the west? You're here not to borrow silver? Zhou Bada exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Wu Tian had been seeking Zhou Bada's assistance in borrowing silver to procure medicinal herb seeds for the cultivation of spiritual elixirs. Today, I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of the Su Ling fruit. Wu Tian rolled his eyes. Why do you ask this? Zhou Bada queried. Oh, with the upcoming grand competition, are you planning to concoct the Su Ling Dan to enhance your cultivation? You should abandon that thought. The Su Ling fruit costs 50 low-grade spirit stones each, and even Elder Ning Yi, a blue-grade alchemist at the Dan Hall, cannot guarantee a successful refinement. We cannot afford such an expense, Zhou Bada advised. Just tell me where to find it. I will find a way to acquire the silver, Wu Tian insisted. If you need just 1 or 2, you can find them for sale within the sect. For larger quantities, you must go to the cultivation city in this county, where there are specialized shops for spiritual herbs. The most renowned is the Shanghai Pavilion, which has branches across the continent. It is said that there are hundreds of cultivators at the tribulation stage there, making transactions safe and reliable. Wow, so many at the tribulation stage? Truly an immense power. The Jiushuan sect is but an ant compared to an elephant in comparison. Only our sect leader, Ning Yishi, has reached the tribulation stage, and even then, he is only at the initial phase. What if I were to seek the sale of a yellow-grade supreme elixir? Where would I go? Wu Tian inquired, as he lacked the silver to purchase the Su Ling fruit. A yellow-grade supreme elixir? You cannot possibly have one, can you? Zhou Bada exclaimed, his voice rising with astonishment and a hint of tremor. A yellow-grade supreme elixir generally fetches over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, I possess 2, Wu Tian replied. Do you recall that time I deceived you? The tea that you Tingting and Lung Yingying drank, which expelled impurities from your bodies, was actually infused with yellow-grade supreme cleansing elixirs. Wu Tian looked at Zhou Bada. Ah, so that is what we ingested. No wonder my cultivation has been so much more effective since then. Zhou Bada's eyes brimmed with wonder, devoid of any avarice. Wu Tian's apprehension finally dissipated. Zhou Bada was unaware that he had narrowly escaped death. Being merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, had he displayed even a hint of greed, Wu Tian, despite his injuries, could have easily eliminated him. Having traversed nearly a year in this world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail and the weak perish, Wu Tian recognized that survival necessitated a lack of malice while remaining vigilant against others. Nevertheless, Zhou Bada had earned Wu Tian's genuine trust, becoming a brother in life and death. For yellow-grade supreme elixirs and above, it is best to visit the Wanbao auction house. Particularly, the yellow-grade supreme cleansing elixir is exceedingly rare and is estimated to be worth 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Here is a map to the cultivation city. Take it. Zhou Bada handed Wu Tian a jade slip. Chapter 20. The cultivation city of linen, as the name suggests. The cultivation city is a realm dedicated to practitioners of the mystical arts, aptly named after its location. For instance, the cultivation city in Linen County is referred to as the Linen Cultivation City, typically situated within dense forests. It is shrouded by illusory formations to prevent mortals from inadvertently trespassing. The inhabitants are predominantly scattered cultivators, who often find themselves residing here out of necessity, renting accommodations when no other options are available. As the number of scattered cultivators increased, a marketplace gradually emerged where individuals exchanged their superfluous items. Eventually, the lucrative potential caught the attention of various sects, prompting them to establish shops within the cultivation city, transforming it into a vast trading hub. In addition to the sects, numerous cultivation families also inhabit the area, seeking to augment their meager resources by engaging in commerce to acquire more spirit stones for their family's cultivation endeavors. To enhance profitability, the major sects instituted a guard force within the cultivation city to maintain order and ensure the safety of patrons. Similar to mundane marketplaces, the assurance of safety is paramount. Without it, traders would shun the city, leading to a significant loss of clientele and dwindling profits. Thus, the sects place great emphasis on maintaining order, resulting in few altercations. Huang Xing, an outer disciple of a modest family, possessed a red-grade spiritual root and had only reached the initial foundation establishment stage after over a decade of cultivation. Consequently, he was assigned to manage a medicinal shop. Huang Xing leisurely sat in his chair, savoring spirit tea, a brew valued at 1 low-grade spirit stone. Although expensive, it could enhance a cultivator's prowess during periods of non-cultivation. "Good day, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" Huang Xing inquired as he noticed a visitor, hastening to approach with his teacup in hand, as this concerned his wages for the month. "Senior, I wish to attend the auction at the Wanbao Tower, but I am unaware of its precise location. Could you kindly guide me?" The newcomer, Wu Tian, though of similar age, addressed Huang Xing as senior due to his superior cultivation level. The map provided by Zhou Batu was rather vague, only indicating the general area of the cultivation city without detailing the streets. "There is no need to call me senior. Simply refer to me as Huang Xing," he replied. "May I be so bold as to inquire what treasures you seek to sell at the Wanbao Tower? Our establishment not only sells elixirs, but also purchases them." Having spent many years in this environment, Huang Xing was adept at reading others and sensed that Wu Tian was there to sell something. The fact that he sought out the Wanbao Tower hinted at the considerable value of his possessions. Should this deal materialize, his family would surely reward him with more spirit stones, potentially allowing him to ascend to the inner disciples and escape the mundane concerns of life. Wu Tian, unfamiliar with the area, realized the convenience of selling to someone rather than attending the auction. He replied, "I possess 2 supreme cleansing elixirs. Would you be interested in purchasing them?" "What?" Huang Xing was taken aback, his teacup slipping from his grasp and spilling its contents. Noticing Huang Xing's astonishment, Wu Tian's countenance darkened. He suddenly understood that supreme cleansing elixirs were rare commodities in the cultivation city. If Huang Xing were to covet his treasures, he would likely find himself at the mercy of their pursuit. It dawned on him that he was indeed too young and lacked the necessary experience. It is not that Huang Xing has never encountered the yellow-grade cleansing elixir. Rather, it is the rarity of the supreme cleansing elixir that poses a challenge. Typically, no family possesses an alchemist capable of refining such a precious elixir, and the major sects strictly prohibit the sale of this exquisite potion in an effort to control the burgeoning power of the lesser families. Consequently, although the supreme cleansing elixir is classified as a yellow-grade potion, it is far more elusive than green-grade potions. A single supreme cleansing elixir has a certain probability of enhancing one's spiritual root, should a green-grade spiritual root be elevated to a purple grade. The family would experience a remarkable leap in development. The distinction between spiritual roots below purple grade and a purple grade spiritual root is immeasurable. An individual's spiritual root determines the extent of their future cultivation. At Jiushuan sect, only one transcendent expert, Ning Yishi, possesses the prowess to command one of the 6 major sects of the Great Ming Kingdom. Thus, the difference between having a spirit-severing expert and a transcending tribulation expert is profound. Noticing Wu Tian's expression darken, Huang Xing recognized his lapse in composure and promptly offered tea, saying, "Please enjoy this tea. We can indeed make a purchase here. However, I presently lack sufficient spirit stones. Might I inquire whether other items could suffice as collateral?" Huang Xing thought to himself that once this deal was concluded, the family would surely embrace him as an inner disciple, bringing him great satisfaction. Wu Tian, feeling reassured by Huang Xing's courtesy, replied, "That is acceptable. I possess only 2 supreme cleansing elixirs. What terms do you propose for the transaction?" Huang Xing's heart soared at Wu Tian's agreement, and with a beaming smile, he said, "Thank you, esteemed guest. I have over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and these spiritual herbs from my shop. Would that be suitable for trade?" Typically, Those who sell supreme elixirs are in urgent need of funds, and Huang Xing felt a twinge of anxiety about whether Wu Tian would consent to the exchange. That is agreeable, Wu Tian stated, sipping the exquisite spirit tea. The flavor was splendid, unmistakably the essence of spirit tea. A single sip revitalized the spirit. In high spirits from enjoying the tea, Wu Tian acquiesced to Huang Xing's proposal for a barter. In truth, aside from selling elixirs, Wu Tian sought to acquire some spiritual herbs as well, to ensure he would have the necessary materials for future alchemical endeavors. Seeing that Wu Tian had assented, Huang Xing, filled with delight, swiftly gathered all available spiritual herbs into a storage bag and presented it before Wu Tian. Accepting the storage bag, Wu Tian's consciousness delved within. The spiritual herbs Huang Xing traded were ordinary, yet they were essential for alchemy. Wu Tian was quite satisfied with this transaction and thus reached an agreement with Huang Xing that he would return to the Huang family apothecary for any superior elixirs in the future, with the family purchasing at the market's highest price. Upon exiting the Huang family apothecary, Wu Tian felt a sense of accomplishment from the transaction, having gained a modest fortune. The storage bag was filled to capacity, containing a mountain of medicinal materials along with 14,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not bad at all. My first visit to the cultivation city has yielded success. This is a promising beginning, Wu Tian mused joyfully. As he rummaged through the storage bag, he examined the spiritual herbs and remarked to himself, while this bounty is abundant, I have yet to procure the spirit-accumulating fruit. It seems I must visit the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Following Huang Xing's directions, Wu Tian made his way to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. The Mountain and Sea Pavilion indeed possesses great influence. Its structure is nothing short of resplendent, housing a multitude of cultivators. On the first floor alone, there are over 100 practitioners, with a counter displaying an array of spiritual herbs that dazzles the eyes. Esteemed senior, may I assist you in any way? A beautiful attendant inquired softly. Without hesitation, Wu Tian employed his spiritual perception to scrutinize her. It appeared she had just begun her path of fasting. With such opulence, it would be unimaginable for the Mountain and Sea Pavilion not to thrive. The attendants are all of striking beauty and handsome demeanor. Momentarily taken aback, Wu Tian replied, I wish to purchase some spirit-accumulating fruits. Do you have any available? At the Mountain and Sea Pavilion, we have everything. May I inquire how many you require, esteemed senior? The attendant, Xi'an, inquired. 200. Wu Tian calculated the spiritual stones in his storage bag. Is this a purchase from your sect? Please follow me, Xi'an respectfully suggested. Recognizing that only a favored disciple sent by a sect would possess such wealth for herbs, Wu Tian nodded noncommittally. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble in a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the reckless and arrogant are often the first to be eliminated. Guided by her, Wu Tian ascended the stairs to a private room on the second floor. Please take a seat, esteemed senior, Xi'an gestured. I will prepare the spirit-accumulating fruits for you. With that, she exited the room to fetch the herbs. Chapter 21. The six-eared macaque appears. Wu Tian surveyed the room, which contained 3 tables. One was already occupied by 2 young men and women and a middle-aged man. He chose an empty table, where spiritual tea and a small platter of fruits were set. He began to indulge in the refreshments. The trio belonged to the same cultivation family. The middle-aged man, Chen Xiang, served as an elder of the Chen clan. The young man, Chen Shuedong, was a prominent contender for the position of clan leader, and the young woman, Chen Yanxian, was Chen Xiang's daughter. The girl whispered to Chen Shuedong, Senior brother, that individual is quite impressive. He has been invited to the esteemed VIP room all by himself. They had been brought to the VIP room while accompanying Chen Xiang for purchases. Chen Shuedong scoffed. He is merely a disciple running errands for his sect. What is there to boast about? A quarter of an hour later, Xi'an returned with the 200 spirit-accumulating fruits. Esteemed senior, here are the spirit-accumulating fruits you requested. Wu Tian accepted the fruits, counted them, and then retrieved 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones from his storage bag, depositing them into the spiritual plate held by Xi'an, a mid-grade artifact often used for transactions. Equipped with a spatial array. Thank you, esteemed senior. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to visit the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. We have everything you might need, Xi'an said after counting the stones. Wu Tian nodded, placing the spirit-accumulating fruits into his storage bag before making his way down the stairs. Young brother, please wait. Chen Xiang called out as Wu Tian was about to exit after Xi'an had finished counting the stones. Wu Tian paused, turning to face Chen Xiang, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior, greetings. May I inquire as to why you have called me? I would like to invite you to the Crane Viewing Tower for some spiritual tea. Would you be amenable to this? Xiang asked, his expression warm and inviting. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed senior, but I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day I may invite you to the crane viewing tower? Wu Tian suggested diplomatically. The act of excessive politeness often conceals ulterior motives. When one feigns busyness, it is equally suspect. My master's uncle extends an invitation for tea, not merely for pleasantries, but as a gesture of respect. Chen Xuedong, upon witnessing Chen Xiang's dignity being undermined, sought to seize the opportunity to make a display. However, Easter, a young lad, must show restraint. Chen Xiang interjected, addressing Wu Tian. The young one is still quite inexperienced. I hope you will overlook his impudence. When time permits, I shall invite you to Guanch Tower for tea. I shall not trouble you again on another day, Wu Tian replied, unfazed. Chen Xuedong, who had no prior connections with him, found little reason to take offense. Uncle, I fail to comprehend why you extend such courtesy to that young man, who is merely a fledgling practitioner in the spirit movement stage. Chen Xuedong expressed his discontent inwardly. In truth, given Chen Xuedong's mid-foundation stage cultivation, there was little need for him to engage in conflict with Wu Tian. Yet after hearing his junior sister Chen Yanxin praise Wu Tian, he felt a knot of resentment forming within him. Easter, you are still too young and lack the wisdom to cultivate relationships. Do you not realize that seemingly insignificant individuals can sometimes aid in the realization of grand endeavors? Chen Xiang imparted his wisdom. I refuse to believe that this person can assist me in ascending to the position of family head, Chen Xuedong retorted in frustration. Observing Chen Xuedong's obstinacy, Chen Xiang shook his head internally, lamenting, perhaps I was mistaken. This child is simply a stubborn clay unable to be molded. He glanced at his daughter Chen Yanxin, feeling a tumult of emotions, caught between pride and disappointment. Upon exiting the Shanghai pavilion, Wu Tian retrieved a low-grade magical weapon. The Azure Sword, issued by the Jiushuan sect's martial hall, and soared towards Tian's Yufeng. Arriving at a secluded grove, he noticed several individuals behaving suspiciously, sparking his curiosity, compelling him to conceal his presence and observe. Among them, a lanky youth remarked, "Brother, we are near the territory of that monkey. I spotted it on Sharp Fong Mountain yesterday, its eyes gleaming with golden light. Surely it is an extraordinary spirit beast. If we capture it while it is still young, it will fetch a handsome price in spirit stones." A monkey? With eyes radiating golden light. Could it be the great sage? No, that cannot be. When I first arrived, I saw that the monk had 8 skulls on his necklace, which indicates I am the 9th reincarnation of Tang's son. This means the Monkey King should be trapped beneath Five Finger Mountain. How is it here? Curious indeed. I must investigate further, Wu Tian pondered. Among the 5 individuals, only the one referred to as Big Brother was at the mid-foundation stage. The others were at the spirit movement stage. Quasi, are you certain that the monkey is merely in the demonization phase? The leader inquired. The demonization phase corresponds to the foundation stage of human cultivators. Those spirit beasts tend to be slightly stronger than their human counterparts at the same level due to their robust physiques. I assure you, Big Brother, I did not misjudge. The monkey initially behaved like an ordinary one, but after drinking the dew from the petals, its eyes began to shine with golden light. And it grew as strong as a wolf. It is evidently newly transformed into a demon. With my extensive experience in hunting spirit beasts, I am certain of this. Very well, I trust your judgment. Everyone prepare yourselves. With my mid-foundation stage abilities, I should be able to entangle the spirit monkey. You are responsible for injuring it, but be careful not to take its life. While the fur of spirit beasts is valuable, a living creature is worth far more, understand? Rest assured, Big Brother. The others replied in unison. The familiar bamboo pole guided everyone through a winding path until they arrived at a valley, where rugged stones and jagged peaks intermingled. Among them stood a notably tall mountain, approximately 3 or 4 stories high, which must be the famed Sharp-Tooth Mountain spoken of as chopsticks. The valley was indeed surrounded by craggy formations resembling teeth, and Sharp-Tooth Mountain lived up to its name. The leader scanned the peak for signs of the elusive spirit monkey, and upon seeing none, quietly instructed, "The spirit monkey has yet to appear, everyone. Find a strong terrain to conceal yourselves." Wu Tian, following closely behind, sought a hidden spot to wait patiently for the spirit monkey's arrival while utilizing the concealment technique. This technique, a basic red-level skill recently learned by Wu Tian, allowed him to suppress his presence to a faint level, making it difficult for sensitive spirit beasts or practitioners to detect him, unless they exceeded him by a significant level. With Wu Tian's cultivation at the late stage of spirit movement, only a foundation-building practitioner or spirit beast at the late stage could potentially sense him. However, this red-level technique had a flaw. Its ability to conceal was rather poor. and even slight movements could easily give him away. It was said that green to blue level concealment techniques permitted a certain speed of movement while remaining undetected, and those above blue level offered even better efficacy, making it exceedingly difficult for any opponent not exceeding 2 major cultivation levels above to notice. "Here it comes, leader," Chopsticks exclaimed in a hushed voice, filled with excitement. Indeed, atop Sharp-Tooth Mountain appeared a golden monkey, gracefully leaping and bounding as if it were human, its radiant fur shimmering like gold, a magnificent sight of the Monkey King. The group carefully encircled it, determined to capture the creature. The leader, captivated by the spirit monkey's beauty and vitality, whispered in delight, "It seems the six-eared macaque's innate bloodline has yet to awaken. It hasn't learned the divine ability to perceive sound and reason, which would allow it to sense our presence amidst such commotion. By the time the six-eared macaque realizes we are here, we will have already surrounded it." Chapter 22. The gift of the spirit monkey. The leader retrieved a mid-grade magical artifact and declared, "Everyone, let us go. We're about to strike it rich. Ha! Just think of the thousands of spirit stones we'll earn from selling this monkey." He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. The group brandished their respective magical artifacts and began their assault on the six-eared macaque. Although the macaque, at the demonization stage, posed no threat to the leader, the unexpected onslaught from the others quickly put it at a disadvantage, leaving it vulnerable to potential strikes. The six-eared macaque, gritting its teeth and entering a frenzied state, struggled to break free from the encirclement, but it seemed inevitable that it would be captured due to exhaustion. Wu Tian remained motionless in the shadows, observing the fierce struggle, hoping to capitalize on the outcome. As the group expended nearly all their spiritual energy, the six-eared macaque could finally withstand no more. It succumbed to a severe injury delivered by a man in blue, collapsing to the ground as if it were mere prey. "Ha!" the leader exclaimed, reveling in the imminent capture of his quarry. At that moment, Wu Tian made his move, with his thumbs, index, and little fingers extended while the others remained clasped. Wu Tian executed the Shinong's ultimate skill, the 9 techniques of the celestial sphere. A flash of light erupted, and suddenly, a blood hole appeared in the leader's forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. This marks the first time Wu Tian has taken a life. Gazing at his fingers, he felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world had turned upside down, and an urge to vomit suddenly surged within him. The situation was so abrupt that Kuai Zi could only exclaim, "Boss, be careful." Yet, before the warning could fully escape his lips, Wu Tian had already brought him down. In this realm of cultivation, where strength reigned supreme, Wu Tian momentarily lost his focus but quickly regained his composure. The others soon followed suit, except for Kuai Zi. The remaining 3, sensing the peril, promptly summoned their magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to flee, aware that their dwindling spiritual energy rendered them no match for Wu Tian, who was at the peak of his powers. "Humph, do you think I will allow your escape?" Lin Xian's face twisted into a sinister grin as he waved his hands thrice, unleashing 3 streams of potent energy that surged forth from his sleeves, swiftly pursuing the trio. They flew with great speed, yet Wu Tian's 3 blasts of energy were even swifter. Upon realizing the imminent threat, the trio's pupils dilated in terror. With 3 resounding thuds, they fell to the ground like kites severed from their strings. As their lifeless forms hit the earth, 3 severed heads rolled away from their bodies. If one were to encapsulate the scene in a single word, it would be swift. "Why did you not flee alongside them?" Wu Tian's voice, cold and eerie, echoed ominously. Pointing at the fallen bodies, Kuai Zi wiped away his tears and replied, "Your powers far exceed ours. With our leader dead, who could possibly stand against you? Since there is no chance of survival, why persist in futile resistance? You are far more astute than they. Fools do not live long. Yet the overly clever also meet a premature end." Wu Tian raised his hand as if to strike Kuai Zi. With a thud, Kuai Zi dropped to his knees, pleading, "I beseech you, senior, spare my life. I am willing to serve as your subordinate, forever loyal to you." Kuai Zi's obsequious demeanor starkly contrasted with that of a cultivator. But such behavior was not entirely surprising. Cultivators typically live long lives, and, having witnessed the benefits of immortality, fear death more than mortals. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are true heroes. Wu Tian was taken aback by the rapid shift in Kuai Zi's allegiance. Your leader has just perished, and you immediately seek to align yourself with me. Would I keep such a fickle person by my side? It would be akin to carrying a ticking time bomb." Unfamiliar with the term ticking time bomb, Kuai Zi did not grasp its meaning but understood the implication. Wu Tian viewed him as a treacherous individual, unworthy of trust. Wu Tian's decisiveness in matters of life and death left no room for doubt regarding his willingness to eliminate Kuai Zi. Please spare my life, esteemed senior. I am willing to recognize you as my master and sign a master-servant contract. Kuai Zi hastily implored. A master-servant contract? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it not the case that only humans and spirit beasts can establish such relationships? Wu Tian, intrigued and reluctant to kill, inquired further. Indeed, it originates from the demon sect. Humans can forge master-servant bonds, and should the servant harbor thoughts of betrayal, the master instantly becomes aware, capable of ending the servant's life with but a thought. Kuai Zi explained, addressing Wu Tian as master. After the explanation, the chopsticks produced a drop of essence blood, proclaiming, Master, this is the servant's contract, please accept it. Subsequently, the incantation of the master-servant contract was imparted to Wu Tian. Following the instructions of the chopsticks, Wu Tian absorbed the essence into his body, and indeed, within his sea of consciousness, there appeared an object resembling a pyramid, within which was imprisoned a miniature virtual chopstick. As Wu Tian's consciousness stirred, the pyramid astonishingly transmitted all the chopstick's thoughts to him. A grin spread across Wu Tian's face. With such extraordinary power, he would no longer have to worry about loyal servants in the future. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this master-servant contract that had led the Bright Church to be deemed a demonic sect by the cultivators. Having been obliterated 300 years prior by the Cleansing Dust Cultivation Alliance, which had formed an alliance with the sects of this continent, an announcement was made throughout the land. Those who entered into such contracts would be met with merciless execution. No one wished to become another's servant, nor did they want such individuals to proliferate through this technique, threatening their own sections. The chopsticks had acquired this ability after discovering a jade slip containing the technique while pursuing a 9-sectioned antler deer with his leader in a cave. Having a servant was indeed beneficial, as it spared him from attending to trivial matters personally. After accepting the chopsticks, Wu Tian approached the six-eared macaque. Is this the six-eared macaque? The one comparable to Sun Wukong? He pondered as he observed the severely injured spirit monkey lying helplessly on the ground. Wu Tian took out a blood spirit pill and administered it to the six-eared macaque. The macaque soon regained its lively spirit, indicating that the chopsticks had exercised restraint in their actions. As a spirit beast in the demon transformation stage, the six-eared macaque was a creature born of heaven and earth, brimming with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's act of salvation, it rose and bowed deeply in gratitude. Initially, Wu Tian held a sense of reverence for this macaque, which stood shoulder to shoulder with Wukong. However, witnessing its act of submission, his mindset began to shift. In this world, only strength held supremacy. Those who lagged behind would be oppressed. The six-eared macaque's current abilities were inferior to his own, yet it had the potential to grow to be on par with Wukong. Why could he not achieve the same? Gazing skyward, Wu Tian unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that stirred fierce winds, causing the chopsticks to tremble in trepidation and avert their gaze. Wu Tian contemplated the idea of making the six-eared macaque his spirit pet, but was wary of potential schemes from the Buddha. Thus, he addressed the macaque. There is no need for such formality. My rescue of you was merely a coincidence. You may go, being a creature of the heavens and earth. It would not be so easily bound as a spirit pet. Grateful for Wu Tian's mercy, the six-eared macaque hastily bowed in thanks. Suddenly recalling something, Wu Tian called back the departing macaque and whispered to it. The chopsticks, standing nearby, could not discern what was said, but they heard Wu Tian's final admonition to the macaque. Remember, do not contend with it. The six-eared macaque nodded, leaped onto a tree, and swiftly vanished into the forest. Chapter 23. The Master bestows the spirit pill. Have you tidied everything up? Wu Tian finally turned his attention to the chopsticks. Master, everything is ready. Here are the supplies left by the 4 of them. The chopsticks presented 4 storage bags. All were low-tier storage bags, the kind that outer disciples of the 9 Xi'an sect could equip, indicating that there were no valuable items to be found. Indeed, solitary cultivators were impoverished. Wu Tian generously remarked, "You may keep them." The celestial being, Wu Tian, did not test his subordinates, but instead expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I shall serve you with utmost dedication and loyalty," said Kuai Zi joyfully. Wu Tian understood that to effectively manage his subordinates and instill in them a positive mindset, it was imperative to distinguish clearly between reward and punishment. Satisfied, Wu Tian remarked, "Indeed, if you heed my commands, you shall reap abundant benefits. However, should you dare to betray me, you will discover a form of existence more unbearable than death." "Yes, I am aware," Kuai Zi responded with a respectful bow. "Rise, and let us return to the Jiao Xian sect together." Wu Tian ascended into the sky upon his flying sword. with Kuai Zi summoning his own magical artifact, a gourd, jumping atop it to chase after Wu Tian. Having vanquished an opponent of mid-stage foundation establishment, Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence. Heh. Tang Xiaoming, the grand competition is fast approaching. Are you prepared? I intend to reclaim my dignity from you, as you shall be the first stepping stone on my path to power. Upon returning to the sect, Wu Tian sought the assistance of his master, Louis Gui, to formally acknowledge Kuai Zi as an outer disciple, thereby placing him under Wu Tian's care. The hierarchy of the Jiuxian sect was as follows: Dao Da, Tong Xian, Jing, Jinchong, Shou Tai Qing, Yang, Lai Fu Ben, He Jiao, Yong Yuanming. Now in its 15th generation, the sect admitted a new generation of disciples every 100 years, meaning only after a century could the lowest tier of disciples take on their own students. Every 2,000 years, the current sect leader would compose a poem to designate the lineage for the next 2 millennia. The characters representing the sect's lineage could be incorporated into names or titles, and Wu Tian chose to include them in his title, which he designated as Yangding. Wu Tian, the disciple competition is nearing. How has your cultivation progressed? Louis Gui inquired with concern. I have reached the late stage of spiritual movement, but recently I encountered a bottleneck, making further progress arduous. I intend to enter seclusion for focused cultivation, Wu Tian replied. Here, I have a foundation establishment pill that I hope will assist you in your endeavor. Louis Gui stated, while I do not expect you to achieve a remarkable ranking in the competition, I merely ask that you do not tarnish my reputation and give that Ning Yidu fellow cause to mock me. Louis Gui then retrieved a foundation establishment pill from his yellow-level storage ring. This is a low-grade foundation establishment pill, classified as a yellow-level elixir. Consuming it will enhance your chances of breaking through the bottleneck into the foundation establishment stage, Louis Gui explained. The low-grade foundation establishment pill was indispensable for practitioners transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, costing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold in the mundane world. Wu Tian trembled with emotion, his eyes welling with tears. It was said that the realm of cultivation was devoid of sentiment. Yet his master treated him with such kindness, first by assisting in making Kuai Zi his disciple, and now bestowing upon him this precious elixir. I am deeply grateful, master, Wu Tian expressed, his heart overwhelmed. Louis Gui gazed at Wu Tian with affection and said, although I have not formally taught you much, I have observed your diligent cultivation over these past months. You are nearing the foundation establishment stage, and your previous sword has become ill-suited for you. This Qixiao sword is a medium-grade artifact. I believe you will find it more fitting. With that, he handed Wu Tian the sword. Wu Tian was once again moved to the point of tears. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Louis Gui waved his hand and interjected. No need for excessive formality. Go and cultivate diligently. Wu Tian nodded and exited the martial hall, making his way towards his humble abode. The upcoming disciples competition was pivotal for the future cultivation of the new initiates, marking an intensely anxious moment, as the rankings would significantly influence the paths they could traverse in the future. The resources within the cultivation sect were primarily allocated to nurture the top 10 disciples. Since the fragmentation of the 9 provinces, the availability of spiritual herbs had diminished, rendering the progression from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage increasingly arduous and reliant on elixirs for advancement. For those cultivators below the nascent soul stage, exceptional talents, coupled with the sect's support, could ascend from the spiritual movement stage to the core formation stage in a relatively short time. However, the transition from core formation to nascent soul, without superior elixirs, could take decades, if not centuries, to merely break through a minor threshold. The divide among those above the nascent soul stage was stark. The sect leader, Ning Yishi, was merely at the early stage of tribulation crossing, while elders such as Ning Yidu, Louis Gui, and Zhang Xiqian were at best at the spirit separation stage, the cultivation stages being abstinence, spiritual movement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit separation, integration, and tribulation crossing. Ning Yishi, having been the top disciple upon his entry, received comprehensive training from the Jiuxuan sect, barely managing to reach the early tribulation crossing stage. Fortunately, he achieved this before becoming the sect leader. Otherwise, without someone at the tribulation crossing stage to oversee matters, the Jiuxuan sect would have inevitably descended into mediocrity, setting up the formation and retrieving the herbal alchemy cauldron. Wu Tian silently motivated himself. This competition is not only for my own sake, but also for my master's. I must strive to secure a position within the top 10. Releasing his spiritual consciousness, Wu Tian entered the herbal alchemy cauldron and arrived in the valley. Long Kuei was in the valley, tending to the spiritual herbs, watering them, and removing weeds. Upon noticing Wu Tian's arrival, she set down her ladle, her excitement palpable. "Master, you're here?" Wu Tian nodded, inquiring, "Have the herbs matured?" "Yes, master. Ever since you instructed me to cultivate the spiritual herbs, I have diligently tended to them without neglect," she replied, with a subtle shift of his consciousness. Wu Tian produced 200 spirit accumulation fruits from his storage bag and handed them to Long Kuei, saying, "Here are 200 spirit accumulation fruits. The disciples' competition is set to take place in a month. You must refine all of them within the next 20 days. Can you manage this?" "Rest assured, master. I will accomplish this," Long Kuei assured him. "1 furnace per day, 10 fruits per furnace. In 20 days, with my core formation cultivation, I will certainly succeed." After briefing Long Kuei, Wu Tian exited the cauldron, seated himself in meditation, and began his cultivation. Grasping 2 spirit stones in his hands, he concentrated, drawing the spiritual energy from them. Absorbing the energy was merely the first step. He then needed to refine it according to his cultivation method, which would entail significant losses. Typically, after absorbing hundreds of milliliters of spiritual energy, one would only be able to refine a minuscule amount, akin to the size of a hair. He would then circulate the resulting spiritual power through his meridians, ultimately storing it in his dantian. "What is happening? I still cannot sense an increase in spiritual power within my dantian." After circulating his energy for a complete cycle, Wu Tian found this phenomenon perplexing. It had persisted for nearly 2 months. Lighting an incense to clear his mind, Wu Tian continued to sit in meditation. Despite the clear sensation of having refined the spiritual energy, there were no signs of an increase in energy within his dantian. In a moment of urgency, Wu Tian, risking the danger of losing himself to madness, directed half of his consciousness to circulate alongside the absorbed spiritual energy through the extraordinary meridians. After a week, he finally discerned that as the energy flowed through the Baihui acupoint, it was being absorbed by a golden point within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 24. Extravagance of Spirit Storage Pills. Wu Tian ceased his cultivation, fully immersing his consciousness into the sea of awareness, only to discover that the golden point was none other than the Golden Cicada. He observed it meditating with closed eyes, slowly drawing in the spiritual energy that passed through the Baihui acupoint. Enraged, he thought, "How dare you steal my energy? I would crush you." No matter what Wu Tian attempted, he could not harm the Golden Cicada enveloped in golden light. Cursing the audacity of this spirit thief, he pondered his predicament. Unable to inflict harm or stop its absorption, he fretted over his inability to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Should he allow it to continue? He feared that one day it might awaken and devour his consciousness, leaving him in eternal unrest. It seemed that the only option left was to experiment with a foundation establishment pill. He retrieved the pill and consumed it, feeling a surge of overwhelming spiritual power flood into his body. The influx was so immense that it violently impacted his meridians, causing excruciating pain. This agony made time feel elongated, turning 15 minutes into what felt like a year. Gritting his teeth, he persevered for 3 hours, reaching the limits of his endurance. Fortunately, the pill's effects had been fully digested by then. After regaining his composure, Wu Tian assessed his cultivation. The spiritual energy within his dantian had indeed increased. He had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual movement stage, yet he had not managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It appeared that the Golden Cicada, that audacious thief, had siphoned off the majority of his spiritual power. Sighing, he lamented the wasted foundation establishment pill and pondered the upcoming disciple competition. It seemed he would have to wait for the spirit storage pill, which was said to offer a slight chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Resigned, Wu Tian halted his meditation, recognizing the futility of continuing. After reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual movement stage, if he could not achieve a breakthrough, absorbing excess spiritual energy would prove useless, as the refined power would merely leak out of his body. To transcend this limitation, aside from sudden enlightenment, he would require a special pill capable of overcoming such obstacles. Enlightenment, a rare occurrence, allowed cultivators to merge their souls with the cosmos, harmonizing with nature and comprehending the myriad paths of existence. Those who achieve enlightenment often do so when faced with a bottleneck, experiencing a sudden clarity akin to a sudden revelation, rapidly elevating their realm and potentially breaking through one or even multiple barriers, thereby enhancing their cultivation level. In the mysterious valley of the Baichao alchemy cauldron, Wu Tian inquired, "Have you completed the spirit storage pills?" Upon noticing Long Kuei opening her eyes, "Yes, 10 superior spirit storage pills," she replied, looking fatigued. Concerned, Wu Tian remarked, "You should rest well. Your complexion is not looking well. It seems that refining the spirit storage pills is quite taxing. Master, I am fine, merely fatigued. A day of meditation will suffice. Long Kuei responded, forcing a smile. From now on, just aim to refine mid-grade pills. Superior pills are too exhausting, he thought, feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart at the sight of her weary expression. Master, I assure you, I am not gravely affected, though the mid-grade elixirs possess their merits. They pale in comparison to the superior ones. Despite undergoing numerous purifications, traces of impurities remain, and excessive consumption may lead to the accumulation of these contaminants within the body, adversely affecting one's cultivation in the long run. Thus, my master, it is advisable to minimize the intake of lower-grade elixirs, Dragon Kuei elucidated. Enough of this, Wu Tian replied. Let us return and rest. Nodding, Dragon Kuei stood and took a couple of steps, her delicate form suddenly swaying before she began to topple. Yiling swiftly caught her, exclaiming, You said you were fine. Allow me to carry you back. Before Dragon Kuei could protest, Wu Tian had already lifted her effortlessly and made his way towards the cottage in the valley. As she inhaled Wu Tian's unique fragrance, Dragon Kuei experienced her first intimate contact with a man, her cheeks flushing crimson as she succumbed to a dizzying sensation, allowing him to place her beside the bed. Gently, Wu Tian laid her down and covered her with a blanket. Dragon Kuei, you must heed my words. For the next few days, refrain from concocting the spirit storage elixir. Rest well, and only when you are fully recuperated will I summon you to refine it. This cannot be, she protested. Master, the competition approaches, and this period is crucial for you. I have spoken, thus it shall be so. I command you, as your master, to rest properly. Wu Tian's tone grew unexpectedly stern. I shall go cultivate. You must take good care of yourself, understand? He adjusted the blanket as he observed Yiling departing. Warmth surged within Dragon Kuei's heart. Such nearly domineering concern was precisely what a girl needed. She nestled within the blanket, savoring this form of affection. It is said that a man must possess a certain edge to be loved by a woman. Often, it is the delicate and gentle souls who crave such assertive love, seeking a protector to shield them from life's tempests, rather than a meek and fragile suitor. Wu Tian exited the alchemical chamber and employed the cooling pool to temper the alchemical furnace before finally opening it, avoiding the reckless haste that led to burns on his first attempt. Instantly, a refreshing and invigorating aroma wafted toward him. Ah, this was the distinctive scent of superior elixirs. Counting the elixirs, he discovered 4 luminous halos. It is said that 9 halos signify a spirit-forming elixir, though he remained uncertain of its veracity. 1, 2, 3, 10 exquisite spirit storage elixirs. Settling into a meditative posture, Wu Tian retrieved one and placed it upon his tongue. The elixir dissolved upon contact, an influx of spiritual energy surging into his body. The vibrant energy surged through his meridians, overcoming numerous obstacles, yet when it reached his dantian, it failed to breach the barrier, unable to elevate him to the foundational stage. With the barrier intact, the surplus energy swiftly dissipated within his flesh, expelled through capillaries, with some absorbed by the Golden Cicada. Clearly, this attempt at breakthrough had once again faltered. If the quantity of spiritual energy required for cultivation were likened to a balloon, Wu Tian's dantian resembled an encased balloon. Only when the innermost small balloon filled with energy and burst could the energy flow into the larger balloon encasing it, allowing for further accumulation. 1 elixir proves ineffective. I shall try 3. If 3 fail, I shall consume 6. I refuse to believe this barrier is so formidable. As the effects of the elixir waned, he took a brief respite before consuming another spirit storage elixir. Failure, failure, and yet another failure. A day has swiftly passed, and Wu Tian has consumed 3 exquisite spirit accumulation pills without any signs of a breakthrough. However, the continuous dispersing spiritual energy has gradually enhanced his physique, steering it towards perfection. Soon, 13 days have elapsed, during which he has expended a total of 39 pills. Were it not for Long Kuei producing a furnace of top-tier spirit accumulation pills every 3 days, Wu Tian could not have afforded such lavishness. Each exquisite pill is valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 39 would amount to over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the disciples of the Jiuxian sect were to learn of this, they would surely be left awestruck. Only a peculiar individual like him could possess such an abundance of pills, and all of them of the highest quality. Chapter 25. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Wu Tian, undeterred by the expenditure, took out another spirit accumulation pill and swallowed it, continuing to circulate the wood heart technique. The vibrant spiritual energy surged forth, reaching his dantian. where the barrier had shown signs of loosening after countless impacts. With a gentle sound, Wu Tian finally breached the barrier and entered the foundation establishment stage. The remaining medicinal potency did not dissipate this time. Instead, it began to flow slowly into Wu Tian's dantian. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've finally reached the foundation establishment stage, Wu Tian exclaimed, stepping out of the thatched cottage and laughing exuberantly at the sky, his voice echoing for miles around. Isn't that the voice of a genius turned fool? Some nearby remarked. He claims to have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, only he could regard such a breakthrough as a treasure, while most of his contemporaries had already reached this stage. His late arrival, coupled with such brazen laughter, seemed rather shameful. As the once silent genius re-emerged, people began to converse again. Sister Lung, that's Wu Tian's voice. Brother Wu Tian has emerged from seclusion, exclaimed Yu Tingting joyfully from the summit of the fire flame peak. Shall we go see Brother Wu Tian? Cold Ying paused, then replied. But Brother Hor is still inside refining pills. I must wait for him. Why don't you go ahead? I see now, Sister Lung values romance over friendship. Yu Tingting teased, before unleashing her top-grade magical artifact, the Water Moon Mirror, and soaring towards the Wu Shao Peak. Wu Tian, my junior brother, congratulations. Shouldn't you treat us to a feast at the Wanxian Tower? Called out Zhou Batu, Wu Tian's loyal companion. As he and Yu Tingting arrived at Wu Shao Peak simultaneously. The Wanxian Tower is the most renowned dining establishment in Linen's cultivation city, known for its diverse and spirit-infused dishes, once praised by the wine immortal, young Master Muro, who declared that one should not leave this world without savoring all the delicacies of the Wanxian Tower. Indeed, he laughing so heartily that even the fire flame bee from afar can hear him. Yu Tingting giggled. Absolutely. Recently, he has come into great fortune, Zhou Bada remarked. Knowing that Wu Tian possessed exquisite marrow-cleansing pills that would fetch a handsome price in spirit stones. Very well, it's just the Wanxian Tower. Let us go indulge. Wu Tian, freshly triumphant, was in high spirits and generous. By the way, junior sister Ting, why didn't Sister Lung accompany you? Zhou Batu inquired. Yuding pouted and said, Sister Lung can't come now. She has to accompany Brother Hua. I heard Brother Hua say that today they will be testing the yellow-grade elixir. Yellow-grade elixir? Zhou Batu exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian waved his hand and said, Stop. Let us not discuss that any further. Let us focus on food instead. Since she is unavailable, let the three of us go. A melodious laughter ensued. Wu Tian, you're being rather stingy. How can it only be three? Can I join too? I have yet to visit the Wanxian Tower. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Yuyan, Sister Zhu. Congratulations, Wu Tian, Zhu Yuyan remarked, referring to Wu Tian's breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Sister, having you join me would certainly enhance my prestige. I could not wish for more, Wu Tian replied, his face beaming with joy. Then let us hurry. The cravings in my stomach can hardly wait, Zhou Bada urged. Nodding in agreement, they unleashed their magical artifacts and soared through the sky toward the cultivation city. Upon arrival at the cultivation city, the Wanxian Tower was already ablaze with lights. The tower was categorized by minimum consumption levels across 9 floors, distinguished by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, earth, and heaven. The first floor, red grade, required a minimum consumption of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second floor, orange grade, required 3,000. The third floor, yellow grade, required 10,000. The fourth floor, green grade, required 30,000. The fifth floor, cyan grade, required 100,000. The sixth floor, blue grade, required 300,000. The seventh floor, purple grade, required 1 million. The eighth floor, earth grade, required 10 million. And the ninth floor, heaven grade, required 50 million low-grade spirit stones. The Wanxian Tower in Lingen had only 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. It was said that the earth and heaven levels were exclusive to the capital. Wu Tian, are we really dining on the second floor? Zhu Yuyan asked anxiously from her seat. Zhou Badu also looked at Wu Tian, thinking that his invitation to Wanxian Tower would at least be for the first floor. Even the first floor was extraordinary, as the minimum consumption of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones equated to 10 months of earnings for an average inner sect disciple, who received only 100 spirit stones monthly. Although aware of Wu Tian's sale of premium marrow-cleansing pills, such expenditure was still unwarranted. Just indulge yourselves. I have ample spirit stones. However, let it be known that your total order must not exceed 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it goes beyond that, you will need to cover the excess. Wu Tian lightened the mood. Wonderful. I want to have boiled flying spirit bird and spicy swift rabbit, Yuding exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced with glee, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Hearing her choices, Zhou Badu and Zhu Yuyan broke into a cold sweat. If she continued in this manner, they would surely fall short of funds, risking embarrassment and severe penalties from the Wanxian Tower, potentially even expulsion from their sect. All right, Yuding. Let us stick to just these 2 dishes. Will you be able to finish more? Zhu Yuyan snatched the menu. It's fine. Let her order. Boiled flying spirit bird and spicy swift rabbit only cost 1,000 spirit stones. I'm not worried, Wu Tian asserted. Upon hearing Wu Tian's approval, Yuding seized the menu once more. I would like this dish as well, the fiery porcupine hoof, Rain Tingting remarked. Wu Tian, attempting to maintain his composure, accidentally sprayed his tea everywhere. You're teasing me, you mischievous girl. That fiery porcupine hoof is no ordinary fare. It is a dish derived from a 3rd-tier magical beast, costing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Bada laughed heartily, relishing the rare sight of Wu Tian at a loss. Zhu Yuyan stifled her laughter behind her hand. I misspoke. It is the red porcupine hoof, Rain Tingting cheerfully corrected herself. The red porcupine is a close relative of the fiery porcupine, possessing a slightly less pure lineage. Classified as a 1st-tier fire-type magical beast. You silly girl, how could you confuse the red porcupine with the fiery porcupine? If you had ordered the wrong dish, I would have made you pay for it, Wu Tian teased, gently tapping Rain Tingting on the head. He then handed the menu to Zhu Yuyan, saying, Senior sister, you should also make a selection. Zhu Yuyan chose Jade Bull climbing the tree, a dish made from the meat of the 1st-tier magical beast, the Jade Bull. Stir-fried with a century-old spirit fungus, Zhou Bado opted for Sea Serpent, a soup made from the 1st-tier magical beast, the White Flower Snake. While Wu Tian selected 10,000 General's Return, a dish derived from the 1st-tier magical crab. The culinary offerings at Wanxian Tower not only tantalized the palate with their color, aroma, and flavor, but also enhanced one's cultivation. Swiftly, they were served, and the 6 dishes totaled 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 26. This meal is free. You are always too soft-hearted, shedding tears alone until dawn. You love that person without regret. Though I know you are not as strong as you seem. At a window seat on the 2nd floor of Wanxian Tower, Wu Tian, having indulged a bit too much, experienced drunkenness for the first time since his arrival in this world. He set aside all defenses as he raised his glass, using it as a makeshift microphone to sing. Rain Tingting, having sipped a little, blushed and asked, Brother Wu Tian, what song are you singing? I've never heard it before. It's truly beautiful. Did you compose it? The music here retained the subtle melodies of ancient Huaxia, lacking the rhythmic variations of contemporary tunes, akin to the pop songs Wu Tian described, which were utterly unfamiliar to Zhou Badu and the others. Moreover, with Lung Yingying absent, Wu Tian, in his melancholy, sang the song with a haunting and profound resonance, his magnetic voice imbued with sorrow. Zhu Yuyan, gazing at the usually unassuming Wu Tian, found herself captivated. This melody and tune revealed a talent in him that she would have never discovered had she not witnessed it firsthand. Curious, Zhu Yuyan continued to observe Wu Tian. Their comments jolted Wu Tian back to reality. Oh right, how could I forget that the style of this song does not belong to this realm? If I were to reveal that I came from another world, I would surely be hunted down. Through conversations with Kuai Zi, he learned of the secrets surrounding the Ming sect. Its soul-seizing techniques are taboo in the cultivation world. If the so-called righteous sects were to discover this, he would be wanted throughout the land. While chatting with Kuai Zi, Wu Tian uncovered the intricate connections between the Ming sect and its Earth counterpart, deepening his understanding of what this world labeled as a demonic sect. Xinchi brother, forgive me. I poured the drink to the brim and downed it, Wu Tian said. In my youth, I wandered through various nations, inspired by local ballads. Haha, it seems the junior brother is indeed a romantic, talented wandering poet, Zhu Yuyan smiled. A poet? More like a wet one. Later, Wu Tian realized that there was no concept of songwriters here. All poetry was meant to be sung, and anything that could be sung was indeed poetry. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to refer to Wu Tian as a wandering poet. These wandering poets of the world were greatly adored by young maidens confined within their chambers. During their childhood, they were often unable to venture outside, growing up listening to and watching tales of these wandering poets. The adventurous spirit of the wandering poets, combined with the tenderness of their verses, profoundly moved them. Moreover, having been sheltered in their rooms since childhood, they yearned for the liberating lifestyle of traveling the world freely. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Wu Tian suggested. Yes, we've almost finished eating. It's time to return, or Master will scold us. Zhu Yuyan agreed. The group descended the stairs to settle the bill. Innkeeper. We would like to settle our bill. We are from table 8 on the second floor. How much is it in spirit stones? Wu Tian inquired while carrying his storage bag. Young hero, there's no need to pay. This meal is complimentary. The innkeeper replied, attempting to curry favor. Is there truly such a thing as a free meal? I remember back at Xiangmenlu, the staff insisted we pay before dining. Wu Tian responded skeptically. Why offer us a complimentary meal? The innkeeper looked a bit hesitant and said, I have a small request. I wonder if the young hero would be inclined to agree. Disagree, Wu Tian stated plainly. Since it was a reluctant request, he felt he should not acquiesce too readily, as one could never know what complications might arise from such agreements. Jiang Bo, you may leave. A confident woman descended the stairs with a graceful demeanor. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded the charm of a strong woman, embodying both softness and strength, neither too rigid nor too frail. Greetings, young Master Wu. I am Wanimor, the owner of Wanxian Tower in Linen. We wish to use your songs. I hope you would consider it, she said as she approached him. Through Wanimor's introduction as the owner of Wanxian Tower, Wu Tian and his companions learned that the establishment had its own unique signature. Not only did they serve exquisite cuisine, but they also featured musical performances by stunningly beautiful women in their grand hall on the upper floors, with songs that were considered unparalleled. After hearing Wu Tian's performance, they realized that the songs of the past were mere old tunes. Wu Tian pondered, to cultivate, one must have elixirs and magical tools. Daily theft of spirit herbs for alchemy was not a sustainable method. Selling exquisite elixirs was too ostentatious. So writing songs to earn spirit stones was a splendid idea. Thus, he proposed, if you wish to use my songs, I can agree. But each song will cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single song? Even Zhu Yuyan, as a direct disciple of the Pill Hall, earns only 100 low-grade spirit stones a month. To amass 10,000 at once is astonishing. Zhu Yuyan exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Rain Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she calculated how long it would take to cultivate with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wanimor smiled slyly. As a businesswoman, she knew that discussing prices was the key to negotiation. It's a deal, but I have one condition. The young master can only sell the songs to us and not to anyone else. This woman is quite astute. Exhibiting a monopolistic mindset akin to that of Earth, Wu Tian mused. Wanimor indeed had this consideration, as the competition between the Crane Tower and the 10,000 Immortals Tower had recently intensified. Very well, Wu Tian readily agreed, realizing that it was more convenient to settle with a single employer rather than vacillating between options, provided the price was reasonable. Scratching his head, Wu Tian added, however, I can only sing the songs I compose. I do not know how to write them in musical notation. No matter, Wanimor replied. We have specialized musicians who will compose the music based on your singing. If everything is satisfactory, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Wanimor then produced a piece of talisman paper, crafted from an unusual material that subtly emanated a wave of spiritual energy. On it was depicted a fearsome demon, baring its teeth in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. This is the blood demon contract created by the Grand Mage Fan Mu of the Kaichi Empire in the northern continent, Wanimor explained. By signing this contract, you will be bound by the blood demon's oath, and any violation will result in your blood being drained, leaving you lifeless, as if turned to wood. The Kaichi Empire in the northern continent? Where is that? What is the rank of a Grand Mage? Rain Ting and the others had never heard of such things and inquired with curiosity. Well, I learned about it from the predecessors of our 10,000 Immortals Tower, Wanimor said modestly. After her introduction, Wu Tian began to grasp the broader world. Linen City was situated in the Ming Kingdom, which was a level 6 nation in the southern continent of the southern Jiangbu region, and there were at least 1 million such nations across the continent. Level 7 nations were even more numerous, such as the neighboring Tang Kingdom. In the southern Jiangbu region, there were 4 level 1 nations, the Xia dynasty, the Shang dynasty, the Zhou dynasty, and the Qing dynasty. Level 3 nations were vassals of level 2 nations, which in turn were vassals of level 1 nations. Chapter 27. Selling songs at the 10,000 Immortals Tower. This world comprised 4 major continents: the eastern continent of Dongxing Shenzhou, the western continent of Xinyo Hezhou, the southern continent of Nanjianbu, and the northern continent of Beiju Luzhou. In the northern Julu continent, practitioners cultivated a type of magic known as spellcraft, with the following levels: Magic Apprentice, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Mage Mentor, Grand Mage Mentor, Holy Mage, and Holy Mage Mentor. Their hierarchy was quite strict. Magic apprentices donned red robes, progressing through a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, as they advanced in rank. Consequently, magic apprentices were also referred to as red-robed mages, followed by orange-robed mages, white-robed mages, and so forth. The level of a magic apprentice was comparable to the Qi absorption stage in our southern Zhanbu, and similarly, a grand mage equated to the out-of-body stage in our realm. Wow, the world is indeed vast. Rain Ting exclaimed. Sister, you must have visited the Kaichi Empire. Is it beautiful there? Wan Moer smiled Riley's sister. I have only heard tales. The distance between the southern Zhanbu and the northern Julu continent is considerable, and it requires a substantial quantity of high-quality spirit stones to teleport there. Disappointment washed over Rain Ting as she hung her head. If even Wan Moer, with her wealth, had not ventured beyond the southern continent, her dream of traveling the world seemed impossible. Noticing her despondency, Wu Tian gently patted her head and said, Silly girl, once your brother Wu Tian earns more spirit stones, I will take you to the Kaichi Empire in the northern Julu continent, as well as to Xinyo Hezhou and Dongxing Shenzhou. As Yu Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement, she grasped Wu Tian's arm and said, Brother Wu Tian, it's a promise. You must take Tinger to play there. Wu Tian affectionately patted Yu Tingting's head, realizing that this little girl indeed possessed the temperament of a child, quickly brightening after the rain. The sixth-level nations boasted a landmass surpassing the total expanse of the Earth's continents. With millions of such nations, each state vast beyond imagination. No wonder it was said that most cultivators needed to traverse through teleportation arrays to navigate the sprawling territories, Wu Tian pondered. If there are no further issues, let us formalize the contract, Wan Moer suggested, extending her hand. Place your left hand in mine, fingers interlocked, close your eyes, and concentrate on the charm in our grasp. Wu Tian nodded and complied, extending his left hand to meet Wan Moer's right, their fingers entwined, the blood demon contract resting between them. It was evident that signing the blood demon contract required an external force. Wan Moer closed her eyes, her lips murmuring an array of strange incantations, fluctuating in speed and tone. As she recited, Wu Tian sensed a wave of energy, a mental force, gradually seeping into his spiritual realm. With each strand of this energy entering his consciousness, Wu Tian felt an inexplicable tension. It was his first encounter with such a contract, and apprehension was inevitable. What if Wan Moer harbored ill intentions and ensnared him with a curse? Was he not then selling himself to enrich others? Fortunately, the incantation was brief. Within about 15 minutes, the contract emitted a faint glow, signaling its completion. Welcome to this divine contract. You shall sacrifice 10 days of your vitality as an offering. Signing this contract will place you under my supervision. Should you breach your oath, I shall drain your blood, no matter where you are. An ancient voice echoed within Wu Tian's consciousness, deep and authoritative, instilling a sense of dread, as if transgressing would lead one into an abyss of eternal torment. Humph. Wu Tian abruptly released Wan Moer's hand, sending her, unprepared, sprawling to the ground. What do you mean? You didn't mention that signing this contract would cost me 10 days of vitality. Wan Moer, rubbing her reddened hand, replied with a hint of remorse. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention it. I assumed that 10 days of vitality was trivial for a cultivator, believing you wouldn't mind, young Master Wu Tian. Indeed, cultivators typically enjoyed long lifespans. Those below the foundation establishment stage could live over 200 years, while foundation establishment cultivators reached 300 years, core formation cultivators 500. Nascent soul practitioners a millennium, and those in the out-of-body stage could live up to 9,000 years, with even longer lifespans for those beyond. Thus, a mere 10 days of vitality seemed insignificant. Wu Tian ultimately forgave Wan Moer, though a lingering resentment remained within him. Anyone would feel aggrieved at the prospect of losing even a fraction of their lifespan. The blood demon was indeed formidable, claiming 2 10-day lifespans with a single contract. With trillions of beings on the continent, the number of contracts increased daily, granting him immense power. It was no wonder he siphoned life force. After all, humanity was a species rife with deception, and trust among individuals was sorely lacking. Standing up, Wan Moer presented a bulging storage bag to Wu Tian, saying, Young Master Wu, this is your reward for the song. May I inquire the title of the melody? Heart Too Soft, Wu Tian replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor for having borrowed another's tune. Thank you, young Master Wu, Wan Moer expressed. Why thank me? Wu Tian pondered, slightly perplexed. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. He clasped his hands and said, If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. After bidding farewell to Zhou Batu and the others, he exited the Wanxian building, summoned his magical sword, and ascended into the sky, making his way towards the Jiushuan Gate. Upon returning to the Jiushuan Gate, Wu Tian escorted Zhou Batu and the others back to their residence before finally retreating to his training chamber. Setting up a formation, Wu Tian did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he began to assess and estimate his strength. He yearned for a victory to cleanse the disgrace of being defeated by a foundation establishment cultivator during the core formation stage. In the initial stage of foundation establishment, with his technique being the top-tier Mu Xi'an Ju at the first level, he surpassed the average yellow-grade techniques. His most formidable combat technique, the second move of the Tsang Qiong Jiu, was more powerful than typical green-grade combat skills. He possessed a medium-grade magical artifact, the Qixiao sword. By all calculations, he could barely contend with an average mid-foundation establishment practitioner. If he aspired to enter the top 10, he would need to exert considerable effort, Wu Tian contemplated. Grasping 2 spirit stones in his hands, he commenced his cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy from the stones and refining it, subsequently performing the circulatory cycle. The spiritual energy traversed through his meridians, purifying itself before returning to his dantian. Undeterred, Wu Tian continued to absorb the spirit stones, each rapidly turning gray and being cast aside beneath the stone bed. After completing this process a total of 999 times, the spiritual energy finally flowed smoothly through his meridians, stabilizing them and enhancing their flexibility. Once he solidified his initial foundation establishment realm, Wu Tian retrieved a spirit-conserving pill and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and vibrant spiritual energy coursed through his entire body, leading to a noticeable increase in the energy within his dantian. Relishing the comforting sensation radiating from his bones, Wu Tian could not help but emit a soft groan. The spirit-conserving pill had a maximum human limit of 3 per day, but with the competition drawing near in just over 10 days, he resolved to push his limits. Thus, he consumed 3 spirit-conserving pills in one night. The surging spiritual energy battered against his meridians, rubbing against them repeatedly, causing a mix of soreness and swelling, akin to the sharp pain of a blade. Beads of sweat dotted Wu Tian's forehead, his clothes thoroughly soaked, and his body trembled involuntarily from the pain. Yet he persevered with unwavering determination. Chapter 28. Active preparations. Time was of the essence for cultivators. For several days, Wu Tian engaged in a relentless routine, absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones to solidify his meridians, then consuming spirit pills to harness the overwhelming spiritual power, followed by blood-replenishing pills to rejuvenate his body, and continuing his cultivation. Though the days were monotonous, for the sake of redeeming his honor, Wu Tian endured with steadfast resolve. With an ample supply of top-grade spirit-conserving pills, devoid of impurities, the energy absorbed transformed directly into spiritual power within his dantian. By the day before the entry-level disciples competition, he had achieved the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body, Wu Tian was thoroughly satisfied. After taking a bath, he proceeded to the artifact hall to purchase a superior-grade magical artifact, the Golden Scale Tower. The Golden Scale Tower is valued at 3,000 inferior spirit stones. Wu Tian, merely a newly admitted inner sect disciple, displayed such extravagant spending that the steward of the artifact hall was left utterly astonished. It is known that only disciples who have reached the core formation stage or above are entitled to possess a high-quality magical artifact. Moreover, Wu Tian ventured into the alchemy hall to procure various elixirs, leading even the low-ranking disciples of the Jiuxian sect to gossip about the extraordinarily affluent disciple, Wu Tian. Although Wu Tian preferred not to stand out, he had no time to shop in the cultivation city and thus resorted to purchasing within the sect. To avoid drawing undue attention, he retreated to his chamber to enter seclusion, practicing the skills he had acquired that day from the yellow-level fire hall, fireball technique, 9 strikes of heavenly flame, and fire control technique. Though the disciples' quarters appeared humble, they were adequately equipped. Each room contained a stone bed suitable for meditation and rest, as well as a training room enhanced by spatial formations, capable of accommodating practitioners below the nascent soul stage. Wu Tian mastered the fireball technique within a mere morning. While he only managed to begin learning the first strike of the 9 strikes of heavenly flame, named fire arrow soaring to the sky, and had no time to practice the fire control technique. His rapid progress was attributed to his prior studies in the wood heart technique and the 9 techniques of the firmament. The wood heart technique, which nurtures fire, facilitated Wu Tian's swift mastery of the fireball technique. Although the 9 strikes of heavenly flame did not belong to the same grade as the latter, their essences resonated, allowing him to learn quickly. With a simple snap of his fingers, a plume of flame danced upon his fingertip, burning fiercely yet harmlessly. Emanating from the spiritual energy he conjured through the fireball technique. Despite its gentle appearance atop his finger, when unleashed, it could incinerate any practitioner below the spirit movement stage into ashes. After a day of secluded training, the time for the new disciples' competition finally arrived. Clad in a newly purchased azure robe, Wu Tian understood that the occasion was significant, even if the garment might become soiled or torn during the event. Master, the competition is about to commence. When shall we head to the arena? Asked Kuai Zi, bowing slightly. Let us proceed to the arena. Wu Tian replied confidently. Together, Wu Tian and Kuai Zi took flight on their swords, swiftly arriving at the competition hall atop the main peak, Tianju Peak. Wu Tian produced the jade slip that confirmed his eligibility to compete, which he had received the previous day, and presented it to the steward responsible for verifying participants' qualifications. The steward retrieved a jade stone with a groove from his storage bag, placed the jade slip within the groove, infused it with spiritual energy, and watched as the originally white jade stone transformed into a brilliant yellow. Nodding approvingly, the steward returned the jade slip to Wu Tian and produced 3 inferior spirit stones, gesturing toward the teleportation portal behind him. This is the teleportation portal. After you enter, place these 3 inferior spirit stones and the jade slip into the corresponding grooves. The portal will transport you to the Foundation Establishment Stage Arena. Go forth and may you achieve an admirable rank. The preliminary competition would categorize the disciples based on their cultivation levels into spirit movement, foundation establishment, and core formation matches. Following the initial round, lower-ranked cultivators would be permitted to challenge those of higher cultivation levels in pursuit of better standings. I, Wu Tian, have arrived at the grand competition. With that, Wu Tian stepped into the teleportation portal, placing the spirit stones and jade slip into their respective slots and executing the hand seal. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the hall. Dizziness enveloped me, and a throbbing pain resonated in my ears. This was the first sensation that engulfed Wu Tian as he traversed through the portal. After regaining his composure and sensing no unusual anomalies within his body, Wu Tian surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he had arrived at the arena. The venue was bustling with a throng of spectators. His fellow disciples had ventured to the competition grounds for the agile stage, leaving Wu Tian alone, devoid of familiar faces. Young disciple, are you interested in placing a wager? Mo Ning, a disciple from the Qi Hall of the Zhishuan sect, approached Wu Tian, a sly grin adorning his face as he noticed the newcomer's bewildered gaze. Wu Tian regarded Mo Ning, recognizing the shrewdness in his expression, yet he was indeed unfamiliar with the competition grounds and needed guidance. Thus, he inquired, wager? What kind of wager? With a chuckle, Mo Ning replied, do you not know? During the new disciple competitions, the seasoned disciples of Zhishuan sect set bets, speculating on who will emerge victorious. Oh, so there are bets in the Zhishuan competitions? Wu Tian asked, curiosity piqued. Brother, do you have any insight into my odds? Wu Tian, allow me a moment to check. Mo Ning said, producing a circular artifact and closing his eyes in concentration. After a brief interlude, he announced, today, Wu Tian is set to compete against Li Tianyi from the Martial Hall, with odds of 5-1 for those betting on your victory. If you win, a single spirit stone will yield 5 in return. Li Tianyi? Huh, is he not the one I previously bested? Wu Tian mused, contemplating delivering another thrashing to Li Tianyi for his sycophantic behavior towards Tang Xiaoming. Mo Ning, sensing an opportunity, prodded, however, from my intel, Wu Tian possesses strength surpassing that of Li Tianyi. Are you inclined to bet on Wu Tian's triumph? Internally, Mo Ning chuckled, thinking, you should place your bet on Wu Tian, as my sources indicate that Li Tianyi was defeated through a sneak attack and is currently at the late stage of foundation building. While Wu Tian is merely a rumored prodigy of misfortune, Li Tianyi is bound to win. Such inside information, yet you remain unaware of my identity, Wu Tian chuckled inwardly. I wish to bet on Wu Tian's victory. If I guess correctly, how shall I claim the Spirit Stones post-match? Wu Tian inquired. Mo Ning explained, it is quite simple. This jade slip is a creation of our Qi Hall, known as the Locking Recognition Jade Slip. Once you infuse your spiritual consciousness, it will record the details of the buyer, seller, and the wager. Oh, I see. I shall wager on Wu Tian's victory for 1,000 inferior spirit stones. If that is permissible? Wu Tian said, conjuring forth 1,000 inferior spirit stones, each resembling the size of marbles from Earth's childhood, rolling before him and emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Wow, such an abundance of spirit stones. This is a fortune, Mo Ning exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with greed. Yes, indeed, we can place bets. Oh, my dear little disciple. Mo Ning laughed triumphantly. Having never encountered someone who could present such a substantial amount of spirit stones at once, he had initially anticipated earning a modest 10 stones from this venture, never foreseeing such a lucrative prospect walking through his door. After inputting the necessary information, Mo Ning handed the locking recognition jade slip to Wu Tian and, whistling joyfully, departed. Buoyed by the thrill of fortune, Wu Tian grasped the jade slip, his eyes gleaming with determination, and thought, do you truly perceive me as a mere wastrel? Huh, I shall ensure your losses are profound. From this day forth, I will shed the label of ineptitude. Chapter 29. The first round of the grand competition. Placing the jade slip into his storage pouch, Wu Tian arrived at the observation platform, where he located the steward and learned that his competition stage was number 35. Only then did he take a moment to survey the arena. There were approximately 100 platforms, each as vast as 2 basketball courts, with ample space between them, presumably to facilitate the audience's view of the contests. Surrounding the platforms was a protective formation, and even the foundation was crafted from millennium meteorite iron, capable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Hello, little junior sister. May I inquire if this is the competition stage number 35? Wu Tian approached a small girl and asked. No, this is stage 36. The slender girl replied as she practiced her punches and kicks, beads of glistening sweat shimmering on her small, yet resolute face. Stage 35 is over there to the right. Thank you, little junior sister. What is your name? Wu Tian inquired. I am Luo Yan, a disciple of the martial hall. The girl wiped the sweat from her brow. I am Wu Tian, also a disciple of the martial hall. How come I have not seen you before? He remarked. Because I am usually not in the martial hall. I spend my time hunting magical beasts on the back mountain to earn spirit stones for cultivation, the resilient girl replied, concealing her struggles with a poor spiritual root and her less than attractive appearance, which rendered her overlooked by the elders of the sect. The cultivation resources she needed were scarce, compelling her to brave the dangers of the magical beast forest to sell the beasts to the alchemy hall for spirit stones. It was through her unwavering diligence that she managed to reach the initial stage of foundation establishment, a journey filled with hardship known only to her. Oh, here are some blood spirit pills and spirit assisting pills. I hope they will aid you. I wish you the best in the competition, Wu Tian offered. Retrieving a handful of pills from his storage pouch, Luo Yan hesitated, nervously rubbing the corners of her garment. She understood the value of the blood spirit pills and spirit assisting pills. Such a quantity was worth a considerable sum. Take them, otherwise I shall be displeased. Wu Tian insisted. Luo Yan, born of a minor secular family as an illegitimate child of the clan leader and a maidservant, had never been esteemed. After being discovered to possess a spiritual root, she was accepted into the Jiaoxian sect, where her family began to treasure her. However, upon arriving at the sect, she realized that she still lacked recognition and feared that her family's attitude towards her and her mother would revert to disdain, plunging her back into a life of hardship. Thus, her training was exceptionally rigorous. With eyes glistening, Luo Yan accepted the pills and said, Senior brother, you are truly kind. Luo Yan will forever be grateful and will repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. This competition held great significance for her, and seeing Wu Tian insist on giving her the pills, she felt no need for further reluctance. Wu Tian smiled and turned to head toward his designated competition stage. Upon reaching platform 35, he found that the match had yet to commence and the audience was sparse. He settled onto the platform, entering a meditative state to adjust himself. Ding dong. The bell signaling the entrance rang, jolting Wu Tian from his meditation. He opened his tiger-like eyes and glanced around, noticing that the audience had already filled the area beneath the stage. Brother Yang, let me tell you. Apart from deceiving a novice in the foundation stage to bet on my victory, I also misled a young man into wagering on Wu Tian's triumph. He astonishingly staked 1,000 spirit stones. A few individuals approached number 35, and amidst the crowd, Mo Ning's voice could be heard. Humph. The man surrounded by onlookers snorted, remaining silent as he strode towards the Wu Tian arena. Beside him, a flamboyantly dressed girl playfully patted his back and said, Brother Yang, don't be upset. She then turned to Mo Ning, chiding, You fool. You recklessly opened the betting without proper investigation. Do you understand Wu Tian's strength? Just yesterday, he acquired a top-grade magical artifact, the Golden Scale Tower, from the Artifact Hall. Even if Li Tianyi possesses late-stage foundation-building cultivation, it is impossible for him to breach a top-grade artifact. This means Wu Tian is already in an invincible position. While you were preoccupied with your own cultivation, allowing the new disciples to serve as temporary workers. Issues have arisen. They may have conducted their investigations, but by the time they reported to you, it was already too late. Mo Ning, who was eager to take credit, felt as if he had swallowed a fly, stunned by the revelation. This was unexpected. He, usually so astute, had suffered a significant setback. This was not entirely his fault, as the higher-ups of the Disciples' Alliance had been engrossed in their own training, hiring newly initiated disciples to conduct strength assessments for the ranking competition and then opening bets. However, the problem arose that each time the data was updated, it took these temporary workers a day to report the information. Naturally, Mo Ning was unaware of Wu Tian's recent acquisition of the top-grade artifact. Contestants, please take the stage. The match will commence in 15 minutes. Announced a beautiful senior sister from the platform. At that moment, a figure began to ascend the steps slowly, with a slightly plump face, standing around 7 meters tall, fair-skinned, yet exuding a menacing and domineering aura. This individual was none other than Li Tianyi, the pampered young master of his family. Ever since he was ambushed and knocked down by Wu Tian with a single punch, he had been eagerly awaiting the competition. Determined to show Wu Tian the distinction between heaven and earth, Li Tianyi glowered at Wu Tian, who sat composedly atop the arena, contemplating, what significance does a top-grade artifact hold? You shall see soon enough. He gradually made his way to the arena, drawing attention as he approached the beautiful senior sister and inquired, is it starting? The senior sister turned to Wu Tian and asked, Junior brother, are you ready? If so, we shall begin. Wu Tian stood and replied, I am ready. The beautiful senior sister proclaimed, I hereby declare the match officially commenced. With that, she subtly moved her spiritual power, gracefully retreating from the stage as the protective barrier around the arena activated. Li Tianyi taunted, Boy, today I shall trample you underfoot and make you groan. Virtue. Wu Tian remained silent, crimson fire spiritual energy coalescing in his right hand. Boom. Torrents of flames surged towards Li Tianyi, executing the first stance of the yellow-grade fire skill he had recently mastered. Heavenly Flame 9 slashes. The fire arrow soars to the sky. Having never witnessed such a lack of decorum, Li Tianyi was taken aback. Typically, competitors exchanged fierce words regardless of their animosity. However, he did not anticipate Wu Tian to strike without uttering a word, as the roaring flames lunged toward him. Humph! You despicable scoundrel! Ambush has always been your forte, but I am no longer the person I used to be. Your treachery is of no use to me. Li Tianyi scoffed. Earth-type, yellow-level skill, Earth Spirit Shield. Upon uttering these words, a vibrant yellow aura shimmered, and a shield of earthy hue emerged to deflect the roaring flames. How many spirit stones do you possess, Fengdu? Are you inquiring about dining while competing against your adversary? The essence of warfare lies in speed and cunning. Surprise is the ultimate strategy we pursue. Your ignorance merely reveals your superficiality. Wu Tian, emboldened by his position, continued to escalate his attacks. Fire-type, yellow-level skill, Fireball Technique. Bomb-like fireballs hurtled towards Li Tianyi with relentless force. Chapter 30. The Decline of Li Tianyi. Boom. Boom. The consecutive impacts began to fracture Li Tianyi's Earth Spirit Shield. Observing the cracks forming, Li Tianyi remained undeterred and bellowed, Earth Spirit Step. His body floated like a specter, evading the onslaught. Hee, young master of the Li family. It seems your progress has been minimal these past few months. Have you merely mastered the art of evasion? Wu Tian intentionally provoked Li Tianyi. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianyi chose to ignore Wu Tian's taunts. Despite Wu Tian's mid-stage foundation establishment, Li Tianyi was at the late stage. If he could just prolong the battle, his abundant spirit energy would eventually lead to Wu Tian's exhaustion, at which point even a mere flick of his finger would be sufficient to vanquish him. Wu Tian was no fool. He was aware of his own limitations. His spirit energy reserves were scant. Although he possessed several spirit-enhancing pills purchased from the alchemy hall, he could not ascertain whether Li Tianyi had similar aids. Thus he began with a surprise attack and rapid strikes. Run! I command you to run. Wu Tian fervently channeled his spirit energy, pushing the fireball technique to its zenith. Fireballs, each the size of coconuts, rained down upon Li Tianyi. Haha, are you out of tricks? Li Tianyi skillfully evaded the oncoming attacks with his Earth Spirit Step, using the Earth Spirit Shield to withstand the strikes he could not dodge. As Wu Tian's spirit energy rapidly diminished, he was left with only a sliver of power. To protect himself from the impending assaults, he summoned the Golden Scale Tower, enveloped in a radiant golden light that formed a protective barrier around him. Do you truly believe that a mere turtle shell can safeguard you? Li Tianyi sneered with malevolent glee. Now it is my turn to strike. He drew forth a sword that radiated with spirit energy, emanating a luminous green glow. Oh, that is a high-grade spiritual weapon. The audience erupted in astonishment. Senior Brother Yang, is that not your greenling sword? Mo Ning inquired, recognizing the blade. Indeed, it is Senior Brother Yang's greenling sword. Had he not lent it to Li Tianyi this morning, you would have squandered the disciples' funds today, replied a junior disciple beside the meditative Yang. Haha, Brother Lu speaks truthfully. Mo Ning nodded, albeit reluctantly. Although Yang's actions were suspect, she felt compelled to turn a blind eye to continue her association. Wu Tian, I did not anticipate you to be the one. While I secretly wish for your defeat, so I might acquire some spirit stones, I find myself hoping for your victory. Mo Ning mused as she cast a glance at the lofty Senior Brother Yang. When high-grade artifacts meet one another, the outcome hinges upon the comparison of their spirit energy. Let us see whose reserves prove more formidable. Earth Spirit Explosion. Li Tianyi bellowed, and under the enhancement of the exquisite artifact, the greening sword, the yellow-grade spiritual technique demonstrated even greater power. Large needles formed from Earth's spiritual energy surged towards Wu Tian. The clanging sounds echoed as the luminous barrier created by the Golden Scales Tower responded to the onslaught. Indeed, the Golden Scales Tower, as a superior artifact, was capable of withstanding the attacks, yet due to Wu Tian's slightly lower cultivation level, it only barely held its ground, leaving Wu Tian feeling shaken. The disparity between mid-stage and late-stage foundation establishment was palpable. This strike had inflicted a minor injury upon him. If he allowed further assaults, defeat was inevitable. What should I do? Wu Tian pondered. Regardless of the circumstances, with spiritual energy depleted, all thoughts were futile. He needed to restore his energy first. Wu Tian hastily consumed several spirit-enhancing pills, swallowing 3 in quick succession, feeling the surging spiritual energy swiftly refine into his dantian. This was the advantage of consuming pills. Had he relied on absorbing the spiritual essence from spirit stones, it would have taken several hours. After ingesting 3 spirit-enhancing pills, Wu Tian felt his spiritual energy restored to 70 or 80%, just as he saw Li Tianyi unleashing another earth spirit explosion. There was no time to replenish his energy further. He quickly urged the Golden Scales Tower to defend. Another series of clanging collisions ensued, and this time, Wu Tian sustained further internal injuries, biting down hard enough to draw blood, which trickled from the corner of his mouth. Brother Wu Tian, keep going. Rain Tingting had unexpectedly appeared at the foot of the arena, accompanied by Zhu Yuyan. Turning his gaze towards Rain Tingting, Wu Tian nodded, steeling himself as he looked at Li Tianyi. I did not expect you to conceal such a trump card. Is your superior artifact truly formidable? Witness my green-grade combat technique. The Celestial 9 Techniques, Military Character Technique. Wu Tian interlocked his fingers, extending his index finger, with the middle finger resting atop, and shouted, Celestial 9 Techniques, Military Character Technique. A torrent of swords, akin to 1,000 blades converging, surged forth towards Li Tianyi. Faced with the onslaught of myriad swords, Li Tianyi activated his spiritual energy, swiftly conjuring an earth spirit shield before him. Although Wu Tian, with his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, was up against Li Tianyi's late-stage level, Li Tianyi's earth spirit shield was merely a yellow-grade technique. The Celestial 9 Techniques, a renowned skill of Shinnon, rendered the military character technique more formidable than ordinary green-grade techniques. Thus, the green-grade spear overpowered the yellow-grade shield, shattering the earth spirit shield as though it were mere tofu under the relentless assault of Wu Tian's boundless battle energy. With the earth spirit shield broken, Li Tianyi, in a flurry, hastily cast another earth spirit shield and executed the earth spirit step to narrowly evade Wu Tian's barrage. Fortuitously, he possessed the superior artifact, the greening sword. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries from the penetrating sword energy. The Celestial 9 Techniques, Military Character Technique, indeed proved its might. With Wu Tian's current mid-stage foundation establishment, he could only utilize it once. Now, he was left with merely 10% of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, as Li Tianyi evaded the onslaught of the Celestial 9 Techniques, he too had expended a significant portion of his own spiritual energy, leaving him with just over 10%, insufficient to unleash more earth spirit explosions. To breach Wu Tian's Golden Scales Tower's protective barrier required a continuous assault of earth spirit explosions. Realizing this, Li Tianyi chose to cease his attacks and withdrew a spirit-enhancing pill to recover his cultivation. Observing the pained expression on Li Tianyi's face as he retrieved the spirit-enhancing pill, a weight lifted from Wu Tian's heart. At present, Wu Tian's strength is comparable to that of Li Tianyi, albeit with a slight edge in offensive prowess. The outcome now hinges on which of the two will exhaust their spiritual energy first and succumb to defeat. Humph, when it comes to elixirs, I possess far more than you do. Wu Tian consumed the spirit-enhancing pill and the blood spirit pill, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he thought. Li Tianyi, prepare to meet your end. The arena transformed into a battleground of attrition, with Wu Tian and Li Tianyi exchanging blows in turn. However, Li Tianyi's attacks lacked conviction, as he had expended too much of his spiritual energy on grand techniques. In contrast, Wu Tian treated the spirit-enhancing pill as if it were candy. And such a pattern of assault would inevitably lead to his downfall. Let us depart, said Brother Chun, who sat in the front row of the arena, rising to leave, followed closely by his loyal companions. Mo Ning glanced at Brother Chun and then at Wu Tian on the stage, ultimately making the difficult decision to follow Brother Chun, opting not to continue watching the competition. Chapter 31. Wu Tian wins the first round. Li Tianyi, that worthless fool, is truly a coward who preys on the weak. Where has the bravado he displayed when bullying young girls gone? Despite possessing a top-tier magical artifact and being at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he still succumbed to Wu Tian, who is merely at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. A waste is a waste, and it is truly disheartening to see Brother Chen's efforts squandered. Lu Ming commented while following Brother Chen. Enough of that. After the competition, we shall seek out Li Tianyi and reclaim Brother Chen's sword, said the enchanting woman. Wu Tian, you employ green-level combat techniques at the Foundation stage, contrary to the rumors of your ineptitude. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I eagerly anticipate your participation in the core formation stage competition. I am keen to witness the extent of your growth. I have a premonition that you will undoubtedly become a formidable opponent in the future. Brother Chen suddenly paused to reflect. Shaking his head, Brother Chen led those who accompanied him to watch Wu Tian's match away. The atmosphere of the arena did not cool in the wake of Brother Chen's departure. Everyone continued to cheer for their chosen competitors. Yes, attack like that. Li Tianyi, go for it. Earth Spirit Explosion, blow him away. Had Wu Tian heard such remarks, he would certainly have uttered an expletive, exclaiming the absurdity of it all. Who would have thought that even in this otherworldly realm, such vulgar expressions existed? Among the hundreds present, Yu Tingting was the most exuberant, repeatedly shouting, Wu Tian Gij, go for it. As she danced about, her voice ringing loudly. In her excitement, she urged Zhu Yuyan to join in the cheering. Although the stunning Zhu Yuyan initially hesitated, concerned about her image, she could not help but shout a few encouraging words during Wu Tian's impressive displays, which swayed even those who had bet on Li Tianyi to cheer for Wu Tian. Due to her influence as one of the three beauties of the Jiuxian sect. Let us go. The outcome is already apparent. Some of the more seasoned disciples had already foretold the inevitable conclusion. Once again, Li Tianyi found himself reduced to a mere remnant of spiritual energy, with his spirit-enhancing pill now exhausted. He gazed at Wu Tian devouring the spirit-enhancing and blood-spirit pills, bitterly muttering to himself, So, I have failed yet again? Who would have thought that despite possessing a top-tier magical artifact, I would still be defeated? Rather than be slain by him, it would be better to concede voluntarily. Alas, he had no opportunity to surrender, for Wu Tian's assault was upon him. The yellow-level combat technique, Heavenly Flame 9 Slashes, unleashed its first form. A barrage of fire arrows composed of fire spiritual energy pierced through the earth spirit shield, striking Li Tianyi directly. Puff, puff. Li Tianyi was grievously injured, his body riddled with wounds, collapsing amidst a pool of blood. It was only due to Wu Tian's sudden change of heart that he refrained from killing him, restraining half of the barrage. Otherwise, Li Tianyi would have been reduced to mere pulp. As he lay on the ground, he glanced at Wu Tian, his eyes betraying a sense of gratitude. In the inevitable course of disciples' competitions, injuries are bound to occur. At that moment, the beautiful senior sister who had announced the start of the match leaped onto the stage, administering 2 blood spirit pills to Li Tianyi to stabilize his condition temporarily, and instructed 2 individuals to carry him off for treatment. The beautiful senior sister approached Wu Tian and declared, I announce that in the first round of the Foundation Establishment Competition, Match 35, Wu Tian is the victor. Wu Tian raised his right hand into a fist and shouted with excitement, Grandfather dead? The beautiful senior sister, puzzled by his words, merely noted how jubilant Wu Tian appeared. She continued, Congratulations, Wu Tian, you have advanced further towards the top 10 among the newly admitted disciples. With that, she produced a storage bag and handed it to Wu Tian, adding, This is the reward for the first round. Wu Tian accepted it without peering inside, thanked the beautiful senior sister, and hurried off the stage to join Yu Tingting and the others. Tingting, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to compete today as well? Wu Tian inquired. So dull. I had barely stepped onto the stage when my opponent conceded, Yu Tingting pouted. Her adversary was a disciple who had just broken through to the early Foundation establishment stage. Wu Tian chuckled, Little girl, taking advantage yet feigning innocence. See how hard I worked to win my match. Ah, I didn't expect Li Tianyi to possess a top-tier magical artifact. I've heard about it, which is why I came to watch your match. I heard that sword was lent to him by Senior Brother Chun. I never imagined you would defeat him, Zhu Yuyan remarked. Senior Brother Chun? Which Senior Brother Chun? I don't recall offending anyone by that name. Why would he lend a top-tier magical artifact to Li Tianyi? Wu Tian questioned, perplexed. You newcomers are certainly unaware. The Jiushuan sect has regulations to establish a generation of disciples every 100 years, recruiting a new cohort every 20 years. Each cohort forms a league of experts to gather the best resources for cultivation. Senior Brother Chun is one of the 3 managers of the first disciple league of the young generation, Qinshuda. Wu Tian responded. Does Jiushuan sect permit the establishment of disciple leagues? Aren't they concerned about sect division? Not at all. The disciple leagues are solely responsible for organizing competitions and activities to encourage disciples' cultivation. They hold no authority over the disciples, Zhu Yuyan explained. Oh, I understand now. Akin to a student council on Earth, Wu Tian pondered. Nodding in acknowledgement, he grasped the concept. Zhu Yuyan continued. Qinshuda's underlings were in charge of the betting for your match. Due to an error in setting the odds, he lent his sword to Li Tianyi. I never expected you to emerge victorious. Zhu Yuyan gazed intently at Wu Tian, her cheeks flushing. Ever since she had heard him drunkenly sing Heart Too Soft, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, curious about the kind of person he truly was. Although Wu Tian may not possess the striking handsomeness of Huobuchuan, he is still an appealing figure, particularly since the activation of the Shinong Ding has accentuated his ethereal charm. Perhaps due to the excessive consumption of exquisite spirit-nourishing pills, he has purged numerous impurities from his body, resulting in a transformation of his physique and an even fairer complexion, rendering him even more attractive. Though I, Wu Tian, may not be particularly eye-catching, I am not one to be bullied. Wu Tian felt a surge of anger. Had it not been for his myriad hidden cards, he might have faced defeat today. Wu Tian, do not act impulsively. Uncle Chun is at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and he has many loyal friends. Opposing him would bring you no advantage. One must bow their head under the eaves, Zhu Yuyan cautioned. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to strike a rock with an egg, Wu Tian replied gently, not wishing to cause concern to those who cared for him. Brother Wu Tian, where shall we celebrate later? Let us go to Wanxian Tower. The dishes there are a feast for the senses, Yu Tingting suggested. The whimsical little darling always brought joy to others, and her proposal momentarily chased away their worries. Indeed, all you think about is food. Be careful not to eat so much that no one wants you, Wu Tian joked. Tingting tilted her head in thought, her 2 little braids swaying like willow branches in the breeze. If no one wants me, I'll just follow Brother Wu Tian and eat him into poverty. Wu Tian playfully tugged at her braid, saying, with your petite frame, you think you can eat me into poverty? Not a chance. Come, let us first find Zhou Badu and Kuaizi. With that, Wu Tian led the way to the teleportation array. Beside the teleportation array, Wu Tian spotted a familiar figure, Lung Yingying. Chapter 32. Departing for love drawn by the vision that lingered in his dreams, Wu Tian found himself walking towards her involuntarily. Yingying, is that you? Waiting for someone? He inquired. Turning around, Lung Yingying exclaimed with delight, Junior brother, I've finally found you. I wanted to watch your match, but had no idea which arena you were in, so I waited here. Waiting for me? Has the sun risen in the west? Wu Tian mused, surprised that she had not sought him out in a long while. Yes, I intended to come with Tingting to see your match, but I couldn't find her, so I waited here, Lung Yingying explained. So that was the case. Ever since Lung Yingying grew closer to Huobuchuan, Tingting had become Zhu Yuyan's burden, which is why she had been hard to find. Wu Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said, we were just planning to celebrate at Wanxian Tower. Would you like to join us? Yes, Lung Yingying replied. At Wanxian Tower, Wu Tian and his companions opted for the top floor this time, a decision orchestrated by Wan Moer. Ever since the song created by Wu Tian gained publicity, Wanxian Tower had been bustling with patrons, with prices soaring to the point where a single dish could cost over 1,000 spirit stones. Indeed, Wanxian Tower lived up to its reputation. The musical performances were rendered with remarkable fidelity, and the lead singer's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Ren Xianqi. Were it not for the knowledge that they were in another realm, Wu Tian might have believed Ren Xianqi himself had graced the venue. What was even more enchanting was that the band performed on the top floor, their melodies resonating through all levels, creating an immersive experience. Undoubtedly aided by some form of array, Wu Tian pondered. The wine does not intoxicate, yet one remains enchanted. The typically frigid goddess, Lung Yingying, today appears as though she has descended from celestial realms, mingling with mortals and even offering toasts. Wu Tian furrows his brow, sensing that Lung Yingying bears a heavy heart. Indeed, after several rounds of toasts, she suddenly breaks into tears, her emotions stirred by the song Heart Too Soft. It dawns on her that after becoming involved with Huobuqian, she has discovered his unfaithful nature. Relying on his handsome visage and profound abilities, he has dallied with many. The reason she sought Wu Tian today was that she had a complete falling out with Huobuqian and, feeling desolate and lost, remembered her once jovial junior, Wu Tian. Observing her sorrow, Wu Tian wishes to console her, yet being a man, he deems it inappropriate. Fortunately, Zhu Yuyan approaches to comfort Lung Yingying. I apologize, junior brother, for disrupting your celebratory mood. Adjusting her demeanor, Lung Yingying offers her apologies to Wu Tian. He takes a hearty swig of his drink and responds, no worries. That rascal Huobuqian, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf. No, Lung Yingying interjects urgently. Are you concerned for him? Wu Tian quips with a wry smile. No, you cannot contend with him. He has attained the peak of the core formation stage. Lung Yingying stammers her objections. Shaking his head, Wu Tian feels as though his fists strike against a wall of foam, lacking any solid impact. Tasteless and devoid of joy, the banquet soon disperses, with everyone opting to return home, while Wu Tian and Kuai-Zi linger. In a winter devoid of snow, in a city that never sleeps, he hears both cheers and weeping. Accustomed to navigating the temptations of the night, he finds it impossible to forget her visage. Has anyone ever told you I love you? Have you ever wept in your diary? Has anyone ever conveyed to you, I care, deeply aware of the distances within this city? Wu Tian leans against the window and sings. My heart is restless. I wish to leave the Jiushuan sect and venture into the world. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may remain here to cultivate. The Jiushuan sect is a well-regarded sect, beneficial for your future endeavors. Kuai-Zi hesitates, uncertain of what to choose. Deep down, he prefers to stay at Jiushuan sect for its rich resources, rather than wandering aimlessly. Yet his life essence still lies in Wu Tian's possession. Wu Tian, perceptive to the nuances of emotion, recognizes Kuai-Zi's reluctance and channels his energy to dissolve the servant contract. A strand of vital blood flies from Wu Tian's forehead, hovering before Kuai-Zi. Lowering his gaze, Kuai-Zi cannot bear to meet Wu Tian's eyes, nor can he retrieve the vital blood. Shaking his head, he reflects that the former Wu Tian would have taken Kuai-Zi's life without hesitation, but now, distracted by Lung Yingying's turmoil, he is too preoccupied. Drawing forth the Qi Shao sword, he soars into the boundless night. Have you truly departed? This song is for that maiden, is it not? You harbor feelings for someone unworthy. Do I not do the same? Whispered voices emanate from a chamber on the 6th floor of the pavilion. Has anyone ever told you I love you? Have you ever wept in your diary? Has anyone ever expressed to you, I care, aware of the distances within this city? In the elegant chamber, the exquisite sound of a piano intertwines with a melodious song. Aimless flight led Wu Tian to a forest just as dawn broke on the second day. He descended amidst the radiant light, surveying his surroundings. This must be the Qiuwu Forest, an extension of the Tianzhu mountain range on the outskirts of Linan County. It is said that numerous demonic beasts dwell within. Those whose cultivation is below the nascent soul stage can only hunt these beasts at the periphery. Wu Tian had perused the maps of the Great Ming. Esteemed friend, are you also here to hunt demonic beasts? Would you care to form a party? A remarkably handsome young man approached and inquired. Wu Tian, wishing to avoid a detour through the vastness of Qiuwu Forest, smiled and replied, I am not here to hunt demonic beasts. Rather, I intend to traverse the Qiuwu Forest to explore the world beyond. Traverse the Qiuwu Forest? The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with an endearing charm. However, this young man was not merely a noble. He was actually Princess Zhu Wenxue of Linan, who had secretly eloped from her family for a bit of adventure. In just a few days, her spiritual stones had dwindled, and she was reluctant to return home so soon. Hearing that hunting demonic beasts could yield spiritual stones, she ventured forth. She had attempted to form a party several times, but others had declined her due to her frail physique and her cultivation being merely at the initial stage of spiritual movement. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Zhu Wenxue proposed, May I accompany you? Wu Tian's wariness heightened. He understood the perils of traversing Qiuwu Forest. Nevertheless, he relished the thrill of adventure. It was unexpected that a mere spiritual movement cultivator dared to join him. She was either a fool or had ulterior motives. There had been many instances throughout history where nascent soul cultivators fell victim to the schemes of younger practitioners. Do you comprehend the dangers lurking within Qiuwu Forest? Crossing it is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, Wu Tian warned. I am aware. Within the forest, there are demonic beasts of transformation stage and above. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, entering means facing near certain death. Zhu Wenxue recited this knowledge as though it were second nature, her eyes twinkling with vitality, as if proclaiming her extensive knowledge. You should accept me. I can be your best guide. But alas, I yearn for freedom more than I fear death, she added, biting her lip. Chapter 33. Entering Xiaowu Forest, it was clear to Wu Tian that this individual was likely a wealthy heir who had snuck away, oblivious to the dangers ahead. If I cross the forest, I may not return. Will you still proceed? He asked. Yes, when the time comes to return. I shall simply take the long way back around Xiaowu Forest, Zhu Wenxue replied, eager to avoid further delays, lacking even a few coins to her name. Having an additional companion would alleviate the monotony of the journey. Seeing that Zhu Wenxue had not been frightened off, Wu Tian could only comfort himself with that thought. The Xiaowu Forest teemed with diverse species, and wild beasts often roamed. Fortunately, Wu Tian had undergone wilderness survival training on Earth and knew how to avoid demonic beasts. Otherwise, traversing the depths of the forest would indeed prove challenging. Along the way, Wu Tian collected spiritual herbs, all of which were supplementary materials needed for alchemy. The spiritual herbs obtained are solely owned by Wu Tian, as he acquired them by vanquishing the guardian beasts. Nevertheless, Zhu Wenxue received compensation in the form of spiritual stones, which she accepted without objection. Each time Wu Tian pretended to store the herbs in his spatial pouch, he was actually placing them into the space of the Baichao alchemy cauldron, allowing Long Kuei to assist him in cultivating them. Ahead lay the interior of the Qiwu Forest, where those below the Yuanying realm are advised not to enter due to danger. Every 100 meters, Wu Tian encountered stone tablets inscribed with this warning, along with several smaller characters, erected by a certain member of the Jiushuan sect. Given the vastness of the Qiwu Forest, the endeavor of erecting a stone tablet every 100 steps must have required considerable effort from the Jiushuan sect. Wu Tian located a large stone, took out the Qishao sword, and carved a warning. Ahead is the interior of Qiwu Forest. Those below the Yuanying realm are advised not to enter due to danger. Erected by Wu Tian of the Jiushuan sect. After completing his inscription, he placed the tablet 50 meters from the existing one. Zhu Wenxue, emulating him, found a smaller stone and inscribed a warning for future travelers, placing it right beside Wu Tian's tablet. These two stone tablets later became renowned landmarks in the realm of cultivation, but that is a tale for another time. Wu Tian, are we really going in? Zhu Wenxue asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice upon seeing the numerous warning tablets. Yes, if you're frightened, you can return now. The beasts on the outskirts are merely at the early stage of body tempering. As long as you avoid them, you can exit the Qiwu Forest unscathed, Wu Tian replied. Who has scared? I'm just concerned for you, Zhu Wenxue retorted, pouting. Then let us hasten our entry, Wu Tian said as he took flight on the Qishao sword. Damn Wu Tian, does he not understand the delicacy of a lady? He doesn't even wait for me, Zhu Wenxue muttered, stamping her foot, completely forgetting her disguise as a boy and the magical concealment of her voice. Grumbling, Zhu Wenxue removed a hairpin from her head and tossed it forward. The hairpin expanded in the wind, and she leaped onto the circular platform at its end, urging the artifact to carry her into the depths of the forest. Wu Tian navigated the Qishao sword with utmost care, followed closely by Zhu Wenxue. The mountains and forests grew increasingly lush, with a denser concentration of spiritual energy. This place is so rich in spiritual energy, it truly is a paradise for cultivation. Why haven't any sects chosen to establish their headquarters here? Zhu Wenxue's voice was filled with curiosity. I have no idea, Wu Tian replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowing. Perhaps we were reckless. This area could harbor formidable beasts. Or else the Jiushuan sect would have established their presence here, as the spiritual energy here rivals that of Tianzhu Peak. Wu Tian, I'm scared. Shall we turn back? Zhu Wenxue's apprehension grew in response to his analysis. Humph, how can a grown man be so timid? Wu Tian said, his annoyance evident. Zhu Wenxue's constant anxiety throughout their journey was wearing on his nerves. Zhu Wenxue pouted in silence, lamenting her choice to disguise herself as a boy. As they flew over a lake, Zhu Wenxue suddenly exclaimed, Wu Tian, look, a jade lotus. Lower your voice. If you wish to attract powerful beasts, then by all means, shout. Wu Tian admonished. As Wu Tian furrowed his brow, he realized that this young master had brought trouble upon himself. The last time he had summoned such an issue, he found himself battling a group of short-legged spirit wolves, narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, his storage pouch contained numerous blood spirit pills and spirit-assisting pills. Shaking his head, he remarked, isn't it merely a jade lotus? There's no need for such alarm. Following the direction indicated by Zhu Wenxue, Wu Tian nearly toppled from his Qishao sword. Concealed within the depths of a lake, a resplendent jade lotus bloomed, its large seed pod housing 9 lotus seeds as large as chicken eggs. glistening like crystal and as green as jade. The enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, detectable from a considerable distance. Humph, you criticize me, yet you are equally astonished. Zhu Wenxue pouted. While Zhu Wenxue was unfamiliar with alchemy, Wu Tian was quite adept at it. This jade lotus was likely a millennia-old specimen, the primary ingredient for the purple-grade tribulation pill. It was only natural that cultivators in the tribulation stage would fight fiercely over it, potentially leading to bloody conflicts among sections. Extending his divine sense, Wu Tian detected no unusual presences nearby, and he descended on the Qixiao sword to harvest the jade lotus. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind propelled him away. Humph, who dares approach? Depart swiftly, for this is the forbidden ground of the Bonewind King's medicinal garden. Should you intrude further, do not blame us for upholding our covenant and taking action against you juniors, warned a beast, its head ablaze with flames. As the lake churned ominously, this creature was one of the Bonewind King's formidable subordinates, a red-capped toad with a fierce gaze, possessing initial stage tribulation power. It had been dispatched to guard the Jade Lotus due to its exceptional underwater prowess. Senior, please quell your anger. I meant no offense, and we shall take our leave, Wu Tian said, grasping Zhu Wenxue's hand, ready to depart. You young ones think you can leave at my behest? The red-capped toad replied, its tone both calm and imposing. Did you not say you would not trouble us? Wu Tian inquired, maintaining his composure despite his trepidation. I never claimed I would not trouble you, the red-capped toad responded slyly. Then croaked loudly, quack, quack, quack. From the surrounding waters emerged countless red-capped toads, each the size of a wolf dog, encircling Wu Tian and Zhu Wenxue. Startled, they soared into the air on their swords. Do not presume that flying will spare you from their attacks, warned the red-capped toad. One of the toads, seemingly validating its statement, opened its mouth wide and shot forth a green arrow, striking down a soaring mountain eagle. Before the eagle could touch the ground, several red-capped toads leaped, their tongues flicking out to ensnare the massive bird, tearing it apart in an instant. The toads greedily feasted on the eagle's flesh, crunching through the meat and even devouring the feathers. As the toads chewed, their canine-like teeth glimmered, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths with each bite. Zhu Wenxue had never witnessed such a gruesome scene and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Wu Tian, sensing her distress, retrieved a calming incense to alleviate the situation. Chapter 34. Collision with the Golden Scale Envoy Wu Tian. I believe you to be a person of your word, senior. Are you not concerned that such actions may tarnish your reputation? The red-capped toad chuckled. I merely told them I would not harm you. What they choose to do is of no concern to me. Scoundrel, it was you who summoned them, yet you claim innocence, Zhu Wenxue muttered indignantly. Zhang Tianmu possesses remarkable prowess. It is said that even if Zhu Wenxue were 100 feet away, he could hear every whispered word with clarity. Haha. This young man speaks unfairly. Initially, those little ones would have jumped out to devour you, had I not firmly restrained them. They would have surged forth and consumed you entirely, leaving not a bone behind. Just now, I merely suggested you could eat at your leisure without consulting me. Indeed, had Zhang Tianmu not exerted his control, with their capabilities, even a mere red-capped toad would have been beyond their reach. These toads possess a cultivation level that corresponds to the foundational stage of a practitioner. What is it that you seek to challenge us with, esteemed elder? Wu Tian inquired with curiosity. I, Zhang Tianmu, have been guarding this place for millennia and find it exceedingly dull. I propose a wager. If you can pose a question that I cannot answer, you win, and I shall grant you a wish within my power. However, if I prevail, you willingly submit to being devoured by us. What say you? Zhang Tianmu proclaimed with confidence and cunning. Having encountered beasts that challenge mortals with riddles, he had yet to see one that posed a riddle to confound itself. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian asked, there exists a creature that has 4 legs as a youth, 2 legs in adulthood, and 3 legs in old age. No magical transformations may be employed. This creature resembles us red-capped toads closely. In our youth, we had no legs. In adulthood, we walked on 2, and in old age, we require 4 legs. What is this creature? Zhang Tianmu pondered deeply. This is a riddle from Earth's mythos, and I doubt you will deduce the answer. The Sphinx has claimed countless lives with this very enigma. After considerable thought, Zhang Tianmu's eyes widened with anger. In all my vast experience, I have never encountered such a creature. Youngster, you mock me with a riddle that lacks an answer to win this wager. I shall not hesitate to tear you apart. He opened his fearsome maw, lined with sharp fangs, poised to bite Wu Tian. Please, esteemed elder, hold on. I assure you there is an answer. If you concede, I shall reveal it to you. Wu Tian raised his hand, invoking a defensive spell while simultaneously employing healing magic. Zhang Tianmu's aura during the tribulation stage could indeed inflict harm. This was the pressure exerted by higher-tier practitioners upon their lower-tier counterparts. Youth, speak. What is it? Zhang Tianmu retracted his oppressive force. In truth, he had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, the mere aura of his tribulation stage would have obliterated a lowly foundational stage practitioner. Man, Wu Tian pointed at himself. In youth, a person cannot yet stand and walks on all fours, thus 4 legs. In adulthood, they walk on 2 legs. In old age, when 2 legs can no longer support them, they require a cane, hence 3 legs. Esteemed elder, does this answer please you? Wu Tian's heart raced with uncertainty, unsure if Zhang Tianmu would find satisfaction in this clever response. Haha, amusing. I did not expect to be stumped. Young one, you may depart now. Take this token. The lesser demons of Qiwu Mountain shall recognize it as my presence. Even the Bone Wind Guard of the Central Region will grant you passage out of respect for me. Zhang Tianmu retrieved a dark token from his storage ring, which emitted a faint green glow. He then cautioned, once you leave Qiwu Mountain, remember to return the token to the mountain guards. Do you understand? Thank you, senior. Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the token. Wow, what a treasure. This is the pass token for Qiwu Mountain. I can also take the opportunity to explore and collect some spiritual herbs. Hee, I'm almost drooling. Seemingly aware of Wu Tian's thoughts, Zhang Tianmu advised, take the token and leave quickly. If it weren't for a distinguished guest arriving at Qiwu Mountain, the mountain guards would be preoccupied with their reception. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it this far. If you linger and disturb the guest, I won't be able to protect you. Thank you, senior. Wu Tian bowed respectfully. Go now. After speaking, Zhang Tianmu croaked a few commands to the group of red-capped toads, which then dispersed as he submerged into the lake. Wu Tian, enviously gazing at the ancient jade lotus in the lake, mused, Power, oh power. This world is in dire need of strength. It seems I must hasten to refine and sell my medicine. Though it bears risks, what in life does not? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Life is fleeting, we must seize the day. Let us go. I'm scared. Zhu Wenxue expressed her concern as she noticed Wu Tian lingering by the jade lotus. Nodding, Wu Tian drew his Qixiao sword and soared out of the mountain. Wu Tian, wait for me. Zhu Wenxue stomped her foot, retrieved her artifact, infused it with spiritual energy, and pursued Wu Tian. How beautiful this place is. If only we could stay here forever. It truly is a paradise away from worldly troubles. Zhu Wenxue sighed as they flew deeper into the mountain, gazing at the picturesque scenery. Wu Tian nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed an excellent place for self-cultivation away from worldly distractions. Sisters, hurry. Let us tidy up the garden. The Bone Wind King and his distinguished guest will be arriving soon. A voice from a peach orchard called out. Oh no, this is the garden of the Bone Wind King, and it seems they are on their way, Wu Tian thought. Just as he was about to pull Zhu Wenxue away when a distant voice announced, the Golden Scale Inspector and the King have arrived. We bow to the Golden Scale Inspector, we bow to the King. Nearby maidens clad in light veils gracefully bowed. It was clear that Wu Tian and the others could not evade the situation, and thus, they too bent low in reverence. We welcome the Golden Scale Inspector. Wu Tian, unable to resist, stole a glance at the approaching Golden Scale Inspector and the Bone Wind King. The Golden Scale Inspector was an exceptionally handsome young man, flanked by an elder in a black cloak on his left and, on his right, the much-discussed Bone Wind King. Impudent! How dare you gaze upon the Golden Scale Inspector? The cloaked elder reached out, and a hand formed from black mist materialized in the air, seizing Wu Tian by the neck, lifting him like a chick. Bone Wind King. This person has disrespected me. May I eliminate him? The young man inquired, casually trimming his nails with a small knife, though his tone suggested he was not genuinely seeking permission. Release Wu Tian. Zhu Wenxue sprang to her feet and charged towards the cloaked elder. Presumptuous. Before the elder could act, the Bone Wind King waved his hand, sending a powerful gust that knocked Zhu Wenxue to the ground, with both hands tightly clasped within her long sleeves. The Bone Wind King understood that this was a display of power from the Golden Scale Inspector. In Chapter 35, the inspector was merely an insignificant underling, akin to an ant. Why should one trouble themselves with such trivialities? The Bone Wind King was unaware of the origins of the two individuals, yet their ability to arrive here smoothly suggested a connection to her, compelling her to act protectively. Haha. The rumors of the Bone Wind King's benevolence towards her subordinates are indeed true. Since they are mere ants, if I were to slay one, the Bone Wind King would not hold it against us for overshadowing her, would she? The Golden Scale Inspector sneered arrogantly. The elder in the black cloak tightened his grip, causing a series of strained gasps to escape Wu Tian's throat. In the face of danger, Long Kuei disregarded her invisibility, soaring from Wu Tian's body. With a powerful sweep of her massive tail, she struck the elder's hand away, coiling around Wu Tian in an attempt to flee. The elder, taken aback by the unexpected presence of a colossal dragon within Wu Tian, momentarily froze, but swiftly regained his composure and roared in fury. Which audacious youth dares to snatch someone from my grasp? Feel the wrath of my bone-eroding wind palm. A dark, corrosive tempest surged towards Long Kuei and the others, with Flora instantly wilting into blackened dust, swept away by the wind. The bone-eroding wind palm undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as a purple-tier martial technique. That is enough. The Chiwu Forest is not a domain for the minions of the Cloud Palace to dictate. The Bone Wind King elegantly interposed herself to shield Wu Tian from the attack. Outraged by being referred to as a minion, the elder in the black cloak prepared to confront the Bone Wind King, but at that moment, the Golden Scale Inspector raised his right hand and commanded, "Step back." The elder complied, retreating as if he had received a royal decree. "Haha, Bone Wind King. Why get riled up over two insignificant figures? We should prioritize discussing the matter at hand," the Golden Scale Inspector, Chu Feng, remarked with a smile. Rumors suggested that the young master of the Cloud Palace was remarkably mature for his age, and upon meeting him today, the Bone Wind King mused that caution was indeed warranted. Heroes emerge in youth. The Golden Scale Inspector is truly worthy of his title, possessing a heart large enough to accommodate a vessel. Since we are to discuss official matters, let us proceed to the main hall. The Bone Wind King gestured with her outstretched right hand. The Golden Scale Inspector nodded, allowing a small demon to guide him towards the Qingyun cave, while the Bone Wind King commanded, "Take these individuals away and wait for their verdict." Under the guidance of the small demon, they swiftly arrived at the main hall of the Qingyun cave. The Bone Wind King truly knew how to indulge. This cave must have been constructed by a master of formations, as its expansive terrain and elegant environment brimmed with spiritual energy, a veritable paradise on earth. The Golden Scale Inspector, Chu Feng, raised his cup in admiration towards the Bone Wind King seated above. "Golden Scale Inspector, your praise is undeserved. Compared to the Cloud Palace, my humble cave is merely a distant star compared to the bright moon. Who does not know that the Cloud Palace is among the most renowned paradises in the southern Jiangbu continent? Moreover, Golden Scale Inspector, you too are one of the exceptional talents of this generation, standing out among your peers. Your cultivation must now be at the late stage of spiritual void, correct?" The Bone Wind King remarked with a smile as she sipped her spiritual wine. "Ah, how can I compare to you, Bone Wind King? You have been a dominant force for 4 centuries, truly enviable." Chu Feng raised his spiritual tea in a toast to the Bone Wind King. "Is this not a source of ridicule for me, who is not aware of the Golden Scale Envoy, who, in less than 2 centuries, has ascended from the mortal phase to the spirit void phase? He has gained the profound trust of the Southern Emperor, the Clear Void Sovereign, and has been appointed as the Golden Scale Inspector, tasked with patrolling the southern continent and endowed with the authority to act first and report later." The Bone Wind King replied, "The privilege of acting first and reporting later is merely a testament to the esteem in which I am held. Who does not know that those who dominate a realm are formidable leaders, who would willingly submit themselves to restraint? For instance, if I, Bone Wind King, were to command you to surrender, would you comply?" Chu Feng, with a wine cup in hand, squinted and smiled at the esteemed Bone Wind King. "Haha, the Golden Scale Envoy has made me chuckle. Let us drink, the Bone Wind King said with a charming smile, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp. "Speaking of the inspection matter, I recalled the important business at hand. This visit to the Daming Kingdom is merely to convey a message. Recently, I received an edict from the Clear Void Sovereign for the past several decades. If a monk claiming to hail from Daming appears, traveling to the west for scriptures, do not harm his life, merely frighten him." Upon mentioning the Clear Void Sovereign, Chu Feng stood and bowed towards the south. "This edict is rather peculiar. May I inquire if the Golden Scale Envoy can shed light on it?" The Bone Wind King asked with curiosity. Pointing towards the direction of the west, Chu Feng whispered, "This is the will of the higher powers. Even the sovereign does not dare question it. How many heads do you possess to inquire about this matter?" After several rounds of drinking, Chu Feng continued, "Bone Wind King, how should we handle those few individuals who have just arrived? I intend to expel them from the Chiwu Forest. That Wu Tian, dressed in the garb of the Jioshuan sect, is presumably one of their disciples. The Jioshuan sect has always maintained a non-interference agreement with our Chiwu Forest, and this individual possesses a token from my guardian Zhang Tianmo. I do not wish to make things overly difficult for him. What are your thoughts, Golden Scale Envoy?" "Haha, while I can forgive Wu Tian for his impudence in staring directly at me, that little dragon named Long Kuei, who brazenly injured my subordinate, I shall not let go unpunished. Otherwise, the reputation of the Xi'an Palace shall be tarnished, Chu Feng remarked, twirling his cup. Is it truly so? The Bone Wind King scoffed. Very well. I shall be candid. I am determined to acquire that dragon soul. My father is currently striving to attain the mortal immortal cultivation level. And when he successfully breaks through in a century or so, this dragon soul will assist him in his endeavor. At that time, the status of our Xi'an palace in the southern region of the southern continent will rise significantly. Ha! Chu Feng laughed maniacally, seemingly oblivious to the Bone Wind King's potential rivalry for the dragon soul. Wu Tian, you must think of a way. Do you not see the way Chu Feng looks at Long Kuei? His gaze is fixed upon her, as if he wishes to devour her. Zhu Wenxue whispered anxiously, rubbing his neck marked with a red blood imprint. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and declared, Humph, if they wish to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. However, recalling the disparity between myself and that old man in the black cloak, I cannot help but feel disheartened. If they indeed make a move against us, I will hold them off while you and Long Kuei escape. Do you understand? With 2 dragon horns atop her head, Long Kuei's expression darkened, likely due to being injured by the black-cloaked man's powerful strike while trying to save Wu Tian. A clattering sound of keys unlocking an iron prison echoed. With a slight movement of his ears, Wu Tian whispered, Silence, someone is coming. Get up, all of you. Lord Dufeng has come to see you. A little demon shouted at the door. Open the door. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wu Tian stone prison, Dufeng commanded the little demon to open the door. The little demon hesitated, recognizing that while the outer gate could be opened by Dufeng, the doors of each stone cell were evidently beyond his authority. Open it. The king has issued a decree. Hasten to unlock the stone prison and allow Wu Tian and his companions to depart. Dufeng asserted, producing his token. After a glance at the token, the little demon muttered to himself, wondering why Dufeng hadn't revealed the king's token sooner, flaunting his authority for no reason. Reluctantly, he retrieved the key and unlocked the cell. You must leave quickly. The king warns that the Golden Scale Envoy may pose a threat to you. At present, the king is buying you time, so do not tarry, lest you fall into the hands of the Golden Scale Envoy, especially you, the girl Long Kuei, Dufeng urged. Is the Bone Wind King truly allowing us to go? Wu Tian inquired, perplexed, for it was understood that the Golden Scale Inspector was the superior of the Bone Wind King, who ought not to dare release them clandestinely. Believe it or not, the choice to stay or depart lies entirely with you, Dufeng replied, his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. Bowing respectfully, Wu Tian expressed, I am eternally grateful for the Bone Wind King's life-saving grace. I shall repay this favor in the days to come. Here are your storage bags, Dufeng said, tossing the bags to Wu Tian and his companions. Gratefully receiving the storage bags, Wu Tian and Zhu Wenxue quickly retrieved their magical implements and escaped the iron prison. Chapter 36. A disheveled escape in the Qingyun cave, the Golden Scale Envoy remarked. Since you desire the girl Long Kuei, there is no need to capture Wu Tian, for he is a disciple of our neighbor, Qilong Mountain. The Bone Wind King furrowed his brow. Does that insignificant Jiuquan sect dare to obstruct my father's ascension to immortality? Humph. Once I return and summon a horde of demon soldiers, I shall reduce Tian's Yufeng to ruins. The Golden Scale Envoy Chu Feng proclaimed arrogantly. It is said that the Jiuquan sect is affiliated with the Chan sect. If the higher-ups become aware of our bold extermination of Chan disciples, how will we defend against the heavenly armies that might descend upon us? The Bone Wind King inquired. Peeling a grape. A mere 6th-tier sect is no more significant than a sliver of bark falling from a great tree. It poses no threat. The Chan sect will not intervene, and furthermore, we can seek the Southern Emperor's assistance for mediation. Golden Scale Envoy. I acknowledge that your Xi'an palace has recently cultivated a close relationship with the Southern Emperor, thus having a patron. However, we in Qingyun Cave are without allies and wish to remain uninvolved in such calamities, the Bone Wind King remarked, biting into the grape. Cowardly as a mouse. Possessing valiant warriors like Zhang Tianmu yet reduced to mere sentinels of the borders, the Golden Scale Envoy slammed his cup upon the table, his temper fraying. Even as his demeanor remained composed. How dare you, with your title as the Golden Scale Inspector, act so arrogantly? Do you presume to speak to my lord in such a manner? Do you believe I will not incapacitate you on behalf of Chu Tianxiong? Dufeng, having just entered, overheard Chu Feng's audacious remarks and spoke with indignation. Humph, such brazen words. You dare to threaten my lord's son? Let me first evaluate whether you possess the weight to make such claims. The elder in the black cloak emanated a potent aura, dark energy swirling around him, subtly infused with an air of decay, gathering yet never dissipating. What is there to fear? Allow me to kindly remind you. Should you engage me, first remember my name, lest you find yourself unable to clarify your grievances before the King of Hell. I am Dufeng, the chief commander of the troops at Qingyun Cave, hailing from Qilong Mountain. Dufeng declared, each word resonating with authority. Moreover, allow me to inform you that the matter of capturing Longkue should be disregarded. I have long since released her, haha. Dufeng laughed heartily. You dare to confront the elder in the black cloak, furious, gathering energy to his claws, the spiritual force coalescing in his right hand. Akin to a lion poised to devour its prey, ready to strike. Extending a hand to halt the enraged elder, Chu Feng approached Du Feng with a cup of spiritual wine. Indeed, Qingyun Cave lives up to its reputation. A mere female governor possesses such audacity. No wonder the Bone Wind King was able to sweep across the Qilong Mountain demon domain in a mere few years 4 centuries ago, dominating ever since. Chu Feng pinched Du Feng's chin and addressed the sitting Bone Wind King. However, I anticipated your little schemes and have already dispatched the Iron Wings 18 to capture them. They shall arrive shortly. This time, Bone Wind King, you shall not obstruct us, shall you? Chu Feng's cunning was evident. Deliberately keeping the Black Tiger nearby to deceive the king, while secretly sending the Iron Wings 18 to ambush and pursue Wu Tian. It seems this young man is not to be underestimated. Henceforth, I must exercise caution around him, thought the Bone Wind King. As he raised his cup and drained it decisively, why would I? Granting him freedom once is already a concession to our neighbor, the Xi'an sect. Concession? Haha. Merely a 6th-tier cultivation sect. Why extend them any courtesy? Were it within my domain, I could extinguish them with a mere flick of my hand. Chu Feng too raised his cup and drank it dry. Wu Tian, my spiritual power is nearly depleted. I can no longer fly. Shall we meditate and rest for a moment? Zhu Wenxue felt somewhat fatigued, unable to control her magical artifact, the Emerald Spirit Hairpin, as she stumbled through the air. We must endure a little longer. Once the Golden Scales discover that the Bone Wind King has set us free, they will undoubtedly send pursuers after us. Here, these are spirit storage pills. Consume them, and your spiritual energy will be replenished. Wu Tian retrieved 30 spirit storage pills from his storage bag and handed them to Zhu Wenxue. Why so many spirit storage pills? Wait, these have a pill halo. Are they top-quality spirit storage pills? Surely, there cannot be this many top-tier pills. Zhu Wenxue gasped, her mouth agape. Despite being the daughter of the city lord of linen, she rarely encountered top-quality spirit storage pills. What are you waiting for? Quickly consume them. We must leave Qilong Mountain at once, urged Moya, noticing Zhu Wenxue's astonishment as if she had something to say. Nodding. Zhu Wenxue hastily swallowed one spirit storage pill. With a soft poof, as the pill went down, a wave of warm energy coursed through her body, prompting her to close her eyes in enjoyment. She could almost hear the vigorous spiritual energy flowing through her veins, returning to her dantian. With a joyful exclamation, her spiritual aura radiated outward. Rejuvenated, Zhu Wenxue bounced happily on her emerald spirit hairpin. This was indeed a top-quality spirit storage pill, instantly replenishing her dantian's spiritual energy. Observing Zhu Wenxue's exuberance, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a headache. What sort of young master is this? Not becoming a eunuch truly feels like a waste of talent. Someone is coming, Wu Tian suddenly announced. Someone? Zhu Wenxue inquired, puzzled, releasing her spiritual awareness to investigate. There is no one. This expanse of over 3,000 miles is devoid of life. Could it be that Wu Tian's cultivation surpasses the core formation stage? At the late stage of foundation establishment, cannot perceive anyone. How could he sense an approaching presence? Zhu Wenxue was filled with curiosity as she cast a probing spiritual sense towards Wu Tian. Indeed, Wu Tian was merely at the initial foundation building stage, with a maximum observation range of just over 1,000 miles. How could he possibly be aware of events occurring 3,000 miles away? Quick, let us fly in that direction, Wu Tian instructed, pointing ahead. The longer Zhu Wenxue spent with Wu Tian, the more enigmatic he appeared. Her attempts to unravel his mysteries only deepened the intrigue. Nonetheless, every action Wu Tian took ultimately proved to be correct. Thus, although she held a degree of skepticism towards Wu Tian's current words, Zhu Wenxue nodded in agreement. Channeling her spiritual energy and transforming into a radiant arc as she soared in the direction he indicated. Wu Tian glanced back and activated the Qixiao sword, following Zhu Wenxue's path, and together they vanished in an instant. Shortly after their departure, 3 dark figures rapidly approached the spot they had just vacated. Brother, we are pursuing the right direction. Feel it. There is residual spiritual energy lingering in the air. The concentration here is markedly higher than in other locations, remarked a figure resembling a rat. Well done. Third brother, let us hasten our pursuit. If we capture them before others arrive, we shall achieve great merit, replied a composed man in a purple robe. Indeed, brother is correct. We, the the three friends of Meishan, must seize the opportunity to claim glory before the young master. This way, the Iron Wing 18 riders will no longer underestimate us, echoed the middle-aged man in a gray brocade robe. The trio were the latest members of the Iron Wing 18 riders, all at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. The eldest, the purple-robed man, was a refined Marten spirit named Bo Rong. The second brother, clad in gray, was a pangolin spirit named Sherlin, and the youngest, the rat-faced man, was a field mouse spirit named Chongqing. Chase them. They cannot flee far, Bo Rong declared as he led the charge in the direction Wu Tian had taken. Chapter 37. Deception and the Three Monsters. Wu Tian. They are catching up, Zhu Wenxue exclaimed. After hearing Wu Tian mention that they were being pursued, she had maintained a thread of spiritual awareness to observe their surroundings, but she was startled to see the intruders so swiftly enter her field of vision. Based on the speed of the three dark figures, it was evident that their cultivation level surpassed theirs. Without Zhu Wenxue's warning, Wu Tian had already gleaned the situation through Long Kuei, who, at the core formation stage, could perceive events 5,000 miles away. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade fate. Our current method of flight is inadequate. We shall be overwhelmed before they even strike, Wu Tian declared, swallowing a spirit-preserving pill. Let us wait for them here. We can exploit their underestimation of us to launch a surprise attack, ensuring a decisive victory. We shall each select an opponent, and together we will handle the remaining one. Casting a glance at Wu Tian, Zhu Wenxue furrowed her brow tightly. Though Wu Tian had little experience in actual combat, Zhu Wenxue was well aware that facing adversaries of a higher cultivation level was exceedingly difficult, especially since nascent soul practitioners could instantly manifest their energy into armor, rendering themselves nearly impervious. A nascent soul cultivator could withstand attacks from a core formation practitioner without fear of their armor being breached for at least half an hour. Without Tian glanced at Zhu Wenxue, he understood her thoughts and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. This is our only opportunity. Are you afraid? Will you regret joining me? It is all my fault. Do you blame me? Without Tian continued. If it weren't for his audacity in secretly observing the Golden Scale envoy, this predicament would not have arisen. Blame me? Humph. Remember this. You owe me a significant favor, Mississippi. If there is a next life, make sure to repay it. Aware that a storm was approaching, Zhu Wenxue surprisingly felt no fear, reverting to a softer tone. You are a woman? Without Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He involuntarily glanced at Zhu Wenxue's chest, his mind racing. Previously, he had mocked the portrayal of women disguising as men on television, considering it a deception of the male protagonist's aesthetic sensibilities. Little did he expect to be genuinely deceived. How had her voice changed? This technique was undoubtedly worth learning, as it would prove to be immensely useful. Noticing without Tian's gaze on her chest, Zhu Wenxue's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Lecture." While speaking, Zhu Wenxue retrieved a delicate, gossamer thin mask from her storage pouch and handed it to Without Tian. This is the secret treasure of our sect, a human skin mask. Quickly put it on. Only those with significantly higher cultivation than us can discern our identities. Is this really made from human skin? Without Tian asked, feeling a chill run down his spine. Indeed. It must be directly peeled from a living person to achieve such quality. After a pause, Zhu Wenxue added, if you find this act repugnant, you may forego it and confront them directly. Though it was quite distasteful, Without Tian accepted the human skin mask, which felt as light as paper and had a cool, smooth texture. Following Zhu Wenxue's instructions, Without Tian pressed the mask onto his face, channeling a slight amount of energy. The mask melded seamlessly with his skin, transforming him from a youth into an elderly man in an instant. Zhu Wenxue then instructed Without Tian to don the garments of the old man, while she stepped aside into the grove to remove her youthful mask, replacing it with that of an elderly woman along with suitable attire. When Zhu Wenxue returned to Without Tian's side, they appeared as an elderly couple. Zhu Wenxue instructed Without Tian, they are coming. You must pretend to be my husband, and I shall be your wife. Also, since you are unfamiliar with the art of modulation, feign being mute, I will handle everything. In the blink of an eye, the three friends of Meishan had already pursued them. Fortunately, their early-stage nascent soul cultivation could only detect a 5,000-mile radius, and they could only vaguely sense presence 3,000 miles away, failing to notice that Without Tian and Zhu Wenxue had altered their appearances. It was akin to a lizard's infrared detection, merely identifying heat sources to infer the presence of activity, but the actual images remained indistinct. Third brother, what is going on? Eldest brother Barong, why aren't it Without Tian and the others? Just a moment ago, he had felt on the brink of achieving great merit, ready to bask in glory with the Iron Wing 18 riders, but now he was yanked back into the harsh reality, and Ba Rong was extremely frustrated. Eldest brother, I do not know either. You are aware my detection is not 100% accurate. It seems this time it has failed. Every time I am called to search for treasure, and if I do not find it, I am blamed. Humph. Sniffing back his frustration, the third brother expressed his grievances. Well, what is there to quarrel about among brothers? Perhaps Wu Tian and his companions have not fled too far. With our cultivation, we shall soon catch up to them. Second brother, Shilin, remarked. How easily you speak. Even if we turn back to pursue them, by now, others with greater cultivation may have already captured them. What need do we have? Barong scoffed. Once a king of the mountains in Maishan, Barong's status had diminished since he pledged allegiance to Chufeng. Often ridiculed and ostracized by the Iron Wing 18 riders, which left him quite resentful. Finally, the day had come for him to achieve a great feat and regain his pride, yet he was misled by his younger brother, which filled him with ire. Eldest brother, calm your fury. Allow me to inquire if they have any news of Wu Tian, Shilin suggested. Barong turned his head in silence, but tacitly accepted the proposal. Hey, old man, have you seen two young boys pass by? Wu Tian trembled, gesturing awkwardly. Curse it, a mute. Shilin spat. Old woman, you speak. He turned to Zhu Wenxue. Zhu Wenxue revealed her yellowed teeth in a foolish grin and, with a voice reminiscent of a loose tooth, said, My husband is a mute. Please do not hold it against him. Are the two boys you mentioned of this height, dressed in blue and gray? Yes, those are the ones. Shilin exclaimed with delight. They passed by here about half an hour ago, heading that way, Zhu Wenxue added, a hint of smugness in her tone. Wu Tian, observing Zhu Wenxue's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was quite adept at feigning innocence. Zhu Wenxue noticed Wu Tian's brow twitching and, fearing he might give himself away, pinched the flesh on his back, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. Very well. In light of your honesty, I shall spare your lives. You may resolve your own fates, for if my elder brother intervenes, your demise will be far more agonizing. Shilin, a practitioner of the pangolin's cultivation, harbored a kind heart and wished not for their suffering to be too severe. Please, fellow cultivator, for the sake of our arduous journey together, intercede on our behalf. We do not wish to die, Zhu Wenxue pleaded, tears streaming as she produced a storage bag. All right. Upon seeing the somewhat worn storage bag, Shilin felt a pang of compassion. You should keep this. Your cultivation is no easy feat, he declined her offer. Thank you, fellow cultivator, Zhu Wenxue responded with gratitude. What news? Baorong inquired as Shilin returned. I have learned that Wu Tian and his companions passed by here half an hour ago. Heading in that direction, Shilin indicated. Why do you still keep those two alive? Are you not afraid that others may learn of Wu Tian's whereabouts and claim our credit? Baorong's eyes narrowed. Eldest brother, those two are but humble cultivators. There is no need to exterminate them. We merely need to hasten our pace. We shall capture Wu Tian before anyone else does. Shilin earnestly defended his decision, honoring Zhu Wenxue's request. Observing Shilin's kind-hearted demeanor, Baorong found himself at an impasse, reluctant to harm their relationship. Yet, as the elder brother, he understood the necessity of decisive action. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Chongqing's voice resonated in his mind. Elder brother, second brother remains unchanged. He hesitates to act. Allow me to take the lead. Let us first lure him away, and when the moment is right, I shall return under the guise of an excuse to deal with them discreetly. It was, after all, the third brother who demonstrated such foresight. After a brief pause, Baorong acquiesced. Very well, Chongqing. We must capture Wu Tian and his cohorts today. With that, he soared into the skies beyond the forest. Chongqing called out, Second brother, let us hasten our pursuit, and followed suit on his sword. Shilin glanced back at the two figures and, in a deep voice, declared, This place is no longer safe. You must depart at once. He too summoned his artifact and took flight. Chapter 38. The Foundation Establishment Battle of the Nascent Soul. As the trio departed, Zhu Wenxue turned to Wu Tian and remarked, The man in the gray brocade robe speaks the truth. We must leave swiftly. It is unwise to linger here. Aware that their disguise would only provide temporary reprieve, Wu Tian understood that once their ruse was discovered, they would inevitably return. Choosing a direction, Wu Tian and Zhu Wenxue ascended once more on their swords. Meanwhile, upon reaching a mountain peak, Chongqing suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, Elder brother, I am unwell. I must relieve myself over there. Continue the pursuit. I shall catch up shortly. Stomach pains? Since reaching the nascent soul stage, he had not experienced such discomfort, for his diet had shifted to spiritual elixirs and rare herbs, leaving little residue for digestion. Although Shilin was puzzled, he dismissed the thought. Go, but do not take long. I do not wish for unforeseen complications, Baorong replied with a veiled meaning. Rest assured, I shall return post-haste. Chongqing grinned mischievously. As he departed, Borong urged, "We cannot afford to lose precious time because of Chongqing. Let us pursue him. He will catch up." Nodding in agreement, Shilin and Borong activated their artifacts, intensifying their chase of Wutian. Once Shilin and Borong had departed, Chongqing emerged from behind a large rock, peering around with malevolent eyes that glinted red. Observing that Shilin had nearly exited the range of his nascent soul's perception, Chongqing produced his flying sword and headed towards their previous location. Where have they gone? Upon reaching the little grove, Chongqing discovered that Wutian and the others had already fled. His sinister eyes flashed with a crimson glow as he muttered, "Young ones, escaping from your uncle Chongqing is still a distant dream." Channeling his spiritual energy, Chongqing activated his innate abilities to discern the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. "Oh, at last, I have located you." In no time, he identified the direction in which Wutian had fled. Since deceiving the Meishan trio, Wutian and Zhu Wenxue had been fleeing with great urgency, unaware that Chongqing was in pursuit. It was not until Chongqing approached the range detectable by Long Kuei's spiritual awareness that Wutian realized they were being followed. "Wutian, what is the matter?" Zhu Wenxue inquired as she noticed Wutian's sudden halt. Without Heaven waved his hand, closed his eyes, and unleashed his entire spiritual awareness towards the southeast. Approximately 3,000 miles away, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy that felt eerily familiar. It belonged to one of the three anomalies. If my conjecture holds true, he is approaching us. It seems that whether he has detected our presence or wishes to eliminate us, a confrontation is inevitable. Without Heaven remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhu Wenxue also extended her spiritual awareness, and indeed, a small dark figure was rapidly flying towards them, capable of catching up in less than a quarter of an hour. As Without Heaven's spiritual awareness drew near, Chongqing had already sensed it, locking onto Without Heaven and Zhu Wenxue. "Heh, the true body is coming. Yet you foolishly thought to escape. Should I deem you overconfident for believing that two Foundation establishment cultivators could defeat me? Or are you simply paralyzed with fear as I prepare to harvest your lives?" Chongqing cackled, amplifying his spiritual power to drive his magical artifact. To Without Heaven and the others, a quarter of an hour felt like merely the blink of an eye. "Stay still and allow Lord Chong to end your misery with a single stroke. You shall feel no pain, and I shall find it convenient." Chongqing grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. "Humph, you expect us to await our demise without resistance? Even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me." Without Heaven gritted his teeth defiantly. The Qixiao sword hovered above his head, poised for attack. I thought you were mute?" Chongqing inquired with curiosity. "I am." Without Heaven replied, adding, "I am your grandfather, Without Heaven." Observing Chongqing stealthily pursuing them, it was evident he intended to take their lives. Since it was a fight to the death regardless of whether he revealed his name, he chose to declare it boldly. Upon hearing these words, Chongqing was overjoyed, as if he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. "Haha, young man, you have guts. Lord Chong admires you. However, I must request your head and your spirit pet for my own use." Imagining the great merit he would achieve, Chongqing's eyes squinted in delight. Once Without Heaven spoke, it was clear that there would be no retreat. Zhu Wenxue, resigned to the situation, also prepared for combat. Could a Foundation establishment cultivator truly defeat one in the nascent soul stage? Chongqing found this notion utterly laughable and continued to chuckle. It seemed they needed a vivid lesson to dispel their delusions of grandeur. Chongqing clapped his hands against his storage bag, and two uniquely shaped, gleaming silver artifacts emerged, expanding rapidly until they reached the size of dual swords. As these swords materialized, the surrounding air became saturated with a foul stench, causing Without Heaven and his companions to feel slightly dizzy. It appeared that the swords were not only exceptionally sharp, but also had the capacity to influence the enemy's nervous system. Sensing the toxic aura permeating the air, Without Heaven quickly circulated his energy to expel the toxins, relieved to find he had only inhaled a small amount. Concerned for safety, he produced a cleansing antidote pill for both Zhu Wenxue and himself. Chapter 39, Wenshue's Secret Weapon. Observing Without Heaven with the cleansing antidote, Chongqing remained unfazed. Did he truly believe that these two minor Foundation establishment cultivators could overcome him? He was a nascent soul practitioner, albeit in the early stages. Still, the gap between Foundation establishment and nascent soul was vast. Haozi Chongqing mockingly gazed at Wutian, his hands idly toying with the inferior attacking spirit tool, the Xinyang spike. This Xinyang spike was neither a mere spear nor a sword, yet it bore a resemblance to one. It was a complementary magical artifact that had accompanied him for over a century, nurtured with potent poison, ensuring victory in every battle and claiming countless opponents of equal rank. "Youngster, I advise you not to resist. Surrender the dragon soul and offer yourself willingly, or when you find yourself in dire straits, you shall truly understand the meaning of suffering, he said, his face adorned with a seemingly amicable smile, as though discussing a trivial matter. Wu Tian regarded the Yuan-ing level Chongqing with derision, disdainfully retorting, "What are you? Indeed, you are nothing but a foul annoyance." Seeking death, Chongqing bellowed. His aura surging as he raised his hand, the Xianyang spike twirling into a flower of sword light, lunging towards Wu Tian. Even before Chongqing arrived, the sword wind, like autumn gales sweeping fallen leaves, surrounded Wu Tian in a myriad of sword shadows, leaving no escape regardless of the direction he chose to dodge. As Chongqing's incantation finished, the sword flower closed in on Wu Tian, its rapidity causing the surrounding air to whistle. Wu Tian felt the stinging pressure of the fierce wind against his face. Indeed, the inferior spirit tool was formidable. A sense of helplessness washed over him as he realized that the foundational level and the Yuan-ing level were not even in the same league. Even with 10 of his kind at the foundational level, he would find it nearly impossible to withstand a single strike from Chongqing. This was still Chongqing holding back 60% of his strength, as he deemed it undignified to unleash his full power against a mere junior, a mere insect that could be crushed with bare hands. Before Wu Tian could summon aid, Long Kuei, with a roar, intervened and absorbed the attack for him. Though she was already at the Xi'an stage, she could not withstand the blow, instantly spewing blood. Of course, as a soul entity, what she expelled was merely spiritual energy, sending her hurtling backward. Chongqing, witnessing Long Kuei's sudden injury, was taken aback, for Jinlin sought a living dragon soul. If he inadvertently killed her, not even 100 lives would suffice to compensate for the loss. Seeing that Long Kuei, while injured, was not mortally wounded, Chongqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he harbored reservations, unwilling to act recklessly any further. As Long Kuei was propelled backward, Wu Tian regained his composure. Realizing they were still embroiled in battle, enraged, he unleashed the Qixiao sword with all his might, aiming for Chongqing's heart. However, Chongqing had anticipated this move. He twisted his body just in time to let Wu Tian's sword energy graze past him. As Chongqing struck, Zhu Wenshua's expression shifted dramatically. She understood that the sharp-faced man had not exerted his full strength, indicating their imminent doom. Must we resort to that? She pondered anxiously. Her father had warned against using it unless absolutely necessary, for if discovered, their family would be uprooted and hunted down mercilessly. "Wenshua, assist me," Wu Tian called out. As he struggled to withstand Chongqing's relentless assault, his body marred and bloodied, clothes shredded to tatters. It was then that Zhu Wenshua noticed the severity of Wu Tian's injuries. Blood flowing incessantly. She was uncertain if Chongqing was merely toying with him, inflicting wounds without delivering the fatal blow, or if he was holding back out of caution. Enjoying Wu Tian's frantic attempts to evade, Zhu Wenshua gently bit her lower lip, as if she had made a momentous decision and thus joined the fray. "Haha, you've had your fun, Changyi, now perish." Indeed, Chongqing had been holding back, toying with Wu Tian. As Zhu Wenshua charged forward, losing the thrill of the game, he felt the stirrings of murderous intent. With crossed swords, he lunged toward Wu Tian. Long Kuei, sensing Wu Tian's inability to defend himself and recognizing that Chongqing dared not harm her, quickly soared above him to shield Wu Tian. "This is bad." Chongqing's countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing Long Kuei's reckless sacrifice for Wu Tian. With a single strike, would Long Kuei still be alive? Hastily retracting his hands, he was met with a backlash of internal energy, injuring himself in the process. As Chongqing suffered, Wu Tian rejoiced, his spiritual power surging, the sword energy erupting. Completely breaking free from Chongqing's grasp, with a swift twist of his sword, he charged towards Chongqing, attempting to seize victory. However, the disparity in their realms rendered his speed insufficient to catch Chongqing, who effortlessly evaded the attack. "Damn it, that wretched woman. Relying on my hesitation to thwart my attempts to severely injure or eliminate Wu Tian, and now I've sustained internal injuries. How infuriating." Chongqing had never felt so constrained, cursing inwardly as Long Kuei repeatedly thwarted his lethal moves. Now, with Zhu Wenshua occasionally launching surprise attacks, the situation had become rather troublesome. He had always refrained from unleashing his full strength. For instance, if he had not been quick to withdraw this time, he would have undoubtedly pierced Long Kuei through. Anyone faced with such a predicament would curse their fate, akin to a tiger confronting a porcupine, at a loss for how to proceed. "I must take a risk. I need to incapacitate Long Kuei to eliminate Wu Tian," Chongqing contemplated, raising the Xuanmong spike once more. The sword energy multiplied exponentially. A veritable torrent directed towards Wu Tian's right side. As expected, Upon seeing Tongtian seemingly unrestrained, the sword energy advancing like a curtain towards Wu Tian, Long Kuei hastily flew to his right side to shield him from the oncoming attack. Tongtian smirked mockingly, retracting the Xuanmong spike and redirecting the sword energy towards Wu Tian's left side. Though the sword energy was not as incisive as in the initial strike, this barrage was still sufficient to threaten Wu Tian's life. Despite the hastiness in retracting his spiritual power, resulting in self-inflicted injury, the prospect of eliminating Wu Tian, who was hiding behind Long Kuei, felt like a worthwhile exchange. Tongtian envisioned Wu Tian being torn to shreds, a smile blooming on his face. It is over. An ant believes it can shake a tree, unaware of its own mortality. How unfortunate that I cannot capture you. Otherwise, I would ensure your suffering was unbearable. But dreams are mere illusions. Wu Tian interlocked his fingers tightly, extending his index finger to connect, then overlaying his middle finger atop it, bellowing, Sanxiong 9 techniques. Second form, Bingzi Ju. Boom. Bang. Bang. The incessant sounds of explosions erupted as Wu Tian finally withstood the blow, surging forward toward Tongtian with unstoppable momentum. The Sanxiong 9 techniques were the renowned skills of Shinong, and the second form, Bingzi Ju, surpassed the potency of typical green-tier combat techniques. Had Wu Tian been at the core formation stage, Tongtian would have already been vanquished. Although Wu Tian was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he still inflicted severe damage upon Tongtian due to his underestimation. Who would have anticipated that someone at the foundation establishment stage could master green-tier combat techniques? Wu Tian had been awaiting this precise moment, keeping the Sanxiong 9 techniques in reserve as a trump card, for this technique nearly expended all of his spiritual energy. However, even in such a state, Tongtian was merely gravely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Wenxue exclaimed, "Spirit absorption technique." She pressed her palm against the back of Tongtian, who was sent flying, channeling the spirit absorption technique. Tongtian's spiritual and life force surged toward Zhu Wenxue's dantian like a raging torrent. As the potent spiritual energy flooded into her dantian, a sensation of swelling pain and intense heat enveloped her, heralding the ominous sign of backlash. Her father had once informed her that the highest technique of the Mingjiao was the spirit absorption technique, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of cultivators up to a certain level, transforming it into her own power. This technique served as a lethal trump card. Yet it was to be employed only in dire circumstances, for if discovered, one would be pursued relentlessly by the world. Furthermore, absorbing energy beyond a certain threshold could easily lead to madness and self-destruction. As Tongtian felt his physical form withering at an alarming rate, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, a sense of dread washed over him. He struggled to escape Zhu Wenxue's grasp, only to find himself unable to summon his energy, rendered powerless as she continued to siphon off his spiritual and life force. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere desiccated corpse, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Was this the stellar absorption technique? Wu Tian, having exhausted his own energy, sat on the ground, watching as Zhu Wenxue frantically absorbed Tongtian's essence, transforming him into a lifeless husk, reminiscent of the stellar absorption technique described in Jin Yang's writings. Oh, but it seemed Zhu Wenxue was invoking the spirit absorption technique. What connection might there be between the two? And it appeared that the Mingjiao was also referred to as a demonic sect. Could there truly be a link? Wu Tian had no time to ponder these thoughts, for after Tongtian fell, Zhu Wenxue too succumbed. Chapter 40. The alluring spirit absorption palm. It's so hot. Wu Tian, I feel so hot. Zhu Wenxue lay on the ground, her eyes shut, her body ablaze with discomfort, as if her very skin might rupture. Supporting her, Wu Tian noted that her temperature had soared beyond the normal human range, likely exceeding 50 degrees, almost too hot to bear. Fortunately, as a cultivator, her life force was robust. Had she been an ordinary person, such a fever would have likely claimed her life by now. Wenxue, I am here. You will be all right. Wu Tian consumed a spirit restoration pill, regaining a significant portion of his energy, and then lifted Zhu Wenxue onto his back, embarking on his flying sword, swiftly departing the scene. Shortly after Wu Tian's departure, Shilin and Borong arrived on their flying sword. The aura of my third brother has vanished here. He must have perished in this place, Shilin lamented, standing amidst the remnants of charred black and white ashes. The bond among the three friends from Meishan was akin to that of brothers, and this brief separation had tragically turned into a final farewell. Even the stalwart Shilin could not hold back his tears. While searching for Wu Tian, Shilin and Borong suddenly noticed that one of the soul tokens in Borong's storage pouch had shattered. Upon inspection, they discovered it was Tongtian's soul token that had broken. Shilin, taken aback, retrieved his own soul token from his pouch, only to find that Tongtian's token also displayed a fracture. This soul token corresponded to a person's life. When life ceased, the token would inevitably shatter. The three friends from Xi'an possess each other's soul tokens, which they carry with them. The shattering of Tongtian's evergreen soul token undoubtedly signifies grave misfortune. He has surely met a tragic end. Who possesses such audacity to take Tongtian's life? After all, he is one of the Iron Wings, the elite guards of the young Master Chu Feng from the Xi'an Palace. Though the Iron Wings number in the thousands, they are still part of Xi'an Palace, are they not? Who would dare to challenge the might of Xi'an Palace? Although Shilin and Borong hastened to the scene without delay, they arrived too late to apprehend the assailant. The ashes left behind clearly indicate that the perpetrator had eliminated Tongtian and subsequently used a small fireball technique to erase any traces of the crime. Brother, I shall investigate the vicinity, Shilin offered. Very well, but do not stray too far. The fact that this individual could kill our third brother suggests their cultivation is at least at the early stage of the nascent soul. You must remain vigilant, Borong cautioned. I will preserve the scene. Perhaps the young master can assist us in uncovering the identity of the murderer and avenging our brother. With that, Borong summoned a wild goose using his spiritual energy, inscribing a message upon it. He then chanted a few incantations, and the goose took flight as if alive, gradually fading from view until it vanished into the sky. This is a method of communication employed by those at the nascent soul stage, remarkably swifter than the speed of inferior spiritual artifacts. It is said that once one reaches the spirit-severing stage, they can conjure flying swords, achieving even greater speeds in their messages than mid-grade magical treasures. In the main hall of Qingyun Cave, an elder who had been in attendance beside Chu Feng suddenly perceived a flash of red light before him, gradually revealing the wild goose. The elder in the black cloak shifted slightly, extending his right hand, and the goose obediently landed in his palm. This was the message sent by Borong. The elder clenched his fist, closed his eyes in contemplation, and upon reopening them, a fierce glint flashed in his gaze. Despite his efforts to suppress it, a hint of murderous intent escaped. At that moment, Chu Feng was raising his cup in a toast to the King of Bone Wind when he felt the elder's surge of killing intent leak out. He paused, lowering his cup to inquire, "What troubles you, Elder Liao?" "Young master, it is news from the Iron Wings, the three friends from Xi'an. They lost track of the assailant, and Tongtian has been slain." "What?" Chu Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, crushing his cup in his grip, spilling spiritual liquor across the ground. For centuries, Xi'an Palace had enjoyed the favor of the Emperor Qingxiu, facing no provocation from either demonic cultivators or human practitioners. To have not only allowed two Foundation establishment cultivators to escape, but also to have a personal guard murdered is a tremendous affront. Where are Borong and the others? Chu Feng demanded furiously. The elder with the black hat handed the wild goose to Chu Feng. The golden-scaled envoy received the message, closed his eyes to attune himself, swiftly discerning Borong's location. Without bidding farewell to the King of Bone Wind, he crushed the wild goose and instantly soared out of Qingyun Cave. The elder glanced at the expression of the King of Bone Wind before following suit, pursuing the golden-scaled envoy. Not long after Borong dispatched the wild goose, he grasped the ashes. The golden-scaled envoy inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his features. Although the ashes had been scorched multiple times by the fireball technique, the low cultivation of the assailant rendered them incapable of employing true flames or alchemical fire, thus failing to mask the potent essence of life emanating from them. The elderly man in the black cloak observed the young master, Chu Feng, with curiosity. He took a handful of ashes to sniff and soon comprehended the source of Chu Feng's elation. The remnants of life force lingering after Tongtian's cremation could only imply that someone had forcibly extracted his vitality. The sole technique capable of such a feat was the soul absorption method, a supreme art attributed to the first leader of the Ming sect, Guangling. Since the sect's obliteration by the cultivation world over 8 centuries ago, this technique had been lost alongside the last sect master. To discover its reemergence today, wielded by a young girl with golden hair, was indeed astonishing. Wu Tian had not erased the traces. Any cultivator above the nascent soul stage, surpassing Wu Tian's 2 levels, could easily discern the lingering aura. Although faint, Chu Feng was certain that Zhu Wenxue was the practitioner of this technique. His heart swelled with joy. Not only had he intimidated the Bone Wind King, but he had also uncovered a dragon soul. Nurturing it could elevate his father to new heights. More importantly, he had gleaned the whereabouts of the soul absorption method. With this technique in his grasp, Chu Feng's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The more he contemplated, the more jubilant he became, tilting his head back to laugh heartily. Truly, heaven aids me. He scoffed at the thought that once he mastered this technique, the venerable Qing Su would have to step aside. No longer would he be relegated to running errands for others. The notion of being a mere golden scale envoy was beneath him. He silently proclaimed his superiority, feeling destined to surpass all. Lao Liao, sensing the atmosphere, quickly extended his congratulations, bowing respectfully. "Congratulations, young master." With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng replied, "Let us not be complacent. Relay my orders to summon 5,000 members of the Heavenly Wings, 18, and 3 law-protecting elders. We shall confront the 9 Xi'an sect together." Chu Feng considered Zhu Wenxue as one of their own, a disciple of the 9 Xi'an sect. "Understood, young master," Lao Liao responded, his voice steady and devoid of age. "This matter must remain confidential, otherwise it would be akin to scattering ashes." Chu Feng unleashed the void fire within him, incinerating Chongqing's ashes once more, scattering them into the wind. At that moment, Shilin returned from his reconnaissance. Upon witnessing the ashes of his third brother reduced to nothingness, he felt a rush of indignation, yet dared not show it, for Chu Feng was their master. They were but dogs in his service. "Did you find anything?" Chu Feng queried, his tone indifferent. "Nothing," Shilin replied, though he had stumbled upon some clues. Observing the golden scale envoy disperse his brother's ashes only deepened his internal conflict, as his loyalty was still nascent within the Iron Wings 18. "Gather everyone. We will assemble at the stone tablet in the Chiwu forest. In 3 days, we shall proceed to the 9 Xi'an sect," Chu Feng ordered, gazing toward the distant city beyond the mountains. Chapter 41. Refining the Azure Spirit Pill. Wutian. "I wish to return home, to Linen's cultivation city. My family resides in the Lord's estate, and I feel so unwell." Zhu Wenxue lamented, as chaotic spiritual energy surged within her. Waves of intense heat crashing against her meridians and dantian, making her feel as though she might burst like a balloon. Indeed, Zhu Wenxue's abdomen swelled as if she were 6 months pregnant, and it continued to expand gradually. Wu Tian carried Zhu Wenxue beyond the fringes of the Chiwu forest, hastening towards the Lord's mansion. His consciousness was constantly attuned to Zhu Wenxue, witnessing her belly enlarge slowly and her low groans of pain, wishing fervently that he could be the one to bear her burden. Why? Wu Tian harshly questioned himself thrice. Why must there always be so many calamities? First, he lost his mother, then the one he cherished, and now he faced the prospect of losing a friend. What is the way? If the way is merely cold and unfeeling, then such a path is better left untraveled. After the sorrow and fury, Wu Tian also loathed himself, resenting his own impulsiveness and ignorance that led him into trouble time and again. In this moment, he appeared to grasp something profound, beginning to mature. Perhaps without this upheaval, he would not have grown, nor would he have the brilliance that lay ahead. As long as his spiritual energy remained a third, Wu Tian consumed a spirit-enhancing pill to replenish his strength, maintaining his rapid flight. Though he was eager to return to the city in search of medicine to heal Zhu Wenxue, he chose to navigate through more secluded areas to evade the probing of consciousness. Many untrained individuals misunderstand the capabilities of consciousness, believing it can perceive minutiae like grains of sand. Wu Tian knew that was sheer nonsense. The search of consciousness involves concepts of maximum and effective range. For instance, at the initial stage of core formation, the maximum search range could extend over 3,000 miles, yet the detail-oriented search only reached about 100 miles. As Wu Tian's spirit-enhancing pill neared depletion, he finally beheld the towering walls of Linen's cultivation city. "Who approaches? The cultivation city forbids flight. Are you unaware?" The guards, upon witnessing someone approach the wall without halting for inspection, shouted in anger. They had seen arrogance, but not such audacity. A mere foundational cultivator dared to defy the Lord's decree. Concerned for Zhu Wenxue's injuries, even before reaching the gate, Wu Tian's voice rang out, "I am Wu Tian, a disciple of the Jiuquan sect, bearing the Lord's daughter on my back, gravely injured and in need of immediate treatment. Quickly disable the protective array." Li Dong, the overseer of the northern gate, scrutinized the approaching cultivator and recognized the Lord's daughter, Zhu Wenxue, languishing weakly on Wu Tian's back, her eyes tightly shut. Since Zhu Wenxue wished to return to the city and had regained her original appearance, Li Dong promptly deactivated the city as protective array, allowing Wu Tian to fly towards the Lord's mansion without hindrance. What has happened to Xiaoxue? Once the array was opened, Wu Tian's voice reached the Lord's mansion, especially since Zhu Wenyu was a tribulation-transcending cultivator. Upon hearing of Zhu Wenxue's predicament, Zhu Wenyu swiftly emerged from the mansion to intercept Wu Tian, inquiring, "What has transpired with Xiaoxue?" Wu Tian, uncertain, replied, "I do not know how she has come to be this way. It may be that she has fallen into a state of madness." Zhu Wenyu did not require an answer from Wu Tian. He merely asked conditionally, for he could discern that Zhu Wenxue had employed the spirit absorption technique, and that such a state could only arise from drawing energy from cultivators significantly above her level. Zhu Wenyu embraced Zhu Wenxue, and with a mere step, they arrived at the city lord's mansion, as though the distance from the city gate to the mansion were but a single stride. This was the art of spatial translocation during the tribulation period. Though it did not attain the mastery of shrinking the ground to an inch, it still allowed for the traversal of vast distances in a day. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Wu Tian beheld Zhu Wenyu seated cross-legged, channeling energy to subdue the chaotic currents within Zhu Wenxue. It appeared to yield little effect. Otherwise, one would not hear Zhu Wenyu murmuring that if only a green-level alchemist were present, they could concoct the Bailing Dan to seal Zhu Wenxue's dantian. Where could one possibly find a green-level alchemist at this juncture? Was it truly fate conspiring against the Ming sect? Senior, I can concoct green-level elixirs. I wonder if the formula and materials for the Bailing Dan are complete? Upon hearing of a potential solution to save Zhu Wenxue, Wu Tian was filled with elation. Zhu Wenxue was in this predicament because of him. Should she perish due to his actions, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Indeed, you can concoct green-level elixirs? The city lord of Zhu, upon hearing that someone could produce the Bailing Dan to rescue Zhu Wenxue, beamed with joy. Upon looking up, he realized it was Wu Tian. Given Wu Tian's youth, Zhu Wenyu could not help but harbor doubts. He possessed the materials for the Bailing Dan, though he had only managed to gather a single set and had not yet sought someone to refine it. If he entrusted it to Wu Tian and it failed, Zhu Wenxue's life would be forfeit. Yes, I can indeed concoct green-level elixirs, Wu Tian affirmed resolutely. When it came to crafting this elixir, he could do so with ease. Having previously refined numerous green-level elixirs in the Qilong forest, boasting a 90% success rate with those of medium quality or above, Zhu Wenyu found the prospect of entrusting the task to Wu Tian unreliable, yet with no other options. He decided to gamble on this dying horse and provided Wu Tian with the materials. For in this place, apart from Wu Tian's claim of being a green-level alchemist, all the alchemists in Linen Cultivation City were of yellow level or below, as green-level alchemists typically served in major sections. After receiving the formula and materials for the Bailing Dan, Wu Tian meticulously washed his hands before commencing the alchemical process. This endeavor was a matter of life and death for Zhu Wenxue, and Wu Tian had to ensure 100% success in concocting the elixir. Although perfection in alchemy is a rarity, he had to set his resolve to achieve it, with no retreat available. Cultivators follow the principle of embodying the alchemical furnace, their spirit akin to the elixir itself, practicing both internal and external refinement to attain the path of alchemy. Similarly, during the alchemical process, one must engage their body to invoke the furnace and guide the essence of the elixir with their consciousness to achieve the desired outcome. The more Wu Tian worried for Zhu Wenxue, the more he needed to focus his mind. This was a rare opportunity to confront the inner demons of alchemy. At this moment, Wu Tian's eyes shone with determination, his movements fluid and precise, as his spiritual awareness directed the medicinal liquids in a swirling dance. One after another, he infused the elixir with incantations, losing himself in the process, oblivious to the world around him, fixated solely on the divine farmer's cauldron and the elixirs within. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Tian had entered a higher realm of existence. If he were to be provided with blue-level materials, he would ascend directly to the rank of blue-level alchemist. As anticipated, once Wu Tian completed the incantations, a faint, fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, signaling the successful concoction. He merely needed to carefully extract the finished product. Even though Wu Tian had performed the extraction countless times, he approached this task with utmost caution, slowly bringing forth the elixirs. With a gentle pop, a delicate fragrance enveloped the entire alchemical chamber. Success! He had produced 2 superior Bailing Dan and 1 exceptional Bailing Dan. Upon hearing the joyous voice of Wu Tian, Zhu Yuan eagerly pushed open the door. Wu Tian bore no grudge against his impatience and took the exquisite Bailing Dan to feed to Zhu Wenxue. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and due to its exceptional quality, its effects manifested swiftly, causing Zhu Wenxue's distended abdomen to gradually subside. Although she was healed, Zhu Wenxue could no longer wield her spiritual power, rendered as ordinary as a mortal. To restore her dantian, she would require the rare Palon Dan, with its primary ingredient, Lonling grass, being exceedingly difficult to procure. Thus, she resolved to take one step at a time. Fortunately, Zhu Wenxue felt that merely being alive was a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, the abrupt transition to a mundane existence would have been tantamount to a death sentence. Ultimately, what mattered most to her was the prospect of continuing to accompany Wu Tian in this lifetime. even though he remained unaware of her true feelings.